Okay, so we're all here. So we'll go ahead and convene the meeting. This is a recorded meeting, as a reminder. I'm going to go ahead and read off names of participating attendees. And after I call your name, if you could say here. And again, I'm Virginia Bucola, and I'm the P&T Committee Chair. So our P&T Committee members are Alex Park.
Here.
Diane Schwilke.
I'm here.
Jordan Storhaug.
Here.
Nancy Lee.
Here.
Leah Marcotte. Here. Connie Nguyen.
Here.
Susan Flattabaugh.
Here.
Catherine Brown. I see you, Catherine. Sorry,
you broke.
Okay, I'm
saying
so the last member is Catherine Brown, and there you are here. Great. And then our Healthcare Authority members, starting with Lita Vasquez.
Here.
And Donna Sullivan. And I see Donna.
We can't hear you, Donna.
Is it okay to move on if we can acknowledge that we see Donna?
Yes.
Okay. Ryan, I don't know if Ryan Pistresi is here.
I see him on.
Okay. I'll move to Luke Dearden.
Here.
And Amy Irwin. I'll move on to Joey Zarate.
Here.
And Ryan Takatomi. And I'll move on to Marissa Tabile.
Here.
And Chris Chen. Okay, moving to our Magellan Medicaid Administration member, Umang Patel.
Here.
And our DUR presenter today is Beth Shaw.
Good morning.
Our managed care organization representatives are Jennifer Wang with Molina Healthcare.
And if you could just say their names, because I will have to unmute them.
Okay, thank you. So Jennifer Wang.
Just read through them because it's going to take me a while to scroll through. Go ahead.
Jennifer and Petra Eichelsdorfer and Catherine Vu. And so I'll turn it over to Lita for meeting logistics.
Thank you, Jenny. This is Lita. The committee and all presenters have been added as organizers, so you can mute and unmute yourselves. Please mute yourself when you're not speaking to limit the background noise. It looks like we're able to share more cameras on GoToWebinar now. So if you're presenting, please share your webcam or the committee while you're speaking. If we can get all of the committee's webcams up while we're doing the motions, that will be great. For stakeholder participation, the chair will read the list of stakeholder names who pre-registered to speak, and I will unmute you. You'll have 3 minutes. Afterwards, the chair will ask if there's any other stakeholders, and you can use the raise hand icon, and I will call on you and unmute you. You can also use the question function, and I will address your questions during the stakeholder time. The meeting is being recorded, so please state your name every time you speak. Thank you, and I will turn it over to Beth.
Sorry, did you turn that over to me? The sound just dropped.
Yeah.
Brilliant,
Yes.
thank you. I didn't want to step in inadvertently. Thank you, good morning. My name's Beth Shaw. I'm a Senior Research Associate at the Centre for Evidence-Based Policy, and I'm going to be presenting the report to you today on disease-modifying drugs for multiple sclerosis. Please note this is a joint contribution, a joint effort by many contributors, so please see the full citation in the report for those contributors. So we'll go through an overview of the presentation. So on the next slide, you can see the background. We'll go through the PCOS, so the details of the question that we were trying to answer for you. We'll go through the methods that we used in this report. We'll obviously then focus on the findings and then move through to the conclusions. So now you can see some common outcomes and abbreviations that we'll be using in this report. So if we start with the outcomes, most of the trials report outcomes in terms of annualized relapse rate, so abbreviated in this presentation as ARR. So the annualized relapse rate is defined as the total number of relapses divided by the total person time at risk of relapse for multiple sclerosis. So that's a key outcome that we'll be focusing on when we reach the findings. Another outcome that we prioritised was a measure of disability due to multiple sclerosis. And this is commonly measured using the EDSS or the Expanded Disability Scale score. So this is an ordinal scale that incorporates functional system grades as well as a degree of functional disability and ambulation. It's measured on a scale from 0 to 10 in increments of 0.5, and in this particular scale, lower scores are better. And in terms of what a clinically meaningful difference is on the EDSS, it's commonly defined as a minimal important difference of a 1-point change when the score is between 0 and 5.5. So those are the better scores. And it's defined as a 0.5 point change when the score is between 5.4 and 8.5. So they kind of use different clinical important differences for that scale depending on where you are. Another commonly used scale is the MS, Multiple Sclerosis Functional Composite Score. And this is a composite score that uses measures of walking, people's ability to use their arms, as well as cognitive function. There's no defined range for this particular score. However, increased scores on this scale are better. Again, you'll see this in the findings. However, for this particular composite, there's no commonly accepted minimal important difference or meaningful difference that's agreed on for this score. On the right-hand side, you can see common abbreviations such as adverse event, confidence interval, and non-randomized studies. So now moving into the topic history for this report. On the next slide, you can see the original report was published in 2007, and subsequent updates have been produced, including this latest update that was published in 2016. This was the third update. It's worthwhile noting that certainly in the DUR clearinghouse, both the original report and the updates are currently archived. So this is an update of that report 3 from 2016. So moving now into the background. So the next slide just touches on some basic background information about multiple sclerosis. So MS is the most common immune-mediated inflammatory demyelinating disease of the central nervous system. And in 2017, nearly 1 million adults in the US were estimated to be living with multiple sclerosis. And certainly evidence suggests that the prevalence has been increasing over the past 5 decades, and the occurrence of this disease is estimated to be higher in women than in men. MS occurs when the body's immune system attacks the fatty tissue myelin, which surrounds and insulates neurons and allows for efficient transmission of nerve impulses. In multiple sclerosis, this abnormal immune response causes the degradation of myelin, leading to neurological dysfunction. So symptoms of MS include sensory issues such as numbness, muscle weakness or spasms, vision problems, dizziness, and trouble walking or speaking. It typically presents in early adulthood, with patients experiencing one or more clinically distinct episodes of neurological dysfunction that partially resolve. On this slide, you can see a graphical representation of what happens in multiple sclerosis over time. So approximately 85 to 90% of MS cases are of the relapsing remitting type, or RRMS, at onset. So if you can see the pattern in the top left-hand corner, this is typically where people relapse and then they return to the previous level of disability or perhaps a slightly higher level of disability. The majority of those cases will eventually move into a secondary progressive form of MS or SPMS, and this can be often over the course of decades, and you can see the pattern of that secondary progressive MS in the top right-hand corner. However, a minority of patients, but it is still around 10%, have steadily progressing neurological disability independent of relapses, which is now considered to be primary progressive MS or PPMS, and you can see that pattern in the bottom left-hand corner of the slide. It's worthwhile noting that terminology for MS has changed over time, and older terms such as progressive relapsing MS are now not used. So people who were previously diagnosed with progressive relapsing MS would now be considered to have primary progressive MS, and that can either be active, so that's at the time of a relapse, or new MRI lesions, or it's considered to be not active. There's also clinically isolated syndrome, which is also known as a first demyelinating event, and this is the first clinical attack that people experience that might be suggestive of multiple sclerosis. So on the next slide, focusing on the disease-modifying therapies, which is the focus of this report. Disease-modifying therapies for MS largely consist of treatments targeted to patients with relapsing form of the disease. And the aim is to reduce the number of relapses, to delay the progression of disability, and to limit new multiple sclerosis disease activity as seen on magnetic resonance imaging. These therapies are also used for that clinically isolated syndrome to delay a second attack. So those are people who are likely to progress to clinically definite multiple sclerosis. So the goal is to delay that second attack and progression. It's worthwhile noting that to the start of this report, the US FDA had approved 13 disease-modifying therapies for both multiple sclerosis and that clinically isolated syndrome. So on this table, now you can see the 13 disease-modifying therapies that have been approved. So if you, on the left-hand side, you can see the generic name of the drug. On the second column, we have the brand name. Then we have details of the dose, the route of administration, and the frequency. And then on the right-hand side, we have the FDA approval date. So at the bottom of the slide, you can see that the first drugs, the interferons, were approved back in the 1990s. And then at the top of the slide, we have ocrelizumab that was approved in March 2017. So the majority of these therapies are approved for all relapsing forms of multiple sclerosis, including that clinically isolated syndrome, the relapsing remitting form of MS, and active secondary progressive multiple sclerosis. Ocrelizumab is also approved for that primary progressive form of MS, and alemtuzumab is recommended for people who have had an inadequate response to or who are unable to tolerate other disease-modifying therapies. So it's more a second-line therapy, and it's not recommended for patients with clinically isolated syndrome. On the next slide, you can see some of the newer therapies. So these are therapies that weren't included in that 2016 report, but have been included in this updated 2020 report. So the ones in, so we have diroximel fumarate. This is a biosimilar to dimethyl fumarate. We have cladribine, which is approved in a similar way like alemtuzumab for people who are unable to tolerate or have not responded to other therapies. And then we have the newer therapy siponimod or Mayzent that was approved in March of 2019. We also included in this report ozanimod, which at the time of drafting the report was a pipeline drug, but that has now been approved. So ozanimod was approved and launched earlier in this year. The delay was launched because of COVID-19. However, it subsequently has been launched now in 2020 of this year. Also, we have that monomethyl fumarate or bafiertem that was approved again as another dimethyl fumarate biosimilar. It's worthwhile noting that even since the publication of this report, another generic dimethyl fumarate was approved in August of this year, meaning now that we have several generics of dimethyl fumarate. And on August 20th of this year, the FDA also approved Kesimpta or ofatumumab, again, another disease-modifying therapy for the treatment of relapsing forms of multiple sclerosis in adults. The interesting thing about that therapy is that is a subcutaneous route of administration rather than intravenous, as are many of the other therapies in this particular space. So moving on now into the details of the PICOs that we used for this report. In terms of the population, we included studies that included adult outpatients with multiple sclerosis with any of those different forms of the types of MS. We also included adult outpatients with that clinically isolated syndrome, so that first clinical attack suggestive of MS. In terms of interventions, we were looking at those disease-modifying therapies with FDA approval for treatment in these populations and those selected pipeline drugs that I've just highlighted. Moving on to the comparators and outcomes, we were comparing these drugs with another listed intervention, so head-to-head comparisons of these particular therapies, but we were also looking for placebo-controlled trials where those head-to-head comparisons did not exist, as well as placebo-controlled trials for those newer drugs, those pipeline therapies. In terms of outcomes, we had a broad range of outcomes. We were obviously looking for health outcomes, particularly related to MS. We were looking for disability, and that's usually measured using that expanded disability scale. Clinical exacerbations or relapses for MS, quality of life, functional outcomes such as wheelchair use, time out of work, as well as function measured using the MS functional composite scale. We were looking at persistence, how long people remained on those therapies. And for the population of people with CIS, we were looking on outcomes of progression to multiple sclerosis. And of course, we were looking for information on safety, so harms, adverse events, serious adverse events, as well as withdrawals due to adverse events. On the next slide, you can see in terms of study design, we were looking for those randomized head-to-head trials, and they had to last a minimum of 12 weeks. We were also looking for those placebo-controlled trials where we didn't have head-to-head studies, or for those pipeline therapies. And again, we were looking for studies of 12 weeks or longer. When we were looking for safety data, we were also including retrospective and prospective cohort studies that were comparing an intervention type to another for those safety outcomes. Again, they had to last a minimum of 12 weeks to really capture that adverse event and safety data. And we also wanted a minimum total sample size of 1,000. So we were looking for the big studies to assess evidence of safety. In terms of the key questions, on this slide now you can see we had 5 key questions. We were looking at the comparative effectiveness of these therapies for multiple sclerosis, and in the second question, the comparative effectiveness in that population of people with clinically isolated syndrome. We've looked at variation in harms by indication, so that's whether people had MS or clinical isolated syndrome, and we were also looking at any variation in effectiveness and harms by subgroup, such as by age, gender, or use of prior disease-modifying therapies. And we also looked at the ongoing studies in TRAIN for multiple sclerosis and clinically isolated syndrome. So now looking at our methods that we used for this report. We searched our standard databases, so that's Ovid, Medline and other core databases, and we searched those from January 2016, which was the search date in the prior report, through to October 15 in 2019. We reran those searches again in February of this year just to make sure that we'd not missed any studies. As you've heard, this is an area where drugs are being approved and trials are being published, in a relatively rapid manner. We checked studies from prior reports against our inclusion criteria for this report. We rated individual study quality, so that's really looking at the risk of bias and how credible those results are. We combined studies using Review Manager for major outcomes, so we were able to meta-analyse many of these outcomes. So we focused really on relapse, disability progression, change in disability, persistence and serious adverse events, and you'll see the data when we move into the findings. We used the grade system, grading of recommendations, assessment, development and evaluation approach for major outcomes to assign a certainty of evidence to each of those outcomes. And looking for those ongoing trials, we searched clinicaltrials.gov and the ISRCT registry for ongoing studies through to March 31st of this year. So just a quick reminder on this next slide about what we mean when we talk about study quality assessment. So when we look at a study and we believe it to be of good quality, it means that the report provided us with clear reports of the methods used and the report on how they've mitigated those potential biases in the report. And they also talk about any conflicts of interest that may have arisen with the authors. When we assign a study of poor quality, it means that we believe that study to have clear flaws that might introduce serious bias into those results. And on the next slide, you can just see a quick reminder of the grade quality of evidence. So this is really an assessment by outcome of the certainty of that evidence. So if we rate the quality of that evidence as being high, it means that we're very confident in that estimate of effect. So for example, that means if research were to be published next week, next month, we believe that that research is very unlikely to change our understanding of the outcome. However, if we assign a quality of evidence or low or very low, it means that there's some uncertainty around that, and particularly when the quality of evidence is very low, it means we've really got very little confidence in that evidence of in that estimate of effect, and subsequently we would expect that any research to be published would substantially likely change our understanding of that outcome. It's worthwhile noting that in the grade system, randomized controlled trials start out at high certainty, and we can downgrade that for a number of features. Non-randomized studies, however, start out at low, so those cohort studies that we might be looking at for adverse events, they can be upgraded, but they tend to start out at low. So now moving into the findings. So on this slide now, you can see the study flow. So we started with 3,682 references. So that's kind of at the top of the slide. And that was after we'd removed the duplicates. We screened 1,000, just over 1,000 of these, so 1,023 at the full text stage. And we excluded 873 articles at that point. If you want to see why we've excluded any particular study, you can find reasons for each study that we excluded in Appendix D of the report. And if you now direct your eye to that bottom left of the green box that's highlighted, you can see that in this report we included 42 randomized controlled trials that comprised 14 new randomized controlled trials since the last report, so those head-to-head or placebo trials for the newer drugs, and we carried forward 28 from the prior report. We identified 41 systematic reviews that we used to check for additional trials to make sure we'd not missed any in our searches. We included 30 non-randomized studies. 22 of those are new in this report, so we carried forward 8 from the prior report. And we also included 38 sister publications. So these are publications related to the primary randomized controlled trial or cohort study. And these often reported on differences in effectiveness or harms by subgroup. So that's related to our key question 3, or on extension studies or longer term outcomes of the initial randomized controlled trial. So now moving into the findings. So this focuses on key questions 1 and 3. So those are comparative effectiveness and harms for multiple sclerosis. So now you can see a diagrammatic representation of the evidence that was eligible for this report for the MS population. We're going to work our way through each head-to-head comparison. Then we'll look at the placebo-controlled trials for interventions that didn't have a head-to-head comparison. And then we'll look at the evidence for the different dosing schedules identified for this report. Overall, for people with MS, we found evidence on 11 head-to-head comparisons reported in 23 randomized controlled trials, 4 placebo-controlled comparisons reported in 6 randomized controlled trials, 1 drug with no eligible trials, one combination trial reported in one randomized controlled trial, and 4 different dosing schedule comparisons reported in 11 randomized controlled trials. So let's start with the first head-to-head comparison. So this is alemtuzumab versus interferon beta-1a. Before we dive into the findings, I just wanted to note that many of the studies compared different doses of these disease-modifying therapies. However, in order to focus this report, we've only focused on FDA-approved doses. So, for example, one study might have evaluated alemtuzumab 24 milligrams, but this is not an FDA-approved dose, so we've not reported it in any great detail, and we've focused very much on the results for the FDA-approved dose of alemtuzumab 12 milligrams. So looking at this comparison of alemtuzumab 12 versus interferon beta-1a 44, we identified 3 randomized controlled trials with 1,472 participants. And you can see those trials in the bottom of the slide. So it's the CARE-MS1 trial, the CARE-MS2 trial, and the CAMS223 trial. We identified each of these trials as being of fair methodological quality because of the lack of blinding, some high and differential loss to follow-up, as well as author conflicts of interest and funding by industry. And what we found was that alemtuzumab significantly reduced relapse at both 24 months. You can see a risk ratio here, a significant risk ratio of 0.65. So it reduced relapses from 42% to 28% at 24 months. And again, a significant reduction at 36 months from 40% to 21%, giving us a risk ratio of 0.52. We assigned that a moderate quality of evidence, so relatively certain, and that was based on a meta-analysis of those nearly 1,500 participants in those 3 randomized controlled trials. Alemtuzumab also significantly reduced disability progression, so that was from 14 to 10%, giving us a risk ratio of 0.73, both at 24 months and at 36 months, with a risk ratio of 0.33. And that was a reduction from 22% to 7%. There's some uncertainty around that, so we're a bit less certain than we were for relapse. Again, that was based on a meta-analysis of these 3 randomized controlled trials. And in terms of disability, alemtuzumab was also associated with significant improvements in disability on that EDSS score at 36 months, with a mean difference of -0.07. At 36 months, but there was no significant difference at 24 months. We assign that as having a low quality of evidence, against some uncertainty, but it is worthwhile noting that those differences were small. So if you remember, the minimal important difference for this was around 0.5 or 1, depending on where you were on the scale. So these differences are very small, and they're unlikely, therefore, to be clinically meaningful. On the next slide, you can see more outcomes from this comparison. So in terms of function, alemtuzumab significantly improved function on that multiple sclerosis functional composite score at 24 months, with a mean difference of 0.10. We assign that as having moderate quality of evidence, again based on a meta-analysis of 2 of those 3 randomized controlled trials. However, if you remember, there isn't a commonly accepted minimal important difference for this outcome, so the clinical importance of that improvement remains uncertain. In terms of persistence, alemtuzumab significantly increased persistence at 36 months from 60% to 81% when compared with interferon beta, again giving us a risk ratio of 1.37, but that difference was not seen at 24 months. Again, we've assigned some a low quality of evidence, or some uncertainty around that. That was based on a meta-analysis of those 3 randomized controlled trials. And in terms of serious adverse events, there were no significant differences between alemtuzumab or interferon beta-1a at 24 or 36 months. However, there's lots of uncertainty around that finding. So moving now on to the comparison of dimethyl fumarate versus glatiramer acetate. We found 1 randomized controlled trial. So you can see at the bottom, this is the confirmed trial, and this included 722 participants. We assigned this a quality assessment of being poor methodological quality because of concerns about author conflicts of interest, funding by industry, and the potential for unblinding in the dimethyl fumarate group. A common reaction to dimethyl fumarate is that of flushing. So that is obvious both to patients who take the drug and may be obvious to actually practitioners if people take the drug not long before any health appointment. It's also worth noting that while this randomized controlled trial, it wasn't designed to test the superiority or non-inferiority of dimethyl fumarate compared with glatiramer acetate. So the authors conducted a post hoc evaluation of that direct comparison, and they state that the statistical testing for this therefore should be considered exploratory and not definitive. So in terms of relapse, we saw no significant difference between dimethyl fumarate and glatiramer acetate. However, there's lots of uncertainty around that estimate based on that single randomized controlled trial. We saw no significant difference either for disability progression, persistence, or serious adverse events. And the quality of evidence does range there from lots of uncertainty for disability progression through to actually we're reasonably certain that there's no significant difference for persistence. Changes in disability and function were not evaluated in this particular trial. So moving now on to the comparison of fingolimod versus interferon beta-1b. Again, we found one randomized controlled trial reporting this head-to-head comparison that included 150 participants with multiple sclerosis. We assessed this trial as being of poor methodological quality because of a lack of reporting of key trial components. So that included information around randomization. There was high and differential losses to follow-up and author conflicts of interest. The authors specifically designed this trial to provide pilot evidence for the effect of fingolimod and interferon beta-1b on cognitive MRI and clinical outcomes. And again, like the previous trial, a direct comparison between fingolimod and interferon beta-1b was not a pre-specified objective. So looking at relapse, fingolimod did reduce relapse rates numerically, but the statistical significance of that reduction wasn't clear. So we have an annualized relapse rate of 0.12 with fingolimod versus 0.39 in the interferon beta-1b group, but a p-value was not reported. We assign that a low quality of evidence, so a reasonable amount of uncertainty there based on this single randomized controlled trial in 157 participants. There was no significant difference in terms of disability. Again, lots of uncertainty around that, and the differences are small for that measure, and again, unlikely to be clinically meaningful. However, there was a difference in terms of persistence. So fingolimod was associated with significantly increased persistence. So in fingolimod, the persistence was 91% compared to 59% in the interferon beta-1b group, giving us a risk ratio of 1.56. We have a moderate quality of evidence for this, so we're relatively certain. And there was no significant difference in terms of serious adverse events. Again, in this trial, disability progression and changes in function weren't evaluated. So now we move on to the comparison of fingolimod versus interferon beta-1a. Again, this is a single randomized controlled trial of 866 adults with MS. This is the Transforms trial. We assess this trial as being of fair methodological quality because of concerns about the potential for unblinding because of adverse events, author conflicts of interest, and again, funding by industry. What this trial showed was that fingolimod did significantly reduce relapse rates. So the annualized relapse rate was 0.16 with fingolimod compared to 0.33 with interferon beta-1a. We assign that as being of low quality of evidence, so some uncertainty there. And both for disability progression and disability, there were no significant differences between these two therapies. Both of these outcomes had a low quality of evidence, so some uncertainty around those. So on the next slide, we look at the other outcomes from the Transforms trial. So you can see function as measured by the MS Functional Composite Scale, no significant difference there, as well as no significant difference for either persistence or serious adverse events. We've got a little bit more certainty around that outcome of persistence, but a reasonable amount of uncertainty, both for those outcomes of function and serious adverse events. So moving now on to the comparison of fingolimod versus injectable disease-modifying therapies. So these disease-modifying therapies used in the PREFIRMS trial, it's a single trial for this comparison. Those injectable disease-modifying therapies were specifically interferon beta-1a, interferon beta-1b, and glatiramer acetate. And these comparisons were evaluated in 875 participants. We assessed the PREFIRMS trial as being of poor methodological quality because of concerns about the lack of blinding, high and differential loss to follow-up, as well again as author conflicts of interest and funding by industry. The trial showed no significant difference in relapse between fingolimod and those injectable disease-modifying therapies. However, there's some uncertainty around that outcome. However, fingolimod was associated with significantly increased persistence. So fingolimod had a persistence rate of 86% compared with 77% in the injectable disease-modifying therapies group, giving us a significant risk ratio of 1.11. However, some uncertainty around that estimate. However, fingolimod also was associated with significantly increased numbers of serious adverse events. So that was a rate of 3.5% in the injectable disease-modifying therapies compared with 7%. So that's 3.5% versus 7% in the fingolimod group, giving us a risk ratio of 1.91. Again, some uncertainty around that estimate of effect. Disease progression and changes in disability and function weren't evaluated in the PREFIRMS trial. So now moving on to our comparison of glatiramer acetate versus interferon beta-1b. We found two trials for this particular comparison that represented 1,420 participants, and these are the BECOME and BEYOND trials. We assessed the BECOME trial as being of poor methodological quality because of the lack of blinding, a small sample size, author conflicts of interest and funding by industry. However, the BEYOND trial we assessed as being of fair methodological quality because of concerns of the method of analysis. They used a per protocol analysis rather than the gold standard of an intention to treat analysis. And again, author conflicts of interest and funding by industry. Based on these two trials, we found no significant difference in terms of relapse between glatiramer acetate and interferon beta-1b, nor any difference in disability progression, persistence, or in terms of serious adverse events. The majority of evidence we assessed as being of low quality evidence, so again, some uncertainty. However, we were more certain around that estimate for persistence. Changes in disability and function weren't measured in these two trials. So moving now onto the comparison of glatiramer acetate versus interferon beta-1a, we found 3 randomized controlled trials looking at these comparisons that represented 1,438 participants. So we have the Calabrese trial, the CombiRx trial, and the Regard trial. We assessed the CombiRx trial as being of fair methodological quality with concerns around high loss to follow-up and author conflicts of interest. However, both Calabrese and the Regard trial we assessed as being of poor methodological quality because of concerns about randomization and blinding processes, high and differential loss to follow-up, particularly in Regard, again, author conflicts of interest and funding by industry. From these 3 trials, we found no significant difference at 24 or 36 months in terms of relapse, although the proportion was numerically lower with glatiramer acetate at 36 months, but that didn't reach statistical significance. Some uncertainty around those that outcome findings with a low quality of evidence. There was no significant difference between these 2 therapies, either for disability progression or for disability measured on the EDSS scale. Those 2 outcomes were assigned a very low and a low quality of evidence. So again, uncertainty around those outcomes. And on the next slide, you can see that again, between these 2 therapies, no significant difference in terms of function or for serious adverse events. However, glatiramer was associated with a significantly increased persistence at both 24 months, so that was a persistence rate of 86% compared with 79% in the interferon beta-1a at 24 months, and at 36 months, the persistence rate in glatiramer acetate was 86% compared with 80% in the interferon beta-1a group. Both of those differences give us statistically significant risk ratios. However, there's some uncertainty around those with a low quality of evidence. So moving now into the comparison of interferon beta-1b versus interferon beta-1a. We identified 5 randomized controlled trials that looked at this comparison, but they all had relatively small sample sizes, so our total number for these 5 trials was only 738. Now, these populations generally had relapsing remitting MS, but one trial also included people with clinically isolated syndrome. So we have the incoming trial that we assessed as being of fair methodological quality because of a lack of blinding. And then the 4 other trials we assessed as being of poor methodological quality because of a lack of blinding, the use of per protocol analysis in one trial. And then other trials again had very limited reporting around the methods that they used, the participants that were included in the trial, as well as having a lack of blinding. So based on these 5 trials, you can see that there was no significant difference at 24 months, lots of uncertainty around that. That was based on a meta-analysis of 3 of the 5 randomized controlled trials. No significant difference for disease progression, lots of uncertainty around that, and no significant difference for disability. However, we're relatively certain around that. That was based on a meta-analysis of 4 of the 5 randomized controlled trials. And on the next slide, you can see the outcomes of function and disability progression. In terms of function, they only used a single component of that composite multiple sclerosis functioning score, and this was the paced auditory serial addition test. And they found that that significantly improved the difference between groups of 9.04 with interferon beta-1b compared with interferon beta-1a. However, lots of uncertainty, and that's only reported in one trial that included 63 participants, and we're really unsure whether that's a clinically meaningful difference in those groups, and no significant difference between those 2 therapies at 24 months, and we're relatively certain about that. In these trials, interestingly, serious adverse events weren't evaluated in any of those trials. Now we move on to the comparison of ocrelizumab versus interferon beta-1a. This was based on 3 randomized controlled trials in 1,767 adults with relapsing remitting MS and relapsing MS. So this was the OPERA-1 and the OPERA-2 trials and Kapos et al. We assessed the trial by Kapos et al. As being of poor methodological quality because of concerns about lack of blinding again. This trial also had a shorter length of follow-up compared to many of the other trials, as well as having author conflicts of interest and funding by industry. We assessed both of the OPERA trials as being of fair methodological quality because of concerns about author conflicts of interest and industry funding. In terms of relapse, you will see that ocrelizumab was associated with a significantly reduced relapse. So in the OPERA trials, and interestingly, the annualized relapse rates were identical in these 2 trials. So ocrelizumab had an annualized relapse rate of 0.13 versus an annualized relapse rate of 0.36 in the interferon beta-1a group. And in the other trial, the Kapos trial, those comparisons were 0.16 versus 0.29. Both of those were statistically significant. However, there's some uncertainty around that outcome. Ocrelizumab was also associated with significantly reduced disease progression. So that was a progression of 9% with ocrelizumab compared with 14% in the interferon beta-1a group, giving us a significant hazard ratio of 0.60. Again, some uncertainty around that based on a pooled analysis. And on the next slide, you can now see again that same comparison of ocrelizumab versus interferon beta-1a. And we can see that ocrelizumab did appear to significantly improve functioning. So the mean difference was 0.07. We're relatively certain about that. However, the clinical importance of that difference is not clear. Again, that's a small difference between the two groups. Ocrelizumab was also associated with significantly increased persistence at 24 months. So that was a persistence rate of 88% compared with 80% in the interferon beta-1a group, giving us a risk ratio of 1.10. However, there was no difference seen at that earlier time point at the 6-month measurement. Again, lots of uncertainty around that with a low quality of evidence. And there was no significant difference between these two therapies in terms of adverse events. So moving now into our more pipeline therapies, subsequently since approved by the FDA, the comparison of ozanimod versus interferon beta-1a. So this was 2 randomized controlled trials, the Radiance phase 3 trial and the Sunbeam trial, that represented 2,666 adults with relapsing multiple sclerosis. We assess both of these trials as being of fair methodological quality because of concerns about author conflicts of interest and funding by industry. Ozanimod did appear to significantly reduce relapse in the Sunbeam trial. You can see the rate ratio there of 0.69. With a significant confidence interval, and there's different doses of ozanimod here. If you remember, at the time of writing this report, we didn't have an FDA approved dose, so we included all those different doses as relevant information. However, there's lots of uncertainty around this with a low quality of evidence. There was no significant difference in terms of disability progression between these two therapies, and change in disability was not evaluated in these two trials. So looking now at the outcomes of function for this comparison, you can see that ozanimod significantly improved function. So the mean difference was 0.10 for that 0.5 milligram dose, but there was no significant difference between these two therapies when using the ozanimod 1 milligram dose. However, there's lots of uncertainty around this with a very low quality of evidence. And again, the clinical importance of this difference is not clear. There's no commonly accepted minimal important difference for this particular composite score. There was no significant difference between therapies in terms of persistence with moderate quality of evidence or for serious adverse events with lots of uncertainty, a very low quality of evidence. Moving now onto the comparison of teriflunomide, 7 milligram or 14 milligram versus interferon beta-1a, we found 1 randomized controlled trial in 324 adults with relapsing MS. So that's the TENAIR trial. This was a fair methodological quality because of concerns about high and differential loss to follow-up, author conflicts of interest, and again, funding by industry. So teriflunomide 7 did significantly reduce those relapse rates, so an annualized relapse rate of 0.1 versus 0.22, but no significant differences with the 14 milligram. In terms of persistence, again, teriflunomide 7 appeared to significantly increase persistence rates from 68% in the interferon beta-1a group to 82% in that teriflunomide 7 group. But the difference was only marginal for that 14 milligram dose of teriflunomide. Lots of uncertainty around that. Again, in terms of serious adverse events, teriflunomide 7 seemed to increase the number of serious adverse events when compared with interferon beta-1a, but the difference wasn't significant, and there was no significant differences with the 14 milligram. However, lots of uncertainty. Disability progression and changes in disability and function weren't evaluated in this trial. So now we're moving to the comparisons of the newer therapies versus placebo. So you can see this is the cladribine 3.5 milligram per kilo versus placebo. We had 1 trial at this point in time with 870 participants, and it was the Clarity trial. This was assessed as being of poor methodological quality because of concerns about baseline differences between those treatment groups, and again, funding by industry. What we found was that cladribine did appear to significantly reduce relapse, as well as significantly reduce progression to disability. We assigned both of those as being of low quality of evidence for those outcomes. Cladribine also appeared to significantly increase persistence from 87% in the placebo group to 92% in the cladribine group, giving us a risk ratio of 1.06. And we're relatively certain about that with a moderate quality of evidence. There was no significant difference between these two groups for serious adverse events. And then we have the ONWARD trial. So this compared cladribine plus continued interferon beta with placebo versus continued interferon beta alone. So this is the ONWARD trial in 172 adults with relapsing remitting MS or secondary progressive MS with relapses. We assess this as being of poor methodological quality because of concerns about high and differential loss to follow-up, author conflicts of interest and funding by industry. Cladribine did appear to significantly reduce those relapse rates. So we have an annualized relapse rate of 0.32 in the continued interferon beta group compared with 0.12 in the cladribine group. There was no significant difference for disability progression or serious adverse events, but cladribine again did appear to significantly actually reduce persistence. So more people continued on interferon beta interferon beta with 81% compared with people who continued with cladribine, which was only 65%. However, there's lots of uncertainty around that. For the comparison of diroximel fumarate, we actually didn't identify any eligible studies for that particular drug, and we'll return to that later in the discussion. Moving on to the comparison of ozanimod 0.5 and 1 milligram versus placebo, we found one randomized controlled trial in 250 adults with relapsing MS, and this is the Radiance phase 2 trial. This was assessed as being of poor methodological quality because of concerns about baseline differences, short duration of follow-up, and author conflicts in funding by industry. There was no significant difference for any of the outcomes, so neither for relapse, for persistence, or for serious adverse events, and those have all got different levels of certainty assigned to them. Disability progression and changes in disability and function weren't evaluated in the Radiance phase 2 trial. Then the next placebo-controlled trial, so this is an older drug that we didn't find any head-to-head comparisons for. So this is PEG interferon beta 1A. We found one trial of just over 1,000 participants. It's the advanced trial that we assessed as being of fair methodological quality because of concerns about differential loss to follow-up, again, conflicts and funded by industry. PEG interferon beta 1A was associated with significantly reduced relapse rates. So you can see the annualized relapse rates there. However, there was some uncertainty around that. PEG interferon beta 1A was also associated with significantly reduced disease progression, and we're relatively certain about that, as well as significantly reduced persistence. So again, people didn't continue on PEG interferon beta 1A as long as they did do with the placebo. And we're relatively certain about that with a moderate quality of evidence. However, there was no significant difference for serious adverse events, and changes in disability and function were not evaluated. So next we look at two trials reporting on the comparison of siponimod versus placebo. The two trials here are the EXPAND trial that actually included 1,651 adults with that secondary progressive form of MS, and one trial in 88 adults with relapsing remitting MS, and that's the BOLD trial. Both of these trials were of fair methodological quality because of concerns about author conflicts and industry funding. Siponimod did appear to significantly reduce relapse both in that relapsing remitting population of MS and in that secondary progressive population, and you can see the annualized relapse rates there. We've got a moderate quality of evidence, so we're relatively certain about those results. Siponimod also appeared to significantly reduce disability progression, giving us a statistically significant hazard ratio. However, there's a little bit more uncertainty around that outcome. And now looking at the outcomes of function, persistence, and serious adverse events, you can see there was no significant difference for either of those outcomes, and there is uncertainty with each of those outcomes either being of low or very low quality of evidence. So moving now into the trials that compare those different dosing schedules. For dimethyl fumarate, we had 2 randomized controlled trials, both of poor methodological quality for reasons that you heard for those other dimethyl fumarate trials. So these were the confirm and define trials in 1,577 participants, and they compared dosing of 240 milligrams both twice versus 3 times a day. No significant difference in any of those outcomes, and low to moderate quality of evidence. The glutamate acetate doses were compared in 2 trials, the Confidence and Glacier trials, and that compared 20 milligrams versus 40 milligrams 3 times a week. Both of those were assessed as being of poor methodological quality, and we found no significant difference in persistence by dose, and no clear association of dose and serious adverse events. Moderate quality of evidence for the persistence, but lots of uncertainty for that outcome with serious adverse events. We also found 1 trial looking at the different comparison on this next slide of interferon beta 1A. So this was 4 randomized controlled trials in nearly 2,000 adults with relapsing remitting MS, as well as MS and that clinically isolated syndrome. They compared subcutaneous 3 times a week versus intramuscular once a week. No clear association with relapse by dose. However, there's lots of uncertainty. There was also no significant difference in those other outcomes of disability, persistence, or serious adverse events. However, again, lots of uncertainty. And then we have the advanced trial, which compared different doses of peg interferon beta 1A, and that compared doses every 2 weeks versus every 4 weeks. The recommended dose is actually 125 micrograms every 2 weeks. Again, there was no significant differences in those 2 doses for those outcomes you can see on the slide, and we graded that as low to moderate quality of evidence. And then next, looking at that combination trial. So this was a single randomized controlled trial, the CombiRx, that looked at that combination of glutamate acetate plus interferon beta 1A. This was assessed in 1,008 participants, and it had fair methodological quality because of concerns about high loss to follow-up. That combination was associated with relapse when compared with interferon beta 1A alone, but it was not significantly different between the combination and glutamate acetate alone. However, some uncertainty around that. There was no significant difference between groups for disability progression. Again, however, lots of uncertainty there with a low quality of evidence. And looking next at the outcomes of function and serious adverse events. On this next slide, you can see no significant difference between that combination versus the use of the drugs alone, low quality of evidence. However, there was reduced persistence with that combination when compared with glutamate acetate alone, but not when compared with interferon beta 1A alone. So now we move into the findings for this second population of the CIS, that clinically isolated syndrome. So on this next slide, you can see the diagrammatic representation of these trials. And this represents 5 placebo-controlled comparisons from 8 randomized controlled trials and 1 dosing comparison for interferon beta 1A. What you can see here, this is far less of a network than actually for the population in MS, and there's no head-to-head comparisons. So first of all, let's look at the comparison of cladribine versus placebo. Again, a single randomized controlled trial in 412 adults with a first CIS. This trial was of poor methodological quality because of concerns about high and differential loss to follow-up, as well as early termination of this particular study. However, cladribine did appear to significantly reduce that conversion to MS, and you can see the hazard ratio there of 0.33 that's statistically significant, and we're relatively certain around that. However, it is worth noting that cladribine is not FDA approved for use in people with clinically isolated syndrome because of concerns about safety. So that is a caveat for this trial. Cladribine was also associated with significantly reduced persistence when compared with placebo. However, there was no significant difference between groups in terms of serious adverse events. Looking at the comparison on the next slide of glutyramate acetate versus placebo, you can see that glutyramate acetate was associated with reduced conversion to MS. So this was reported in the PRECISE trial. So this was 481 adults with a unifocal neurological event, and we assessed this as having a fair methodological quality, not least because of concerns about early termination of the study. So glutyramate did reduce that conversion to MS, and we're relatively certain about that. And there was no significant differences between glutyramate acetate and placebo in terms of persistence or in terms of serious adverse events. Other outcomes of interest weren't reported in the PRECISE trial. So moving now on to the BENEFIT trial. This compared interferon beta-1b versus placebo in 487 adults with a first clinically demyelinating event. We assessed this as being of fair methodological quality because of concerns about author conflicts and industry funding. Interferon beta-1b was associated with significantly reduced conversion to MS. You can see a hazard ratio there of 0.50, and the conversion rate was 45% in the placebo group compared to 28% in that interferon beta-1b group, and we're reasonably certain about that. There was no significant difference for the outcomes of persistence or serious adverse events. However, there was some uncertainty around both of those. And then looking now at the comparison of interferon beta-1a versus placebo, we identified 4 randomized controlled trials for this comparison in 1,241 adults with a first CIS. So that's ETOMS reflex champs and the PAC-DMAN trial. The majority of these were assessed as being of fair methodological quality, with just that PAC-DMAN trial being assessed as being of poor methodological quality, primarily because of a lack of reporting. And we found that interferon beta-1b was associated with significantly reduced rates of conversion to MS at 2 years. You can see the risk ratio there of 0.80, and at 3 years with a risk ratio of 0.62. However, we are relatively uncertain about that. There was no significant differences for the outcomes of disability, persistence, or serious adverse events. Again, the quality there ranges from very low to moderate for persistence. We also found one trial, the TOPIC trial, that compared teriflunomide with placebo in people with a first clinical episode suggestive of MS, and this was in 617 participants. And this trial was of fair methodological quality, primarily because of concerns about high loss to follow-up. Teriflunomide was associated with a significant reduction in that conversion to MS, both for the dose of 7 mg and for the 14 mg doses. However, some uncertainty with the low quality of evidence. There was no significant differences for disability progression. However, teriflunomide was associated with a significant improvement in disability, a statistically significant improvement in disability. However, again, those differences are very small and unlikely to be clinically meaningful, and there's some uncertainty around that outcome. And on the next slide, you can just see the final outcomes from that TOPIC trial. There was no significant differences for function, persistence, or serious adverse events. Each of those with low quality evidence. And we found that single trial that you can see on this next slide that looks at the different dosing schedule for interferon beta-1b. So this was the reflex trial in 346 adults with a first episode. They were randomized to subcutaneous injections of interferon beta-1a 44 3 times a week, or subcutaneous interferon beta-1a 44 once a week. This was a fair methodological quality because of author conflicts and industry funding. And you can see there was no significant difference in terms of conversion to MS, in persistence, or in serious adverse events. Again, the range of quality of evidence is from very low to moderate for persistence. Now moving into the findings for key questions 1 to 3, so the comparative harms for MS and CIS from those large non-randomized studies. So I'm just going to give you a headline here. You can see the details in the report, but we identified 30 studies that looked at the comparative harms of these disease-modifying therapies. The majority of studies were fair methodological quality. Again, that common theme about author conflicts of interest and industry funding. The rest we assessed as being of poor methodological quality because they really didn't adjust for confounding. So it's very difficult to know if any differences seen are really due to the disease-modifying therapy or if it might be due to some other factor in those populations. 24 studies reported on treatment continuation or switching, and that was in those particular drugs listed there. And 6 studies specifically reported on serious adverse events. So one cohort study reported on non-specific serious adverse events, and they compared the risk of serious adverse events by treatment. And overall, they found no significant differences between interferon beta-1a, glatiramer acetate, and fingolimod. We identified one cohort study that looked at liver injury, which found that the risk of liver injury did appear to be increased with multiple sclerosis therapies, including the interferons and newer therapies, specifically alemtuzumab, teriflunomide, and fingolimod. We found one study that looked at progressive multifocal leukoencephalopathy, and they found that fingolimod and dimethyl fumarate were associated with an increased risk of PML. We found 2 studies that looked at infection rates. One study found a lower risk of infection with interferon beta and glatiramer acetate. However, another study found that the risk of infection was no higher with those first-generation MS drugs, but there did appear to be an increased risk with second-generation drugs as a class, but not when those individual drugs were evaluated alone. We also found some evidence that there were some signals of increased risk of cancer with these therapies, but the results appeared to be non-significant. However, there was a large effect, albeit non-significant. And we found no comparison of harms by indication. So that was by MS or for CIS. So now look at the findings in that variation by subgroup. You can see on the next slide that, as anticipated, the randomized controlled trials didn't consistently assess effectiveness or harms by subgroups. So we do have some information in the report on age, prior treatment, number of prior relapses, disease activity, etc., and you can find that in the report. However, it's really difficult to draw robust conclusions because, as I said, these are not consistently measured across those studies we identified. In terms of the review itself, it's worthwhile noting there's a couple of limitations. We only included papers that were published in English. We tried hard to find those sister publications and non-randomized studies, but they can be harder to identify than randomized controlled trials. And we were limited to direct comparisons for most drugs. So as you heard, many of those comparisons only had a single randomized controlled trial. So moving now into the key question 5 on those ongoing studies, and I'll just run through these quickly. On the next slide, you can see the details. We found 2 ongoing randomized controlled trials, both in adults without the relapsing remitting form of MS. They were due to complete in 2020. However, neither of those trials evaluated the newer drugs. One trial is of particular interest because that does compare PEG interferon beta-1a with interferon beta-1a or 1b. If you remember, we had to use a placebo-controlled trial for that intervention because at that point there weren't any eligible head-to-head randomized controlled trials, so that will be of interest. And we found 5 ongoing cohort studies focusing on harms. You can see they range in sample size, and again, the majority are due to complete before the end of this year. So moving on finally now to the discussion. You can see on this next slide that when comparing the disease-modifying therapies directly, alemtuzumab, fingolimod, ocrelizumab, and teriflunomide appear to significantly reduce relapses and are not associated with increased significant serious adverse events when compared with other therapies. It also appears that cladribine and siponimod are significantly more effective than placebo. Ozanimod at either of those doses does not appear to be effective. We also had a question about the presence of neutralizing antibodies and how that might affect the effectiveness of the treatment, and we found that the presence of those antibodies did not appear to reduce effectiveness. And patient factors such as age and prior treatment may have some impact on the effectiveness. However, again, those subgroup analyses are not reported consistently across studies, which may limit our ability to draw robust conclusions. And in terms of the disease-modifying therapies for CIS, which you can see on the next slide, again, the therapies that were reviewed, which include cladribine, glutamate acetate, interferon beta-1b and 1a and teriflunomide, did appear to significantly reduce that conversion to MS compared with placebo. They also did not appear to be associated with significantly more serious adverse events. And there's some evidence that we show you in the report that women may benefit more than men from glutamate acetate and interferon beta-1a. So in terms of the safety, treatment discontinuations or switches appear to be significantly lower with fingolimod and dimethyl fumarate. So, you know, disease-modifying therapies we know are likely to have adverse events, and they do differ in their safety profile. But also the route of administration, so we have oral or injectable therapies, is also likely to affect patient adherence and therefore clinical outcomes. And overall, the risk of specific adverse events does appear to be higher with some disease-modifying therapies, and that includes liver injury, that PML, and the risk of infection with interferon beta and glutamate acetate. And I just wanted to give you an update quickly on the next slide on the new disease-modifying therapies. It's worthwhile noting that the FDA approval in 2019 of diroximel fumarate wasn't based on any trials of diroximel fumarate directly. It was based on bioavailability studies comparing oral dimethyl fumarate delayed release with diroximel fumarate delayed release capsules, as well as 2 placebo-controlled trials of dimethyl fumarate. We did identify 1 ongoing study and 1 published study on the efficacy and safety of diroximel fumarate that have been published since the FDA approval. However, none of them would have met our eligibility criteria for this report. As I said, ozanimod was approved in March of this year based on the Sunbeam and Radiance phase 3 trials that we've just reported on. And monomethyl fumarate was also approved on April of this year using that same evidence base as used for diroximel fumarate. Thank you. And apologies for going over time.
Beth, thank you very much. This is Ginny Bucola, committee chair. Thanks, that was a really detailed report. And we have some stakeholders, but maybe let's take a second to see if the committee has any questions for Beth. Okay, thanks again. Oh, there's Alex. Sorry, go ahead.
Question. Beth, thank you again. Amazingly detailed report. Just a question on slide 67 when you talk about ozanimod. So you're saying it does not appear to be effective, but just looking over the individual reports, it seemed like there was improved function, there was reduced relapse rate. Was there something else about ozanimod that was of concern to you during the review?
Well, I think you're right. It does appear to significantly reduce relapse rates compared with interferon beta-1a. So that's in that head-to-head comparison. When you look at relapse rates compared with placebo, there's no significant difference. So if you just look at the placebo-controlled trial, there's no significant difference for relapse, persistence, or serious adverse events. Measures of disability weren't reported. When you look at that comparison versus interferon beta-1a, there are some differences and difference in function, but the clinical importance of that difference is not clear. So I guess it depends on how much reliance you just put on that single positive reduction in relapse rates when compared with interferon beta-1a. We give that a low quality of evidence, so there's some uncertainty around that. So I think it depends how much weight you would put on a low quality of evidence single positive result.
I see. Okay, thank you. So the comparison with placebo was less admirable then. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a single trial. So again, it's low quality. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong slide. Get the right one. It's a single trial again of poor methodological quality, so low quality of evidence there. So, you know, there's lots of uncertainty even for non-significant and positive effects.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee for Beth?
Hi, Beth. Leah Marcotte. Thank you so much for the presentation. It just struck me that there was so little even moderate quality evidence. Is there any kind of ongoing comparative effectiveness trials, or you know, can we expect to have better evidence and specifically non-industry funded data for these medications?
I mean, I think you're absolutely right. You know, the vast majority of these trials were funded by industry and had people involved with, you know, very obvious conflicts of interest in many cases. You can see from the ongoing studies, there don't appear to be that many ongoing studies. I think we found 2. However, it is a relatively rapidly moving area. You know, as I said, when we started out, there were 13 approved studies. Now there's at least 14, maybe more. But I think you're right, they are more likely to be industry funded, you know, which does bring some concern, you know, some potential for risk of bias. So I don't think things are likely to change in terms of that aspect.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
It's worthwhile noting that, you know, that quality of evidence isn't just based on risk of bias, though. There is information around how precise the result is, you know, and how consistent those results are. So that certainty isn't just based on whether a study is funded by industry or not.
Thanks again, Beth. It's really been a helpful review and great questions that you've answered. I appreciate it. We're going to move, I guess, go ahead to our move to our 3 stakeholders. So we have Wendy Bebeau with Bristol Myers Squibb, Linda Finch with Biogen, and Shirley Wynn Quach with Novartis. If there are any other stakeholders, just be sure your hand is raised so that Lita Vasquez can identify you. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to Wendy. Again, as a reminder, each stakeholder has 3 minutes, and I'll come in to remind you towards the end of your time. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning. This is Wendy Bebeau. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, first, thank you for giving me the time. So as I mentioned, I am Wendy Bebeau, an epidemiologist and currently a field health economics and outcomes research scientist with Bristol Myers Squibb. Today I will be presenting Zeposia, or ozanimod, which is a once daily oral sphingosine 1-phosphate or S1P receptor modulator that was recently approved in the US in March 2020 for the treatment of relapsing forms of MS, including clinically isolated syndrome, relapse-remitting disease, and active secondary progressive disease in adults. Just to highlight, Zeposia was studied in 2 active controlled registrational phase 3 trials that demonstrated its efficacy and safety against interferon beta 1A. Sunbeam was a 1-year study, and Radiance was a 2-year study. Again, both used an active comparator, and both showed statistically significant reductions in annualized relapse rates, which was the primary endpoint, and fewer treatment emergent adverse events relative to Avonex. A matching adjusted indirect comparison analysis was conducted comparing Zeposia to Gilenya or fingolimod. This study compared key 1- and 2-year safety and efficacy outcomes between Zeposia and Gilenya, adjusting for cross-trial differences in patient data from their respective pivotal clinical trials. For key safety outcomes, such as conduction abnormalities, blood pressure, and adverse events, Zeposia had statistically significant lower rates or risk against Gilenya. There are no statistically significant differences in key efficacy outcomes, such as annualized relapse rate, between the 2 products. Additional endpoints and safety information are reported in the corresponding peer-reviewed publications and in the PI. Lastly, I'd like to highlight a couple of the key attributes associated with Zeposia. It is a once daily oral capsule. Zeposia is the only S1P modulator to not have a first dose observation. Zeposia does not require genetic testing prior to initiation, and it does not require ophthalmic testing for most patients. There are other routine assessments and requirements before initiating treatment with Zeposia, and those are specified in the PI and in the submission to the committee. So based on the clinical evidence and the key attributes I described, especially from the phase 3 clinical trials that used an active comparator, we respectfully request that Zeposia be added to the PDL as a preferred agent in accordance with FDA approved label. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak today.
Thanks very much, Wendy. This is Jenny Bucola, just opening it up to the committee if there's any questions for Wendy. Okay, thanks a lot. We're going to move next to Linda Finch with Biogen. Linda, when you're unmuted, you'll have 3 minutes to share your testimony.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name's Linda Finch, and I'm a medical value liaison with Biogen. And today I'm requesting that the committee consider adding Vumerity to the preferred drug list. So Vumerity, or diroximel fumarate, is a novel oral fumarate that was approved by the FDA on October 30th, 2019 for the treatment of relapsing forms of MS to include clinically isolated syndrome, relapsing remitting MS, and active secondary progressive MS in adults. Vumerity does have a distinct chemical structure from Tecfidera. It is not actually a biosimilar, as was mentioned, but it is converted to the same active metabolite, monomethyl fumarate. It was approved through the 505(b)(2) pathway by demonstrating bioequivalence to Tecfidera. Because of this bioequivalence, we can expect to see the same efficacy and safety profile as Tecfidera, and it carries the same warnings and precautions in the label. However, Vumerity has demonstrated an improved GI tolerability profile compared to Tecfidera or dimethyl fumarate, as reported in the Evolve MS2 study. This study was published in January 2020. It was not included in the DUR review. The Evolve MS2 study is a phase 3 randomized head-to-head double-blind study that evaluated GI tolerability for Vumerity versus Tecfidera in over 500 patients with relapsing MS. Patients that were treated with Vumerity experienced a statistically significant 46% reduction in GI symptoms compared with patients treated with Tecfidera, and they had lower rates of all GI adverse events that were evaluated, including nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, and abdominal pain. The adverse events leading to study discontinuation were reported in 1.6% of Vumerity patients versus 6% of Tecfidera patients, and the GI discontinuation rates were 0.8% for Vumerity and 4.8% for Tecfidera. So overall, Vumerity demonstrated an improved GI tolerability profile with less severe GI adverse events, fewer days of GI symptoms, fewer GI adverse events, and lower discontinuation rates due to those adverse events. And in recently presented studies, Vumerity was associated with less interference of GI symptoms on daily activities and work productivity, resulting in less missed work hours than in patients treated with Tecfidera. And the reason why this matters is that while Tecfidera had only a 4% discontinuation rate in clinical studies, in real-world studies, these rates could be as high as 20%. Also, while the GI events resolve in the first month or two for the majority of patients, there are some patients who suffer prolonged GI intolerability with dimethyl fumarate. As you know, MS is a heterogeneous disease, and in this progressive illness, it's important to have access to medications that are both efficacious and tolerable in order to maintain adherence and prevent relapses and disability progression. The available disease-modifying therapies all have different mechanisms of action, monitoring requirements, drug interactions, contraindications, and tolerability profiles, and all of these parameters factor into appropriate drug selection. So in conclusion, I respectfully ask that you consider adding Vumerity to your PDL as an option for your patients with relapsing forms of MS. And thank you for your time, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you, Linda. This is Jenny Bucola again, just opening it back up to the committee if there are any questions for Linda. Okay, thank you. And then next up is Shirley Wynn Quach with Novartis.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Shirley, go ahead.
Perfect. So good morning, Washington P&T Committee members. My name is Shirley Quach, and I am a Population Health Account Manager at Novartis Pharmaceuticals. I want to first thank you for your thorough and thoughtful review of the DMTs for multiple sclerosis and for this opportunity to share information about Kesimpta as part of your review. So Kesimpta was FDA approved in August of this year for the treatment of relapsing forms of MS. Kesimpta is the first fully human anti-CD20 monoclonal antibody for targeted B-cell therapy in RMS and offers the advantage of being self-administered as compared to other anti-CD20 monoclonal antibodies, which are administered by IV infusion. Despite multiple disease or DMTs being available for the treatment of MS, there still remains no standard treatment guideline, and providers tend to make trade-offs between efficacy and safety when choosing which agents they should use. Kesimpta offers providers a highly efficacious MS agent with a favorable safety profile via a monthly self-administered injection. The efficacy of Kesimpta was studied in 2 identical phase 3 trials called Asclepios 1 and Asclepios 2. These randomized studies compare the efficacy and safety of Kesimpta versus teriflunomide in patients with RMS. The primary endpoint of the studies was annualized relapse rate, and in both studies, they met their primary endpoint and showed that Kesimpta significantly lowered the ARR compared to teriflunomide. It was a 51% and 59% relative reduction in both Asclepios 1 and 2. Kesimpta also significantly reduced the risk of 3-month and 6-month confirmed disability progression versus teriflunomide. It was 34.4% and 32.5%, and also significantly reduced the number of GD-positive T1 lesions and the rate of new or enlarging T2 lesions. The most common adverse reactions for Kesimpta is upper respiratory infection, headache, injection-related reactions, and local injection site reactions. In both of these studies, though, the safety profile for Kesimpta was comparable to the comparator arm, which is teriflunomide. In summary, Kesimpta has the power, precision, and flexibility to help MS patients control their disease and offers a highly efficacious self-administered B-cell therapy with a good safety profile. With that, Novartis respectfully requests that Kesimpta be added as a preferred agent on the Washington Medicaid PDL. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have for me. Thank you.
This is Jenny Bucola. Thanks, Shirley. Any questions from the committee? Okay, I want to ask Lita Abascus if there are any other stakeholders. I thought I saw a hand.
Hi, this is Lita. So we have Kyle Downey from Gentech. I'm unmuting you now.
Thank you.
Kyle, it shows that you are self-muted.
Self-muted. I'm sorry about that. Thank you, Lita, for unmuting me, and to the Washington State P&T Committee members. My name's Kyle Downey. I'm with Genentech as the Medical Affairs Executive Director here in the Northwest, and I'm here to testify about Ocrevus. Ocrevus is a CD20-directed cytolytic antibody that's indicated for adult patients for both relapsing, remitting forms and primary progressive forms of multiple sclerosis. Ocrevus placement therapy for PPMS is really the first and only FDA-approved agent for the treatment of PPMS patients. As well, in RMS, Ocrevus offers a treatment option for patients who are either treatment naive or treatment experienced patients, showing a reduction compared to other patients in their overall symptoms. Thank you for the DUR Committee to review the Ocrevus studies in their review. They were looked at in RMS in the OPERA 1 and 2 studies around compared to subcutaneous interferon beta 1A. The data showed again that reduction in annualized relapse rates of 46 and 47% in both the OPERA 1 and 2 trials, as well as the confirmed disability progression data. In addition, an analysis on open label extension patients looked in the OPERA trials for patients that were switched or continued on therapy at the end of year 6.5 compared to 4.5 years. Those patients receiving Ocrevus in the open line extension had persistent reductions in their annualized relapse rates, and patients switched from interferon beta 1A to Ocrevus had a rapid reduction in their annualized relapse rates. In addition, the efficacy in the PPMS clinical trials on the Ontario data was evaluated in a phase 3 clinical study that looked at patients treated at 120 weeks. We saw a reduction in the 12-week confirmed disability progression by 24% and 25% at 24 weeks. In addition, the time 25-foot walk progression rates was reduced by 29%. Last, talking about some of the real-world evidence, there was a U.S. commercial claims analysis done looking at persistency and adherence of Ocrevus compared to other injectable, oral, or intravenous agents at 18 months. Persistence was higher in the Ocrevus group at 83% compared to 60% for IV patients, 59% for oral patients, and 45% for other DMT injectable agents. As well as adherence for the Ocrevus group was 86% compared to injectable patients at 57%, oral patients at 59%, and IV patients, other IV DMTs at 45%. Overall, the safety of Ocrevus has been evaluated in these large open label trials, and common adverse events were upper respiratory tract infections and infusion-related reactions that should be monitored by the HCPs. With that, we would respectfully ask that the Ocrevus be added to the Washington Medicaid PDL. And I'll open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Kyle. This is Ginny Bucola. Just again, back to our committee. Any questions for Kyle? Okay, so we could go ahead and move to a motion.
Jenny?
Yes.
This is Lita. We've got one more stakeholder, Christina Hermock. And I have unmuted you, Christina. I see you are self-muted.
I am not signed up to testify.
That's okay. You have your hand raised.
Oh, I did not know I had my hand raised. My apologies. All right, Lita.
Okay, no problem. So we can move on to the motion.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought I heard. So we'll go ahead and move to the committee. Will move to make to motion. And since we have increased capacity for video screens, it looks like this time, if the committee wants to bring themselves up, then we can see each other. And so to clarify, this is for Lita and Donna. We are, this is an update of a prior report and we're accepting the report as adequate.
This is Lita. You only need to accept scans. So since this is a full update, you don't need to accept it.
Okay.
This is Susan Flatabo. Can I just reiterate the prior motion?
This is Lita. We have 3 new drugs. So if you want to add those in, I will add those in. Should I add those 3 new ones in?
Yeah, this is, yeah, if you could just add those and then we can we just reiterate or do I have to read it?
Oh, you'll have to read it.
Let me get my glasses. Okay, this is Susan Flattabo. After considering the evidence of safety, efficacy, and special populations for the treatment of multiple sclerosis, I move that alemtuzumab, cladribine, diroximel fumarate, siponimod, declazumab, HYP, mitoxantrone, natalizumab, dimethyl fumarate, teriflunomide, fingolimod, gladimir, ocrelizumab, interferon beta 1b, PEG interferon beta 1a, interferon beta 1a, IM, and interferon beta 1a sub-Q are safe and efficacious. A product that is safe for use during pregnancy should be made available. The MS drugs cannot be subject to therapeutic interchange in the Washington preferred drug list for the treatment of multiple sclerosis. An oral agent should be included in the list of preferred drugs on the PDL.
This is Constance Nguyen. I second.
This is Jenny Bucola, Committee Chair. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So the motion carries. And that wraps up the Pharmacotherapeutics Committee meeting for this morning. So we're going to adjourn this meeting and go to a break. Time-wise,
this is Lita. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I made a mistake on the agenda. I put in a 20-minute break, but I meant to put in a 10-minute break.
Okay, I was going to ask that. I thought it seemed quite long. So it's 10:35 and we'll meet back here at 10:45 to move into the DUR board.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Hi, everybody. It's 10:45 and it looks like we're all coming back from break. So I'd like to go ahead and convene the Drug Utilization Review Board and turn it over to Umang Patel with Magellan to give us a review on anti-hyperlipidemics.
Perfect, great. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. All right, thank you. So as the committee may remember from our previous virtual P&T meeting that we had, there are certain classes that don't have any clinical update, significant clinical updates over the last year. So therefore, there won't be no review for those. There are a few classes in today's PowerPoint deck as well, but I'll address them as they go forward. For the ones that do have significant clinical review, I will go through a little bit of an overview of the disease state, relevant, pertinent guidelines, particularly the ones within the last year, and then if there are any new indications, new drugs, dosage formulations as well. So Lita, if we could go to slide 3. The first one is the antihyperlipidemics. This is the microsomal MTP inhibitors. There are no updates for this, and I will pause here because I'm not sure if the committee needs to make any motions on this class.
This is Jenny Bucola. I see that we don't have any stakeholders, and so we can go ahead. I believe, again, clarifying with Lita, do we need them to, can we move right to a motion?
Hi, this is Lita. Yeah, I do not see any stakeholders raising their hands, so you can move to the motion.
Okay, thanks. So committee members, you want to bring up your cameras so we can see you.
This is Alex Park. I move that all products in the antihyperlipidemics microsomal triglyceride transfer protein MTP drug class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Nancy Lee. I second that motion.
This is Jenny Bucola. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries. Thanks, committee members. We'll move back to Umang to discuss anti-hyperlipidemics.
Okay, great. On to the next class here. Again, this is a class that does not have any, for the PCSK9 inhibitors, there are no significant clinical updates in the last year. And so again, I'll give it back to the committee for their motions.
This is Jenny Bucola again, and I don't see we have any stakeholders, so I apologize for having you turn your cameras off and on so quickly.
Hi, Jenny, this is Lita. We do have one. We have Carrie Johnson from Amgen.
Okay, my apologies to Carrie. We'll go ahead, committee members, if you want to stay up, that's fine. We'll listen to Carrie's testimony. So Carrie, when you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, thank you. My name is Carrie Johnson. I'm a pharmacist with Amgen Medical Affairs. I appreciate the opportunity to provide the committee with an update and a few considerations regarding Repatha, or evolocumab. Repatha is a fully human monoclonal antibody that binds to PCSK9. Repatha lowers LDL-C levels and is indicated to reduce the risk of myocardial infarction, stroke, and coronary revascularization in adults with established cardiovascular disease. Also as an adjunct to diet, alone or in combination with lower lipidemic therapies for treatment of adults with primary hyperlipidemia. and as an adjunct to diet and or other LDL-C lowering therapies in patients with homozygous familial hypercholesterolemia who require additional lowering of LDL-C. Repatha is contraindicated in patients with a history of serious hypersensitivity reaction to Repatha, and it is administered subcutaneously via prefilled syringe, prefilled SureKit autoinjector, or push-tronic system. Dosing can be either 140 milligrams every 2 weeks or 420 milligrams once monthly with no requirement for dose titration. Please see the full prescribing information for further details. First, I just wanted to provide an update regarding our long-term data. This is important results of our 5-year open-label extension analysis of 1,255 patients treated with Repatha in 5 phase 2 studies was recently published. Repatha resulted in a mean LDL-C reduction from baseline of 56% over the continuous period of 5 years. No new safety signals, increase in adverse events, or neutralizing antibodies were observed over the 5-year period, and the rate of discontinuation due to adverse events was 1.4% per year. Additionally, one other thing, in light of published guidelines, and now that we have the 5-year long-term efficacy and safety of Repatha, we respectfully request the committee to consider lowering the LDL threshold to 70 milligram per deciliter. In Fourier, a randomized placebo-controlled event-driven trial in 27,564 adults with ASCVD and LDL-C greater than or equal to 70 milligrams per deciliter despite high or moderate intensity statins, the percent of patients achieving LDL-C less than 70 milligrams per deciliter was 87% with Repatha versus 18% with placebo. Repatha treatment was associated with significant cardiovascular risk reduction in the primary and secondary composite endpoints, driven by reduction in the risk of MI, stroke, and coronary revascularization. No treatment effect was observed for the endpoints of CV death or hospitalization due to unstable angina. Most common adverse events were diabetes mellitus, nasopharyngitis, and upper respiratory tract infection. Another point, in the 2018 AHA-ACC cholesterol clinical practice guidelines, they recognize the evidence supporting the association between lower LDL-C levels and reduced cardiovascular risk, including the results of the Fourier trial, and recommend several populations as appropriate for PCSK9 inhibitor therapy. These guidelines also pointed out that with respect to LDL-C, lower is better in patients with ACS-CVD. Thank you for this opportunity to provide an update regarding the recently available long-term safety and efficacy data for Repatha and discussion around considerations of lowering the LDL-C threshold. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Carrie. Are there any questions from the committee for Carrie? Okay, now we're ready to move to the motion.
Okay, hang on a second.
This is Nancy Lee. I move that all products in the anti-hyperlipidemics PCSK9 inhibitors drug class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization for medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Diane Schwolke, I second.
This is Ginny Bucola, committee chair. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Are there any opposed? And the motion carries. Okay, thanks, committee members. We're going to be moving next to antivirals and discussing HIV treatment. We're glad to welcome 2 subject matter experts from the University of Washington. Doctors Dana Reddy and Golden will be joining us and sharing information, and then we'll move on to Umang Patel for his presentation.
Hi, Jenny, this is Lita. So our subject matter experts are only available for a limited time, so I want to allow them to have some time to speak before Umang.
Okay.
And hi, Jenny, this is Donna. I'm not sure if Dr. Golden is on yet, so Dr. Golden, if you are on, if you could chime say that you're here? Okay, so maybe he was unable to make it. So
I see Dr. Danaretti is on.
yes, so Dr. Danaretti, do you have any comments you'd like to share with the committee, or any about
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. There are a number of changes coming about with antiretroviral therapy, and I appreciate the state having provided so much coverage of antiretrovirals. I think the big issue going forward is that one of our key treatment options is becoming generic, and that's emtricitabine tenofovir, or TDF. The Truvada is the brand name, and that's becoming generic. And there is a newer formulation that is branded that's called Descovy, with a updated version of that tenofovir drug. And I think that's going to be the main discussion point today as we try to figure out a way to contain cost and provide HIV medications for all people with HIV that are Medicaid population in this state. And so I think there's some key takeaways that we, myself and Matt Golden, as well as a few others, are on the Clinical Advisory Committee for Office of Infectious Disease for DOH, and we've been discussing criteria for using the generic TDF formulation versus the newer medication, which is touted as having less renal and bone effects, and coming up with criteria for who would benefit most from the newer medication and defaulting to the generic version when possible. Most patients, except if they have some.
This is Lita. Dr. Danaretti, your audio is going in and out. Is that just for me?
I've lost it also.
However, there are some who would benefit from fixed dose combination single tablet regimens due to issues of pill aversion and adherence concerns. So I think those were the main points I want to make about antiretrovirals, and I'd be happy to provide any information from my clinical point of view.
This is Ginny Piccola, committee chair, and I just wanted to be sure we maybe allowed time for the committee to ask questions of our specialists if their time is limited and they need to go.
Dr. Danaretti, this is Nancy Lee. I was wondering, we kind of missed a little bit of your comments, but wondering if you had mentioned about criteria around PrEP as well, regarding the generic Truvada versus the branded Descovy.
Yeah, thanks, Nancy. That's a great point. So yes, the Descovy, the newer version, is approved for PrEP. However, I would say that for most patients who are on pre-exposure prophylaxis for HIV, unless they have underlying kidney disease or significant risk factors for kidney disease, that we should be preferentially be using Truvada, or the generic version of Truvada, once that's available, rather than Descovy.
Great, thank you so much.
And that's clinically, it's equivalent in terms of efficacy. I will point out that for women, and that Descovy is not FDA approved for women. So regardless, for women, Truvada or the generic formulation is the only option.
This is Ginny Bucola, committee chair. Any other questions from committee members while we have Dr. Danaretti with us? Okay. And then just confirming that Dr. Golden, that we didn't miss Dr. Golden as being logged in.
Hi, Ginny, this is Donna Sullivan. I still don't see him on the list.
Okay. Dr. Danaretti, thank you very much for giving your time and sharing your expertise.
Hang on just a second, Jenny. I just got one question from Jonathan Frochwag. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. He asked, could we ask her to repeat what she said about STRs versus MTRs?
Single tablet regimens versus multi-tablet regimens. Some of the single tablet regimen formulations are not currently on the formulary, and the separate components are sometimes available for those single dose combinations. I'd say for the majority of patients that's fine, and we've been dealing with that already with not having a Biktarvy on the regimen and having patients do separated dolutegravir and FTAF or FTDF. But there we did advise for patients who have issues with adherence or aversion, pill aversion, to allow for exemption for using a single tablet regimen for those patients. But for the majority, multi-tablet regimens would be fine.
This is Jenny Bucola again. Any other questions? Okay. Are we ready to move to Umang's presentation?
Yes.
Okay, and then after Umang, we will go to our stakeholders, and I just want the stakeholders to know that we're going to allow plenty of time for their testimonies.
Okay, I'll go ahead and get started. So this topic, as you've heard, is for HIV. Going on to the next slide, just to give a very small fragment of background. As one can imagine, this is an expansive disease state. So on the next slide, Lita, we have infection is a complex disease, essentially results from the destruction of the, previous slide right there, in the destruction of the immune system of HIV-infected individuals. There are two major subtypes of HIV, 1 and 2. One is considered most responsible for AIDS, acquired immune deficiency syndrome, and it is the more common strain. HIV-2 is less virulent, less transmissible. However, both are known to cause AIDS and are transmitted by sexual contact, through blood, and can be vertically transmitted from mother to child. And this one is more concentrated in West Africa. To give a little bit of pathophysiology for this, the HIV retrovirus establishes an infection by killing CD4 plus T cells in one's immune system that are crucial. And these T cells are also called helper cells because they also signal other cells in the immune system to perform their function. The research has shown that most infecting strains of HIV use a molecule called a CCR5, in addition to the CD4 molecule, to take over for viral replication. So without these CD4 T cells, the immune system is vulnerable to infection. A healthy uninfected person usually has anywhere between 800 to 1200 CD4 T cells per cubic millimeter of blood. Once infected, the number of T cells does decline, and this decline may be quicker than previously believed in the absence of early treatment. And if the T cell count falls below 200, then it is classified as AIDS. The individual then becomes even more vulnerable to opportunistic infections and cancers that are associated with the end stages of HIV. On the next slide here, we have about approximately 9 therapeutic classes of the treatment option for HIV and AIDS. The committee member you've heard, NRTIs, nucleoside-nucleotide reverse transcriptase inhibitors. We have NNRTIs, protease inhibitors, integrase inhibitors, attachment inhibitors, which is a relatively new class, and it's a brand new drug in class, CCR5 antagonists, fusion inhibitors, pharmacokinetic enhancers, and lastly, monoclonal antibodies. So initial treatment selection should be guided by patient characteristics, including comorbidities, DDIs, toxicity, risk, regimen complexity, and virological efficacy. On the next slide, in terms of, as one can imagine, there's a litany of guidelines and committees ranging from the IDSA, DHHS, which has even more sub guidelines, if it's perinatal, vertical transmission, adult, opportunistic infection, etc., along with IAS. So only guidelines that were updated within the year will be covered in this. For the committee members, there are all of the other guidelines are reviewed in the TCRs that are at your disposal. The underlying, I've done my best to kind of emphasize kind of the main takeaway points from here, because as you can imagine, there is a lot of information here, but I'll do my best to kind of quickly go through these. HS in 2019 updated their guidelines. Clinical trials have shown that using effective ART to consistently suppress plasma levels of a HIV RNA level of less than 200 prevents of HIV to sexual partners. So the guidelines do recommend that clinicians inform patients that maintaining HIV levels to below 200 prevents this. They should also use an alternative form of prevention with sexual partners for at least the first 6 months of treatment, and the level is less than 200. It has been documented, and many confirming sustained suppression prior to assuming that there is no risk. Furthermore, healthcare providers should inform patients that maintaining this level does not prevent acquisition of transmission of other sexually transmitted infections. They also recommend CD4 counts be measured every 3 to 6 months during the first 2 years of therapy. If viremia develops while patient is on an ART, then the ART is delayed. If there are ART modifications, and if the CD4 reaches less than 300. Testing is then recommended every 12 months after 2 years on an ART with consistently suppressed viral loads. Drug resistance testing is also recommended at entry into care, regardless of whether therapy will be initiated immediately or not. Guidelines also mutation testing for reverse transcriptase, protease, genes, and INSTIs as well. And resistance testing is also recommended in the setting of virologic failure while the patient is taking the drug or within 4 weeks after discontinuing therapy. And notably, patients should be screened for both Hep B as in beta and C as in Charlie at entry into care, as having the co-infection may impact the initiation of ART. And a portion of the published recommendation laboratory schedule is outlined in the HIV TCR. It was way too expansive to put into these slides. Going on to the next slide, continuing on with the guidelines by the DHHS, they provide recommendations to consider before initiating dolutegravir integrase inhibitors as initial therapy. The first thing is pregnancy testing should be performed in those of childbearing potential initiation of ART. The latest data has shown that prevalence of neural tube defects is lower than initially reported. Based on new data, the guidelines have revised dolutegravir recommendations in pregnant patients by recommending that providers discuss the benefits and risk with, again, people of childbearing potential and allow them to make the informed decision. They further state that dolutegravir may be used as an alternative antiretroviral for patients who are of childbearing potential and trying to conceive, and those who are sexually active and not using contraception. For individuals who are using effective contraception, dolutegravir may be used as a recommended option. In addition, the guidelines state bictegravir is not recommended due to insufficient safety data, and the L-vitagravir-cobicistat combination is not recommended due to reportedly low L-vitagravir plasma concentrations during the second and third trimester of pregnancy. And lastly, there's limited data for raltegravir data. There is limited raltegravir data during the first trimester in the U.S., and it is not known whether the link between dolutegravir and neural tube defects represents a class effect. However, this potential risk should be discussed with patients of childbearing potential who prefer an based containing regimen for ARV. On the next slide here, we do have the guidelines. I go over these in detail because they are over a year old. However, this is here for the committee's leisure. Essentially, the IAS recommended when one starts an initial antiretroviral treatment, they generally recommend in the first column, you see bictegravir tenofovir and emtricitabine, dolutegravir, abacavir, and lamivudine, or dolutegravir, tenofovir, emtricitabine, generally recommended as initial regimen. The other regimens listed here, which are stratified by whether or not they're integrase inhibitor, NNRTIs, or boosted protease, ritonavir boosted protease inhibitors plus 2 NRTIs, are listed for individuals who these general recommendations that I mentioned, the first 3, are not available or it's not an option for them. On the next slide, continuing for treatment-naive patients, again, adults or adolescents, the DHHS has recommendations here as well. And they do recommend, perfect. Again, as you can see, there's a pattern with the integrase inhibitor-based regimen. And we have bictegravir, tenofovir, emtricitabine, again, dolutegravir, abacavir, lamivudine. But this is only for patients who have who do not have this mutation of HLA-B star 5701. I don't see the slide. Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. There's also dolutegravir, tenofovir, and emtricitabine combo. Again, with the dolutegravir and lamivudine combo, it is for individuals with an HIV RNA plasma level of greater than 500,000. And then the last one is raltegravir, tenofovir, and emtricitabine. On the next slide and the final slide for guidelines, there are alternative treatments as well. And these are treatment options. These are obviously not the first line recommended, but the alternate options for treatment naive in adults and adolescents, again, by the DHHS. And it is stratified by integrase inhibitor in the first column, an NNRTI-based backbone in the second, and a protease inhibitor on the third. And again, I won't go over these 2 specifically, but again, here for the committee. Okay.
Umang, this is Lita. I'm sorry, there's a lag when I switch the slides to when the audience can see it.
Okay. No problem. The good thing about this slide, we're not going to go over it in too much detail. So Lita, onto the next slide for Tybost. And I'll try to pause for the lag to catch up as well. But just to remind the committee, usually for the slides, I try to bold if there is a medication that had an update, either a new indication, a new formulation, or something clinically significant. I try to bold it so the committee can easily kind of see what is the new information. For example, Tybost in October 2019, the FDA modified the indication to specify use with darunavir, 800 milligram patients 40 kilograms or greater. It already has an alternative indication, as you can see, for 35 kilogram patients with atazanavir. I won't go through all the warnings and precautions. They're not new or clinically updated information unless the committee would like me to, or the dosage and availability. I know historically some of the committee member has liked to know about the mechanism of action and the pharma behind that, and I'll quickly go over that. So cobicistat is basically, it's a inhibitor of the CYP3A, which increases the exposure of medications like atazanavir and darunavir. So it essentially helps increase the level of it. It does not, cobicistat does not inhibit HIV protease or work specifically on the HIV virus itself. In terms of renal impairment for patients, it is not recommended in combination with tenofovir. For hepatic impairment, if there is mild hepatic impairment, there's no dose adjustment. If there's moderate to severe, it is not recommended in child Pew class Cs and Charlies. And in terms of pregnancy, Tybost is not recommended during pregnancy due to, as I mentioned earlier, substantially lower exposures of darunavir and cobicistat during pregnancy. On the next slide, we have the medication Pifeltro. And in October 2019, the FDA approved expanded indication to include patients who are virologically suppressed, defined as HIV-1 RNA levels of less than 50 copies per mil, on a stable antiretroviral regimen with no history of treatment failures and no institutions associated with resistance to doravirine. Previously only approved in patients with no retroviral treatment history. In terms of indication, As I mentioned, it already had, in combination with other antiretrovirals. We won't be going over warnings, precautions, dosing, and availability. Again, committee members, please let me know if you'd like me to. But these aren't new, clinically significant or clinically new information. And Pituitary is basically it's an NNRTI, and it helps inhibit the HIV-1 replication by non-competitive inhibition of the reverse transcriptase enzyme. There is insufficient data for pregnancy. In terms of pediatrics, this medication has not been studied in patients 18 years of age, younger than 18 years of age. Renal dose adjustment required, and there's no chronic dose adjustment required, and there are no studies in patients with severe hepatic impairment here. On the next slide here, we have Delstrigo. Now, Delstrigo is a combination of doravirine, lamivudine, and tenofovir disoproxil fumarate. And so in October 2019, the FDA expanded the indication of this to include patients who are virologically suppressed, again, HIV RNA levels less than 50 copies per mil on a stable ARV with no history of treatment failure and no known substitutions associated with doravirine, previously only approved in patients with no prior ARV treatment history. Obviously, since the previous medication, Pituitary, had this expanded, the combination Delstrigo did as well. And so this is all very similar to the previous medication I just went over as well. Since this is just a three medication treatment, everything else is identical to the first slide, so I won't go over that again. On the next slide here, we have Descovy. And so this is emtricitabine tenofovir alfenamide. In December 2019, the FDA approved a new indication in at-risk adults and adolescents greater than or equal to 35 kilograms for PrEP, and this is pre-exposure prophylaxis, to reduce risk of HIV infection from sexual acquisition, excluding individuals at risk from receptive vaginal sex. And so, as you can see, Descovy's PrEP indication was expanded. Descovy already has an HIV treatment indication as well, which is non-bolded here. And because of this expanded HIV-1 PrEP indication, the dosage is 1 tablet once daily with or without food. And again, this is for patients 35 kilograms or greater. For this, there is, for Descovy, there's insufficient human data for pregnancy. It is not recommended to use in patients with a creatinine clearance of less than 30 mils per minute. And in terms of hepatic impairment, there's no dose adjustment for mild to moderate, but in severe hepatic impairment, it is not studied in patients. Okay. On the next slide here, we have Sinus. Just giving it a second. Okay, here we go. So in March 2020, FDA approved an expanded indication here to now include Sinus as a complete regimen for the treatment of HIV-1 infection in pediatric patients weighing 40 kilograms or greater who have no prior antiretroviral treatment history or who are virologically suppressed, which is less than 50 copies, on a stable antiretroviral regimen for 6 months or greater, and have no known substitutions associated with resistance to darunavir or tenofovir. Previously, this was indicated for adult patients who met this criteria only. So it expanded to, as you can see in the bold under indications, pediatric patients weighing at least 40 kilograms. And everything else remained the same here. And so Sinus, just to break this medication down, is a 4-drug combo. It is made up of darunavir, which is a protease inhibitor. It is made of cobicistat, which is a CYP3A inhibitor, and it is made up of emtricitabine and tenofovir, which are both NRTIs. The next medication we have is Tivicay PD. And so in June 2020, FDA approved a new formulation for Tivicay PD, and is approved for the treatment of HIV-1 in treatment-naive and treatment-experienced integrase-naive patients aged at least 4 weeks and weighing at least 3 kilograms. Along with the new formulation, the same month, in June 2020, they expanded Tivicay's indication to include treatment-naive and treatment-experienced integrase INSTI naive patients weighing 14 kilograms to less than 30 kilograms. Tivicay PD is still preferred in those just less than 20 kilograms per labeling. And previously, this does not include pediatric patients. So I know there was a lot there, but essentially the indications expanded and now essentially takes care of a lot of pediatric patients up to 3 kilograms and PD up to, I believe, 3 kilograms. And there's a new formulation as well. Okay. On the next slide here, for Truvada. So in terms of Truvada, in June 2020, there were updates to their package insert to the language for HIV-1 PrEP indication. And so there was no change with the FDA, but there was kind of a cleanup in their package insert. So it included removing the factors that help identify at-risk individuals, as well as information on delay in starting PrEP for patients with clinical symptoms and recent exposures. It also revised wording regarding PrEP being used in combination with safer sex practices. It still remains indicated in at-risk adults and adolescents weighing at least 35 kilograms for PrEP to reduce the risk of sexually acquired HIV infections. And the indication also still requires individuals to have a negative HIV-1 test immediately prior to initiating PrEP treatment with Truvada. On the next slide here, we do have Prescobix. So for Prescobix in July 2020, the FDA approved expanded indication here for the use of treatment of HIV-1 infection in treatment naive and treatment experienced with no darunavir resistance associated substitutions, expanded to include pediatric patients weighing 40 kilograms. And this essentially is now including pediatric patients. It was previously only approved for adults. Now, with darunavir resistance associated substitutions, as you can see in the indications, there are specific genotype resistance that the clinician does need to keep an eye out for. In terms of this medication, it's a true two-drug combination of darunavir, as I mentioned before, a protease inhibitor, and cobicistat, which is that CYP3A inhibitor. It is not recommended during pregnancy due to, again, substantially lower exposures of darunavir and cobicistat. In terms of renal impairment, it is not recommended in patients with a creatinine clearance of less than 70. And for hepatic impairment, there's no dose adjustment for mild or moderate, and there's it is not recommended in patients who have severe hepatic impairment. Okay, on the next slide, we have Evotaz. So in July 2020, the FDA approved expanded indication for the use of for the treatment of HIV-1 infection in combination with other agents, and it expanded to include pediatric patients 5 kilograms or greater. Previously, it was only approved for use in adults. And Evotaz is a combination of atazanavir, which is a protease inhibitor, and cobicistat as well. Again, a lot of these are identical, or excuse me, not identical, similar to the previous medications because cobicistat is that CYP3A inhibitor for atazanavir in this case and darunavir in the previous slide. Okay, on the next slide. So here we have a new medication, and this was this new class that I mentioned earlier when I went over in the background. So in July 2020, FDA approved Rukobia. This is an HIV-1 GP120 directed attachment inhibitor. And it was approved in combination with other antiretrovirals for the treatment of HIV-1 infection in heavily treatment experienced adults with multi-drug resistant HIV infection, failing their current antiretroviral regimen due to resistance, intolerance, or safety considerations. Precautions, since this is a brand new drug. There is immune reconstitution syndrome that has been reported in patients treated with combination ARTs. There can be a QTc prolongation. So the user group caution in patients with a history of QT prolongation or with relevant pre-existing cardiac disease or who are taking drugs with known risk for torsades. And lastly, in transaminases, in patients with hepatitis B as in beta or C as in Charlie, virus co-infection. And elevations in these LFTs were observed in a greater proportion of subjects with Hep B and Hep C co-infection compared to those with just HIV mono-infection. As you can see, it's an extended release tablet, and it is once daily with or without food. Just to give a quick pharma background on this, so Rukobia, how it works is it's a prodrug without significant biochemical or antiviral activity. Essentially, since it is a prodrug, it breaks down from phos-temsivir to temsivir, and that is an HIV attachment inhibitor. And so this binds directly to the subunit on the HIV, which inhibits the interaction between the virus and the CD4 receptors. In terms of pregnancy, there are insufficient human data on the use of Rukobia during pregnancy to assess a drug-associated risk. There is no dose adjustment for renally impaired or those on dialysis. And there are no dosage requirements, there are no dosage adjustments in patients with mild to severe hepatic impairment. On the next slide here, we have Dovato. And so in August 2020, the FDA expanded the indication to include use as complete regimen to replace the current antiretroviral regimen in those who are virologically suppressed, HIV less than 50 copies, on a stable ART with no history of treatment failure, previously only indicated as complete regimen in treatment-naive adults. I apologize, the warnings and precautions here should be unbolded because that is not new. So everything else has remained the same, just the expanded indications for Dovato. Dovato is a two-drug combination of dolutegravir, which is an integrase inhibitor, and lamivudine, which is an NRTI. In terms of pregnancy, female and males of reproductive potential taking Dovato, pregnancy testing and contraception are recommended in individuals of childbearing potential. It is not recommended in patients who have a creatinine clearance of less than 50 milliliters per minute. And in terms of there is no dose adjustment for mild to moderate, and it is not recommended in patients with severe hepatic impairment. On the last slide here for HIV agents, just a little bit of kind of updates. They're not urgent clinical updates, but I think the committee should be aware of them nonetheless. In terms of a new generic, there is a new generic for the efavirenz lamivudine tenofovir in May 2020. FDA approved the AB-rated generic version of Symphie-Lo by Loris Labs. And in terms of discontinuations, in February 2020, for Videx, there were a few discontinuations. The 125, 200, 250, 400 milligrams capsules by BMS have been discontinued. The discontinued dates essentially are in the past now, so I don't, they're there for your edification. BMS is also discontinuing the 2-gram and 4-gram pediatric solution, and the dates are in the past as well. Generic versions of these capsules remain available, and these discontinuations were based on marketing. In terms of Crixivan, in April 2020, FDA reported that Crixivan capsules, 400 milligrams, will be discontinued around August 2020, so that was in the past as well. And lastly, in terms of Viramune, in June 2020, Boehringer Ingelheim discontinued 200 milligram tablets, and the generic nevirapine IR ER tablets and oral suspensions are available. That is the end of the HIV agents, and I'm open to any questions or to committee head.
Great, this is Jenny Bucola. Thanks, Umang, for that review. I'd suggest we go ahead and make sure the committee, if you have any questions for Umang, we could ask those now. I also saw that there was a question from Petra for Dr. Danaretti. I don't know if Dr. Danaretti is still on the call, so that would be something else we could do right now too.
Hi, Jenny, this is Donna Sullivan. I texted Dr. Danaretti and she said about Petra's question, and she said yes, that anybody with osteoporosis or significant risk factors would qualify for TAF over the TDF.
Yeah, hi, it's Tarisha. I'm still on. We did come up with guidance. The Clinical Advisory Committee did come up with guidance for allowing for TAF use in the setting of pre-existing osteoporosis or significant risk factors, which were clearly outlined.
Thank you. Committee members, do you have any questions for Umang before we move to our stakeholders? Okay. So we're going to go ahead and move to our stakeholders, and we have a long and robust list. So it's going to be great to hear from all these different people. I'm going to go ahead and read the list as I have it. If you don't hear your name on this list, please go ahead and raise your hand so we can be sure that you're added. I have Elizabeth Kretzinger-Perry from the Office of Infectious Disease. I have Tara Stone representing, pardon me if I say this wrong, Viv Healthcare. Stephanie Yamamoto with Janssen Pharmaceuticals. Lauren Fanning with Washington HIV Justice Alliance. Tony Radovich, person living with HIV representing Washington HIV Justice Alliance. Wendy Austin, pharmacist with MetMeds. Warren Dinges, representing Seattle Infectious Disease Clinic. Shauna Applin, HIV Program Clinic Lead at Community Healthcare. Eric Seelbach, representing Pierce County AIDS Foundation. Scott Bertani, representing Health HIV. I also have not on the list, but I believe raising their hand was Jana Cuneo, ARNP, speaking for Peter Shalit, who is a HIV medicine provider. So I'm just going to pause for a minute to make sure that I have that Lita doesn't have any immediate additions.
This is Lita. I do not. I will unmute Elizabeth Kretzinger-Perry now.
Thanks, Lita. And Elizabeth, and to all the stakeholders, you have 3 minutes for your comments. And so as soon as you're unmuted and start speaking, I'll be keeping track of time. And then we will pause briefly in between each stakeholder to make sure our committee members don't have any questions.
Great, thank you. This is Elizabeth Kretzinger-Perry. I'm assuming you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your thorough review of the safety and efficacy of medications that treat and prevent HIV. I am Beth Kretzinger-Perry, and I serve as the director of the Washington State Department of Health Office of Infectious Disease. I'm here today to read a letter from the Washington State Department of Health in support of the healthcare authority's policy decision that requires Apple Health patients to begin regimens for HIV treatment and prevention on equally effective but less costly alternatives. This letter was issued to the Washington State Drug Utilization Review Board on October 16th. The Washington State Department of Health supports the Washington State Healthcare Authority's decision to require patients to begin regimens for HIV treatment and prevention on equally effective, less costly alternatives. The department's Office of Infectious Disease and its HIV Clinical Advisory Committee have consulted with Healthcare Authority and provided clinical and situational recommendations to inform these policies. We recognize that this course of action is not an attempt at imposing utilization management techniques, but are carefully considered stewardship of program elements. State agencies hold a responsibility to manage costs and ensure the sustainability of affordable treatment options for tens of thousands of healthcare clients. This step is concurrent with other meaningful work. For example, in October 2019, Healthcare Authority's Drug Utilization Review Board determined that all HIV drugs that were FDA approved before that meeting were safe, effective, and eligible preferred status on the Apple Health preferred drug list. Our office has assisted Healthcare Authority in developing specific clinical and policy criteria to address the needs of very vulnerable populations and to try to reduce access barriers for these groups. This occurred in collaboration with 5 clinical infectious disease providers in Washington State. Our office has also prioritized outreach-based care to reach vulnerable, marginalized populations that do not interact with or who have mistrust of the traditional healthcare system. At this time, DOH supports Healthcare Authority's difficult decision to manage costs while still providing access to effective and appropriate HIV treatment and prevention options. The letter is signed sincerely, John Wiesman, Secretary of Health. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Elizabeth. This is Jenny Bucola again. Are there any questions from the committee for Elizabeth regarding the letter? Okay. We're going to move next to Tara Stone. with Viv Healthcare. I also wanted to pause, as I didn't state explicitly, as you're introducing yourself, if you could please share with the committee if you have any links to the pharmaceutical industry, either direct or indirect. That would be helpful for us. And so again, I'll turn it over to Tara for 3 minutes.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Great. As mentioned, I'm Tara Stone, and I'm a ViV Healthcare MSL, and I'm here to provide some information on Dovato. And I really want to thank Uman for providing a good lead into this discussion. So as he mentioned, Dovato is a 2-drug combination of dolutegravir and lamivudine, and is indicated for treatment of HIV in adult patients who are both naive, and for those needing replacement of their current regimen if they're virologically suppressed. Dovato is the lowest cost integrase-based single tablet regimen on the market, and this summer received the market expansion that Uman mentioned for approval of use in virologically suppressed patients needing to switch their regimen. So why 2-drug regimens? They have been investigated for a while, and the reasons for that is to reduce the number of ARVs in this lifelong treatment of HIV and potentially decreasing adverse events from unneeded ARVs and fewer drug-drug interactions, as well as to decrease costs. Dovato, there's quite a bit of new data on Dovato that just came out last week at Glasgow, and it has been studied in treatment-naive patients in the Gemini trials now out to 144 weeks. And Dovato maintained high rates of virologic suppression and non-inferiority when compared to the gold standard of 3-drug regimen. Common adverse events were headache, diarrhea, and nausea. Subjects in the Dovato arm had a significantly lower risk of drug-related adverse events. Dovato has also been studied in treatment-experienced patients, demonstrating non-inferiority, again compared to 3-drug regimen, and was granted this label extension that we've just talked about based on the Tango trial results. And the combination has also been evaluated in over 4,000 real-world switch studies. Dovato has been studied in test and treat, rapid initiation reported in the STAT trial at Glasgow, demonstrating that Dovato is effective in this setting. So Dovato's breadth of clinical experience resulted in placement on DHS HIV treatment guidelines. As Uman mentioned, those treatment guidelines are continually updated, and Dovato is a recommended initial regimen with an A1 evidence rating. So this represents the first time a 2-drug regimen is recommended as initial treatment. So although there are variations in these studies, several consistencies are apparent. The rate of suppression is high, with continued high barrier to resistance. There are few virologic failures reported. The combination is well tolerated, and a diverse patient population has been studied. As the lowest price.
I'm so sorry. This is Ginny. I'm sorry to interrupt. I wanted to let you know your 3 minutes are at our close, so if you'd like to move to close your comments. Thank you.
Absolutely. So it is the lowest price integrase-based single tablet regimen, and the use of single tablet Dovato without restrictions provides a safe and effective option for a wide range of patients. And this label extension provides additional opportunity for cost savings for the state of Washington. Thank you for your time, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Tara. Are there any questions from the committee for Tara? Okay. Before I move to the next stakeholder, I just want to give a verbal confirmation of additional persons who've been added to the stakeholder list, just so you know that you're listed. Jenna, my apologies, Jenna Cuneo, I listed you before, but I didn't list you. I didn't call you yet, but you are on the list of added stakeholders. Nicole Macri, Stuart Obrachta, Jonathan Frotzwig, and Bienvenido Yanko. So you are also on the list of stakeholders, and we'll just be proceeding in the order that I called people. So we're going to go ahead and move to Stephanie Yamamoto with Janssen Pharmaceuticals.
Hi there, this is Stephanie Yamamoto. I'm a pharmacist with Janssen Scientific Affairs. I will be discussing the only protease inhibitor single tablet regimen called Sintuza, and that does contain darunavir, cobicistat, emtricitabine, and tenofovir alafenamide. Sintuza carries an A1 rating on the DHHS HIV treatment guidelines, as shown by Umang earlier. Sintuza is also indicated as a complete regimen for the treatment of HIV-1 infection in adults and pediatric patients weighing at least 40 kilograms, in both patients with no prior antiretroviral treatment history and also in treatment-experienced patients who are virologically suppressed. According to the CDC data, there are 1.1 million people living with HIV in the United States, and as of the latest data, only 55% are virally suppressed, which does fall short of the national goal of 90%. There's also poor or suboptimal adherence in the Medicaid population based on several recent studies, and there is a strong association between poor adherence and the development of viral resistance. Sintuza provides advantages of darunavir, which has a very high genetic barrier to resistance in a single tablet regimen, which also helps with patient adherence. In review of meta-analyses, there are 63 studies that have showed patients are 2 times as likely to be adherent to an antiretroviral therapy, which is single tablet regimen versus a multi-tablet regimen. The DHHS HIV guidelines also specifically recommend darunavir-based regimens when a high genetic barrier to viral resistance is important, such as when there's a substantial concern regarding uncertain adherence, or when ART should be initiated prior to resistance test results being available. And this is referred to as rapid initiation. Rapid initiation has been shown to lead to improved virologic outcomes, retention in care, decreased mortality, and decreased transmission of HIV, and is also recommended by the WHO. Sintuza is the only single tablet regimen with data from a phase 3 rapid initiation study. And the results from that study show that 90% of patients achieved viral load suppression at 24 weeks. Sintuza has been studied in both naive and treatment-experienced patients, achieving viral suppression in 91% and 95% of patients, respectively. It was well tolerated, with only 2% of patients discontinuing due to adverse events. So in conclusion, I would ask that you put Sintuza on the Washington PDL as the single tablet protease inhibitor-based regimen with a high genetic barrier to resistance of darunavir, a proven safety and tolerability profile, and also as a recommendation from the DHHS guidelines to use a darunavir-based regimen in these patients with uncertain adherence in rapid initiation scenarios and in patients with unknown resistance testing records. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephanie. Are there any questions for Stephanie from the committee? Okay, I'll move to Lauren Fanning with Washington HIV Justice Alliance.
Thank you. I have no direct or indirect links to pharma. Unimpeded access to all antivirals has been a hallmark of the standard of care and success of treatment in Washington throughout the epidemic. The Apple Health formulary change creating non-preferred HIV antiviral drugs and step therapy requirement makes a statement that is unacceptable. If you are poor for whatever reason, you deserve a lesser standard of care than others in our state, and the barriers you face are not even part of the discussion in making that decision. About 23% of people in Washington are a race other than white. They represent at least 45% of those on Apple Health. Extreme poverty, housing instability, lack of transportation, stigma, mental health, substance use, and intellectual disorders are social determinants of health prevalent among 25% of Washingtonians. A majority of PLWH living with co-occurring mental health and substance use disorders. Both can interfere with access to care and effective treatment. A relationship based on trust between a medical provider and PLWH is crucial to success. The medical provider knows the barriers and strengths of his patient and recommends treatment based on those and medical efficacy. Your lack of recognition of the individual needs and this policy undermine that relationships. If anyone is interested offline, I can provide situations that would inform specific client situations where this was the case. HIV is a complex disease, and significant psychosocial components are part of that formula in making these decisions. Addressing these inequities cannot be achieved by creating a schism between pharmaceutical companies and the healthcare delivery system. It will require collaboration among all involved parties, most of all those affected by these decisions and those providing service and support. The existing policy creates greater health disparity. I'd like to just briefly comment on a comment Dr. Danaretti made regarding recommending approval with prior authorization for people with adherence problems and pill aversion. All well and good in our experience. In practice, prior authorization is not as efficient as it would seem to be on paper. Thank you.
This is Ginny. Thanks very much, Lauren. Are there any questions from the committee for Lauren? Okay, we're going to go ahead and move to Tony Radovich, representing Washington HIV Justice Alliance.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, P&T DUR Board. My name is Tony Radovich. I am a person living with AIDS, a member of the Washington HIV Justice Alliance, and a trusted messenger in my community. I am here today to speak to the antiretroviral drug formulary, current guidelines for step therapy and pre-authorization. I am very concerned that members of my community who already struggle will be left behind yet again unnecessarily. I fear that people who already struggle to establish trusting relationships will continue to slide backwards towards invisibility. This only creates additional barriers in accessing life-saving medications in communities that are already difficult to engage. One segment of the community should not have to work harder than another to get the same access to HIV care, services, or treatment. These changes are the equivalent to redlining and will only reinforce a class system of those who have access and those who do not. We already know that those most marginalized, BIPOC, and those living with complex issues such as mental health and SUD, and unhoused are bearing the brunt of new infections. Step therapy is never an appropriate practice or approach for treating HIV, because the use of an ineffective or toxic drug can lead to viral resistance or non-adherence. It can also render other drugs in a patient's treatment regimen ineffective. Outrageous. Everything we as Washingtonians have been working towards reducing stigma, reducing the profound racial and ethnic disparities in new HIV infections, and reducing barriers will be undermined. These guidelines run counter to the goals in the federal HIV treatment guidelines, the National HIV/AIDS Strategy to start antiretrovirals treatment as soon as possible following diagnosis, to avoid lapses in treatment, and to help individuals take their medications as prescribed, not pre-authorizations from accountants in charge of my care. Therefore, these current guidelines for step therapy and prior authorization must be removed. Join us in moving forward to living in a healthy and just society where all lives are valuable despite the places and spaces they find themselves, and that we do no harm when we all work together towards ending AIDS in Washington State. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony. Are there any questions from the committee for Tony? Okay, we will move to Wendy Austin, pharmacist with MetMeds.
This is Lita. Wendy, I see that you're self-muted.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, go
Okay,
ahead.
excellent. My name's Wendy Austin. I'm the pharmacist in charge at MetMeds Pharmacy in Lacey. I currently care for about 450 HIV positive patients. A majority of them are in Pierce, Thurston, and Lewis County, with probably about 5% in King, and I have one person in Snohomish. I'm talking to you about the step therapy. We are running into some serious issues with people that did have private health insurance that are now unfortunately unemployed due to the COVID epidemic. A lot of these people are on either Biktarvy, Dovato, Juluca, and when this happens, this is not an easy transition. It's usually an emergency situation. A lot of these people are unaware of the help that they can get through the state. I am one of the people that set them up with PCAF or Lifelong. It is usually an emergency. And when we have to go through a 3-day, 4-day prior authorization process, it really causes a huge increase in their anxiety. And this is anxiety for medication on top of housing, food, transportation. They feel like, I did have one customer say, I just don't know. I don't know if I want to keep doing this. And the apathy that I'm seeing from a lot of my clients because of this step therapy, it's really disturbing to me. I believe in order to end AIDS in Washington, we need them to be our champions, and we need them to be feeling empowered that they are the ones that are going to end up ending this. I do have an example for you guys. Hopefully I can get it done in my 3 minutes. Gentleman that is homeless, unfortunately fell out of care with a little bit and ended up in the hospital. And the hospital does not carry the drug that he was formerly on. They requested me to fill it again. Unfortunately, he was transferred from one pharmacy benefit manager to the other, and we had to go through the prior authorization process again. Because he fell out of care, he didn't have a ID doctor to do the prior authorization. So I had to walk through a first-year resident on who to call. He didn't know his MPI number. He didn't know any of the process that was required to get this done. Fortunately, I was able to help him. But there was a delay of 3 days to get him his medication. Now, I will do my best to follow up with this client to see if this actually ended up in additional hospital days. We really need to consider the potential for some serious damage due to this prior authorization process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wendy. I appreciate it. Any questions from the committee for Wendy? Okay. Moving to Warren Dinges with Seattle Infectious Disease.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You'll have your 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Warren Dinges. I'm a board certified internal medicine and infectious disease physician. I practice in downtown Seattle. And basically, I've been taking care of patients with HIV for 17 years. I've been doing research in HIV for 22 years. 100% of my patients with HIV have an undetectable viral load, and I have 1,000 patient years of follow-up on PrEP without a single infection. That is where HIV is gone, and it is basically a disease that can be eradicated if we don't make bad choices on medication. The current PDL is that bad choice. Access is limited to patients based on income. Right now, Biktarvy, Sintuza, Dovato are the primary medicines that are used. We do a single tablet regimen. It's 1 pill swallowed daily, and patients pick up 1 prescription from a pharmacy. I recently had a patient who I prescribed Biktarvy, but instead we had to go with Tivicay with Descovy. They filled the Tivicay, did not fill the Descovy. He was on monotherapy, which is clearly not indicated and likely risk drug resistance with him. We see that when you break apart regimens. Single tablet regimens are what are indicated. It's what we have the evidence for in most of the data. Secondly, the details required in the prior authorization process are absurd. They are enormous enough in the detail provided that we don't have them actually on most of the patients required. And then the people through the process don't know how to interpret the results. I recently wrote a prescription for Biktarvy for a patient who was clearly indicated. I included in that prescription remarks all of the data referring to the policy specifically. It took 3 rejections, and then finally with a prior authorization approval through a peer-to-peer, I spoke with a nurse who could not pronounce the medicines and did not know their basic side effects. Thirdly, toxicities are an issue. I do not view tenofovir alafenamide as an equivalent medicine to tenofovir DF. I have seen 7 patients go on dialysis due to tenofovir DF. If we continue with not allowing Descovy to be approved for PrEP and certainly for HIV treatment, you will see patients on dialysis due to that decision. Tenofovir alafenamide is clearly better. You see bone density loss with tenofovir DF. You do not see that. Young people prescribed that medicine gain bone mineral density. And you also do not see the nephrotoxicity that's seen with tenofovir DF. Lastly, test and treat. There are only 2 medicines that have been well studied for test and treat, and that includes Biktarvy and Simtuza. Recently, with the data in Glasgow, you can add Dovato to that list. None of those are on the formulary currently. I currently see my patients, diagnose them with a point-of-care HIV test, and then start them on treatment immediately. That cannot be done based on a current formulary. All of the private plans have those formulary listed medications. They need to be added. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. Are there any questions from the committee for Warren? Okay. Moving next, we're continuing down the list of stakeholders. As a reminder, each stakeholder, could you please declare any associations that you might have? And we're going to go next to Shauna Applin, HIV Program Clinical Lead at Community Healthcare.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, Shauna.
Yes, I agree with Warren Dinges. My name is Shauna Applin, and I'm an HIV specialist of 14 years. I've worked my entire career at the Community Health Center called Community Healthcare in Tacoma, Washington, with people living with HIV. I currently manage 500 people living with HIV, 75% of whom are Medicaid insured and 50% of whom are minority patients. The patients I care for are the most vulnerable you will see in the state of Washington. The majority of my patients live with 3 to 5 other comorbid conditions outside of their HIV. The most prevalent diagnoses include a mental health diagnosis, substance abuse, homelessness, diabetes, obesity, or other cardiovascular diseases. The Healthcare Authority has removed tenofovir alafenamide-based products from your preferred drug list in 2020 for the apparent reason of cost savings. I strongly disagree with this decision because it fails to take into account the individual needs of our most vulnerable population and the key bone and renal safety differences between TAF and tenofovir disoproxil-fumarate, or TDF, evidenced by years of clinical trials across the globe. The reason I bring up that information of safety difference is I believe the Healthcare Authority is making a decision based on cost without considering safety. It's so important for all patients, but especially our most vulnerable Medicaid patients, that we consider safety and not just cost when adjusting drug formularies. Why is it that every other Medicaid plan in our TOPS pharmaceutical purchasing pool has included TAF-based regimens and we haven't? It seems to me that there's more to the story than just cost. Rapid treatment initiation, which, quote, addresses and removes structural barriers to accessing care, is where you expedite access to antiretrovirals as soon as a patient is diagnosed or presents to your clinic. This decreases the viral load rapidly, which both improves the patient's health and prevents transmission to others. Rapid treatment initiation is integral in ending the HIV epidemic in the US, but it also builds trust with patients and improves retention and care. All are cost-saving interventions. The Healthcare Authority's recent formulary update has now limited 2 of the 3 recommended rapid start treatments and left us with high pill burden and high side effect regimens, which are unacceptable for the Medicaid population that I serve. Saving money now does not always save money in the long term. I'll end with a patient story because that's why I'm here, to advocate for my patients. Picture yourself working on the hilltop of Tacoma in my clinic. You see a walk-in Max Clinic Caucasian male patient who's 60 years old. He presents psychotic after using meth, covered in fleas without shoes. He's been wandering the streets for the last 24 hours. But somehow he's decided your clinic is safe and he's willing to come back even in the midst of many barriers. His CD4 shows he has AIDS and he has a high viral load. He is sick and he's high risk for transmitting the virus to someone else. Though his AIDS seems most pressing to you, he also happens to have bipolar and hypertension. Your multidisciplinary team works with him and over time helps him get into rehab. You find housing for him and continue to help him be adherent with his medications. You're now presented with a choice. Put him on a regimen that is right for him and his story, is easy to take and is safe, or put him on a cheaper regimen. You have to go with the latter now because it's not because it's the best decision for him, but because the Medicaid formulary restrictions exclude him. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you. Again, as a reminder to each speaker, prior to starting your testimony, can you please declare if you have any affiliations? Thank you. And are there any comments or questions from our committee members for Shauna Applin? Okay, thank you. And we're moving to Eric Seelbach with Pierce County AIDS Foundation.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Eric Seelbach. I'm a member of the Washington HIV Justice Alliance, and I'm the executive director of Pierce County AIDS Foundation, which provides medical case management and wraparound services for people living with HIV in Pierce, Thurston, Lewis, and Mason counties. We have occasionally received small sponsorships from a variety of pharmaceutical companies. I'm here to speak in opposition to step therapy and prior authorization requirements. You heard claims that these requirements do not limit access and that clients who were already on newer single-tab regimens are grandfathered in, and that multi-tab regimens are the equivalent to single-tab regimens. But the reality on the ground proves otherwise. We hear stories of clients being kicked off newer regimens, of lengthy prior authorization processes that end with denials, of increased pill burden as clients are forced onto older multi-tab regimens with subsequent impacts on adherence. In service of ending the HIV epidemic, one of the goals of End AIDS Washington is to help people living with HIV quickly achieve viral suppression. The step therapy and prior authorization requirements set up additional barriers to the quick achievement of viral suppression and thus are not in alignment with the goals of the governor's End AIDS Washington initiative, nor are they in alignment with best clinical practice guidelines. The reality is that these requirements will exacerbate the HIV-related disparities that already exist, which will get us no closer to an end to this epidemic. These requirements institutionalize a system in which those who need the most support have less access to newer, better regimens than those who can afford private insurance. In this day and age, we have a moral obligation to filter all of our decisions through an equity and social justice lens. It is simply unconscionable to perpetuate a system in which people on Medicaid are second-class citizens and redlined from effective HIV meds. Cost is certainly an important factor to consider, but it cannot be the only one. We must take into account clinical guidelines, psychosocial issues, client-provider relationships, other diagnoses, which is to say all the other factors impacting the health of people living with HIV. In service of ending the HIV epidemic in Washington state and of creating just and equitable access, I strongly urge you to remove the step therapy and prior authorization requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Are there any questions from the committee for Eric?
Hi, Ginny. This is Donna Sullivan. I'm not on the committee, but I want to make a statement and clarify the record. HCA does not require people to change from their current HIV medication to another HIV medication. And if any provider is experiencing that, I would ask them to send me an email or call me directly so we can take care of that. If it's happening, it should not be.
Thanks, Donna. My apologies. If I didn't already ask the committee if they had questions for Eric, I'd just like to do so again to make sure that that's acknowledged. Okay, and then we are going to move to Scott Bertani with Health HIV.
This is Lita. I don't see Scott on the meeting. So Scott, if you are perhaps logged in under a different name, if you could raise your hand.
And If that's the case, maybe I'll go ahead and move to Jana Cuneo, and we can pick up Scott if we've missed him.
Yeah, okay, I will unmute Jana.
Okay, thanks, Jana. You have 3 minutes. And I'm sorry, Jana, if you could state your association. I don't have you on my formal list, so my apologies. My intro.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, so my name is Jana Cuneo. I'm a nurse practitioner. I'm board certified in family medicine, and then also certified as an HIV drug specialist. And I work in the same practice under Peter Shallett, MD. Dr. Shallett does have affiliations with ViiV Healthcare as well as Merck and Gilead Healthcare as a statement, and I'm reading his statement to the board. Dr. Shallett reports, I am in opposition to the current STEP therapy through the Washington State HCA. I am a primary care physician, board certified in internal medicine and HIV care, and a clinical professor of medicine at the University of Washington. I have provided HIV care in private practice in Seattle for 31 years. I'm speaking to object the state's recent formulary restrictions. Over the years, HIV treatment has expanded. We now have the ability to individualize our therapy for our patients based on their particular situations. We work to optimize adherence and to avoid encouraging resistant strains of virus, to prevent damage to end organs such as kidneys, bones, liver, brain, and blood vessels. Fortunately, over the years, our treatments have steadily become simpler, more tolerable, and less toxic, with individual drugs combined in fixed dose combinations and newer, safer drugs replacing older ones. The recent formulary restrictions, which are unique to the state of Washington, impair our ability to adequately care for our HIV patients. They are a step backwards and create a two-tiered system of health and treatment. The new formulary excludes the newest fixed dose combination regimens, requiring separate prescriptions for individual components. This can lead to adherence challenges resulting in viral breakthrough, progression of HIV disease, and/or selection of resistant strains of virus. The new formulary also excludes newer agents that have less long-term toxicity than older ones. Defenders of the restrictions maintain that the difference in toxicity is slight. However, this is based on relatively short-term data. Experienced HIV treaters such as myself have seen that the longer-term use of the older, more toxic meds may result in progressive organ damage that is not reflected in the published short-term studies. The new formulary requires that patients take these more toxic and complicated regimens until they experience potentially irreversible toxicity or treatment failure before being permitted to take newer medications. For example, the state requires that a patient permanently lose over 40% of their kidney function before the patient is permitted to switch from the culprit medications. For providers who want to prescribe a non-formulary HIV treatment, the state has developed a cumbersome approval process that seems intentionally designed to discourage and demoralize providers and produce a denial of the chosen medication except in only the most extreme cases. As a physician, I took an oath that said, first do no harm. The new formulary asked me to potentially violate this oath and puts me in a difficult ethical position. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Jana. Committee members, any questions for Jana? Or I should say for representative for Dr. Shallett. Okay, thank you. I'm moving to Nicole Macri. Nicole, when you're unmuted, if you could state your affiliation for us, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much to the committee for your thoughtful consideration of this class of medication. I'm Nicole Macri, and I am the state representative from the 43rd Legislative District in Seattle and vice chair of the House Healthcare and Wellness Committee. And while no direct affiliations with pharmaceutical companies, I will note that my campaign for re-election has received contributions from some pharmaceutical companies. Recognizing the advancements in HIV treatment and prognosis for people living with HIV, the legislature passed House Bill 1515, the HIV Modernization Act this year, to improve prevention, diagnosis, treatment adherence, and support for people living with HIV. I approach you today with particular concern for people living with HIV who have experienced greater disparities in healthcare access and outcomes, individuals living with multiple comorbidities, who may be less likely to comply with multi-pill regimens, and for whom a fail-first approach impacts not just treatment effectiveness, but engagement in ongoing treatment at all. Many of these disparities that these patients experience are related to long-standing racial and economic injustices within and outside of our healthcare delivery systems. For these individuals, many living with behavioral health disabilities and/or other complex medical conditions, or those living homeless, taking multiple pills each day may be quite challenging. In 2018, King County experienced its largest one-year increase in the number of new HIV diagnoses since 2002. 14% of those who were newly diagnosed were living homeless. I appreciate the cost considerations the HCA must take into account when administering the PDL, perhaps more than most. However, the current approach seems to take a blunt approach that overlooks the real-life conditions of our most vulnerable HIV patients. I ask you to consider an approach that allows access to the newer class of one-pill antivirals for this vulnerable subgroup of patients living with multiple comorbidities to reduce barriers to care, increase treatment compliance, and improve health outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicole. Committee members, any questions for Nicole?
Ginny, this is Lita. Dr. Dana Reddy has some comments on some of the stakeholders' statements, so I'd like to give her a chance to speak.
Yes, should we do that now or shall we wait till the stakeholders have finished?
Hi, this is Donna. Let's wait till the stakeholders are finished.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll move to Stuart, is it Obrachta with Gilead Pharmaceutical?
Me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Before my time starts, I do have a question for the committee since you are reviewing both HIV treatment and prevention, and we have 2 drugs that are being considered that I don't need 6 minutes, but I would request a combined time to address both of those as one testimony.
Let me just turn that over to our leadership.
This is Lita. How much time do you need?
If I talked really fast, I could get it in 3 minutes. So I'll talk a little slower, and I need probably 4.5, 5 minutes at the very most.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
thank you very much. I'd like to start out just, I'm credentialed HIV expert with 30 years of clinical practice in HIV at Kaiser Group Health prior to my Gilead tenure of 8 years. I am a Gilead medical scientist and a pharmacist by training. I'd like to highlight, as already pointed out, the scientific and clinical advantages of TAF-based regimens, both Biktarvy for the treatment of HIV and Descovy both for the treatment and prevention of HIV. TAF being the most recently approved tenofovir prodrug, as already mentioned, and specifically 90% less systemic exposure than the old form of Truvada TDF, which is proposed to be the rationale for improved renal and bone safety parameters that have already been pointed out. And I'd like to lastly consider both, as already pointed out, national and state expert guidelines and formulary placement of these therapies. So HIV prevention, I'd like to start with that just briefly. Last week, the IAS-UAS guidelines for HIV prevention was updated to include Descovy, which is the TAF-based product. In men who have sex with men with a serum creatinine of 30 to 60 milliliters per minute, a history of osteoporosis or osteopenia, or more importantly, those that are at risk for either of these bone or related adverse effects of Truvada, the older form of tenofovir. And as already pointed out, many HIV prevention and treatment patients have one or more significant risk factors for these known and potentially cumulative, as pointed out by Peter Shallett, adverse effects where Descovy TAF has been shown to be significant less impact. Now I'd like to move to HIV treatment and Biktarvy. Biktarvy is the only integrase-based TAF backbone 3-drug single tablet regimen available for the treatment of HIV infection, also as pointed out, not including an HIV pharmacokinetic booster. And also important, no generic equivalent to this formulation. Some of the scientific benefits that have already been pointed out is integrases have become the standard of care and are recognized on major national, international guidelines as first-line therapy. Secondly, the TAF-based backbone, as already mentioned, has shown significant improvements in both bone and renal parameters in clinical trials and real-world cohorts representing greater than 2.5 million patient years of experience. And I would like to importantly note that the clinical benefits of these safety improvements is unknown, but as pointed out, very suspicious that these could lead to adverse clinical outcomes in the future. Thirdly, single tablet regimens that have been pointed out have demonstrated advantages with increased medication and adherence and persistence, which can correlate to reduced possibility of drug resistance, key in the HIV therapy, better clinical outcomes and virologic control. And as pointed out, these are especially important in patient populations that may have challenging life circumstances, such as the Medicaid population. Other key highlights of Biktarvy: no resistance seen in long-term clinical trial program, no PK booster, as I pointed out, which limits drug interactions, very low DC rates, and in one of our major clinical trials, no DCs related to adverse effects, favorable safety and tolerable profile, and a more favorable PROs, which are patient-reported outcomes in our clinical trials, which can also lead to better adherence and persistence. Now moving to the guidelines, as pointed out by UMAG, the DHHS and the IAS US guidelines, but also not pointed out is the VA, the Department of Defense, the Federal Bureau of Prison national guideline formularies all include Biktarvy. For state formularies, the Department of Corrections and ADAP both also include Biktarvy. ADAP being HIV specialists, and corrections, more importantly, where many patients, as they transition out of the correctional system, go on Medicaid, so continuity of care issues can be an issue.
Stuart, this is Lita. If you could wrap it up.
I will close in this last statement. Washington Medicaid is, as pointed out, the only Medicaid that does not include Biktarvy as first-line therapy, and it's inconsistent with your other health state formularies. I'd like you to please consider unrestricted access to both Biktarvy for treatment and Descovy for PrEP, and I thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to address any questions.
This is Jenny. Thank you, Stuart. Committee members, any questions for Stuart? I just see a question popping up here. I want to be sure. No. Okay. Let's move to Jonathan. Is it Frotzweig with Cascade AIDS Project?
Okay, and there you go.
Thank you. Yes, that's right, Frotzweig.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, committee members. As I said, my name is Jonathan Frotzweig. I'm the Public Policy and Grants Manager for Cascade AIDS Project. Our agency provides medical case management and supportive services for more than 400 people living with HIV in Southwest Washington, in a formal partnership with the Washington State Department of Health. We receive funding from the state, insurance companies, and the pharmaceutical industry, but we determine our policy positions independently. I am not here today on behalf of Big Pharma. I'm here today on behalf of our most medically vulnerable clients, our hardworking, compassionate medical case managers, and our entire organization to express our opposition to the prior authorization, step therapy, and other utilization management requirements placed on HIV drugs on the Apple Health preferred drug list. We understand that some of these drugs are costly and that Apple Health is not adequately funded. However, as many states across the country have recognized by providing open access to HIV drugs for their Medicaid members, utilization management is both unwise and unjust. Unwise because it makes achieving viral suppression more difficult for Apple Health members with complex needs, a population for which achieving viral suppression was already difficult, and one that must achieve viral suppression for us to stop the spread of HIV. The Healthcare Authority's cost-benefit analysis does not adequately take into account the many costs of medication non-adherence, from resistance to hospitalization. If Washington is truly committed to ending the HIV epidemic, the state needs to boldly invest in making it as easy as possible for Apple Health members to get on a medication that works for them. Similarly, if the state is truly committed to advancing equity and dismantling systemic racism, that will also require hard, brave choices about distributing limited resources. Washington's current approach unjustly balances the state's books on the backs of low-income people living with HIV, people who disproportionately come from the LGBTQ+ community and communities of color. One of CAP's medical case managers in Washington, Jamie Wick, has a client who is a Medicaid member and is prescribed Genvoya. The drug makes him so sick, however, that he refuses to take it. Because other medications have made him sick in the past, he wants to try the newer, sometimes better tolerated Biktarvy, but he cannot obtain approval for it, so he's on nothing. Another of Jamie's Medicaid member clients was recently released from prison where he had been prescribed Descovy. However, since Descovy was approved for use as PrEP, he's been denied authorization for the drug and he has failed on the alternative, Truvada. His healthcare provider has submitted multiple prior authorization requests to prescribe Descovy again, but has not received any response. These stories give a glimpse into the real-world impacts of putting barriers between patients with complex needs, the healthcare providers and medical case managers who know those needs best, and medications that may help them get healthy and untransmittable. Drug prices are a problem, but we believe that our medically vulnerable clients do not and should not have anything to do with the solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Committee members, do you have any questions for Jonathan? Okay, going to our next stakeholder, Bienvenido Yanko.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I am Bienvenido Yanko. I am a fully licensed physician in the state of Washington since 2018. Previously, I have been in practice for 38 years in Tampa, Florida. Since April 2018, I was privileged to join the UW ID section as a volunteer clinical professor, currently providing care to HIV patients at the UW Madison Kitsap Clinic in Bremerton. I do not have any pharmaceutical affiliation. I'm here to respectfully request to the Washington Pharmacy Advisory Committee to reconsider the use of currently FDA-approved single tablet regimens for the treatment of by HIV patients or for HIV patients in general. In 1983, after 4 years after I started as an ID specialist and a faculty member at the University of South Florida School of Medicine in Tampa, I encountered my first HIV patient. ACT was available but only accessible to my patients if they traveled to Miami, 275 miles away, or to Duke University, 675 miles away. Since there was no ACTG in Tampa, I reached out to pharmaceutical companies to participate in HIV clinical trials so that my patients can get antiretrovirals. From 1991 to 2018, I established the Infectious Disease Research Institute, which enabled me to study all HIV medications in clinical trials, except DDC, and up to Biktarvy and Juluca, and which I was able to provide to my HIV patients. The Infectious Disease Research Institute also participated as a clinical trial site on recombinant GP160 HIV vaccine with then Walter Reed HIV researchers, Colonel Robert Redfield, now CDC director, and Dr. Deborah Birx, now in the White House COVID-19 task force. I also worked with the CDC as a founding member of the nationwide HOPS, HIV outpatient study, from 1993 to 2018 and published in peer-reviewed journals. One of my publications has been adopted and referenced in the current HIV treatment guidelines. Since July 2020, I received a memorandum that certain HIV drugs will not be covered by the Washington HCA PDL, Biktarvy, Delstrigo, Descovy, Dovato, etc. Since I practiced in Florida for almost 40 years, I referred to the Florida Medicaid Preferred List, which I noted that the currently above-mentioned drugs not covered in the Washington HCA formulary were on the same tier as Atripla, Genvoya, and Triumeq. In other words, any HIV practitioner can prescribe the above-mentioned drugs currently being restricted here in Washington. It is well known that HIV infection after almost 40 years still has no cure, so patients have to take them for the rest of their lives. We are fortunate that today we have streamlined our medications to a single tablet regimen, and as an HIV provider, I have depended on them to keep my HIV patients stable as they wait for the cure. The choice of the single tablet regimen obviously represents a positive incentive for encouraging adherence. My point is that since we cannot offer yet a cure for our HIV patients, we should offer them the best standard of care, the best medications that are better tolerated, less potential for adverse effects, with better chance of adherence. And we need to seriously consider making these FDA-approved medications available to all HIV patients as what other states like Florida which has significantly more cases than Washington State are doing. Furthermore, it is my understanding that commercial insurance covers these so-called Washington State, quote, not covered medications, unquote. I believe that we should give the same standard to government insurance as is offered to commercially insured patients. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from our committee members for Dr. Yanko? Okay, we're moving to Stephen Sawyer.
Oh, hang on just a second. I do not see a Stephen Sawyer.
Okay, that was the name that was added. I believe if Stephen Sawyer is available, I saw that Scott Bertani is.
Yeah, Scott Bertani is now. I will unmute him.
Okay.
Go ahead, Scott.
Scott, we may have caught you by surprise. I don't know if you're ready for your testimony. Okay.
Okay, I'll let me see if anybody else has their hand raised because there were a few. Okay, so these people spoke. Nicole, Cree.
Lita, Scott has a question. He's wanting to know if we can hear him.
I will unmute you again. We could not before. Okay, go try again, Scott. Yeah, we cannot hear you. Okay, we can't hear Scott. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. So I think we've covered everybody.
So this is.
I actually had my hand raised. This is Matt Golden, and I sent you 3 messages. I have a comment.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Matt. Go ahead.
Great. So this is Matt Golden. I'm an HIV care provider at Madison Clinic and Max Clinic. Max Clinic is a clinic we set up about 5 years ago to care for a predominantly unhoused population of people with HIV. I've been an HIV care provider for 26 years, and I direct the HIV STD control program for Public Health Seattle King County. And I want to speak in strong support of what I believe is a courageous proposal by our Department of Health. I think that it isn't really true that we aren't making first-line agents available. The proposed policy does make first-line DHHS recommended regimens available to all people, that these regimens can be used for a test and treat approach, which we have been using for many years in King County, which has the highest level of viral suppression of any city in the United States. I think what this underlies the fact that Shrisha and I have articulating one perspective and many other medical providers a somewhat different one or a very different one, is that there really is a diversity of opinion in our medical care community. Most patients at Madison Clinic, which is the largest HIV provider in the state and which cares for the largest number of disadvantaged patients in the state, are on 2 drug regimens. Most people in Max Clinic, which I would say has the largest population of the most desperately disadvantaged people in the state, are on 2 drug regimens. It is not at all clear that the more expensive regimens are really better or consistently better for all people. I'd also point out that the proposed rule changes allow people to access the newer agents. If there are problems getting prior authorization, then we should fix those problems. But the bigger issue here is that the culprit in our problem is clear, and I would urge everyone on this call to seek the solution. The problem is that the drug costs are too high. Many of the pharmaceutical companies that have been represented on this call have profit margins which are now over 80%. The cost of a conventional antiretroviral regimen now exceeds $30,000 per year per patient. This is absolute madness. So the solution is clear. The solution is that the price needs to come down. The pharmaceutical companies have the power to solve the problem, and they need to do that. So rather than our organizing around an effort to oppose our Department of Health, we should be organizing around an effort to have other states join Washington State and its courageous stance. And together, we can work to bring down the price of the drugs and begin to cure our broken medical care system. Thank you.
This is Ginny Bucola, committee chair. I just wanted to clarify that Dr. Golden, I believe, is speaking as a HIV expert and not as a stakeholder.
Right.
For our committee's knowledge.
That is correct.
Thank you, Dr. Golden. I want to take the time to kind of turn back to our HIV specialists to offer any commentary for us as a committee on the stakeholder testimony that we've heard. So back to Dr. Danaretti and Dr. Golden.
Thanks. I think Matt Golden summarized our thoughts about this very clearly and succinctly. I think, this is obviously a very emotional issue, and from an individual patient perspective, this can be very frustrating to some, but I think we also have to look at the bigger picture and at a population level. As Matt mentioned, that the problem should not be with our state, it should be with trying to figure out affordable ways to provide care for everyone in an equitable manner.
Thank you very much, Dr. Danaretti and Dr. Golden. And again, Ginny Bucola, committee chair, just on behalf of our committee members, thank you to all the stakeholders who came and spent time this morning waiting and sharing information. I want to make sure that our committee has opportunity to ask our specialists any questions. Okay. I don't hear any of my committee members with questions. I want to make a comment on behalf of the committee, and we can have some discussion around this, that this is a lot of information to take in. And I'm wondering if I might suggest deferring a motion until December. I don't know what our leadership, what you might have to comment on with that suggestion.
Hi, Jenny, this is Donna Sullivan. I would be totally fine with that. I would like to be able to go back and listen to some of the testimony that we heard. Also look into a little bit more evidence about the safety and efficacy of the single tablet regimens to the multi-tablet regimens if possible, and review this in December would work for us.
Committee members, go ahead.
This is Nancy Lee. I second that motion. I think taking the time to review the literature as well as the testimony is valuable in this case.
Okay, and thanks to Lita for typing that as a formal motion. I'm sorry if I didn't word it as a formal motion. All in favor of waiting until December to make a decision on this motion, say aye.
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 Are there any opposed to this decision? Okay, so that motion will carry for that to wait. I do want to pop back to questions that are on the message board. I don't know if there are any answers to those specific questions at this time, but I might turn it back to Donna.
Hi, hi, Ginny, this is Donna. I see the question from Dr. Yanko and about duplication on the formulary, the Stribil, Genvoya, Complera, Odefsey. I'm not sure I understand the question. I know that we do have, preferred agents that are available without prior authorization. At this point in time, we are looking at the more cost-effective products that are equally safe and efficacious as far as the evidence that we've reviewed so far. And that's the reason why those products are on prior authorization and are non-preferred. As far as there's a question from Shauna Applin about HCA's solution to cost, we requested through the TOPS program supplemental rebates for these medications, and very few manufacturers actually offer additional discounts to the Medicaid programs for these medications. The one offer that was from Gilead was insufficient to make the medication anywhere near the cost of taking a two pill regimen. It's more than $12,000 more a year than the other combinations. So in consideration, if we were to make some of these more expensive medications preferred and they're not any more effective, our alternative to we're stuck with making, significant budget decisions, such as having to stop the optional services that Medicaid provides, such as adult dental. And, that's just one of the things that we're having to do, is try to make sure that we're good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars and that everybody has access to medically necessary care. And again, I'd like to reiterate, if any provider is seeing and still experiencing somebody being told that they cannot continue on their medication, I ask you to contact me immediately, give us the patient's names, and we will make sure that that they get on their placed on their medication. I do want to point out, though, that starting a patient on samples is not acceptable as establishment on treatment, because with Medicaid, there's no cost share. So there's no reason to start a patient on samples from a cost standpoint.
Okay, thanks, Donna. I'm going to go ahead and suggest then that we go to lunch. And unless there are any other pieces that I'm missing, why don't we come back at 1:05? Does that sound okay?
That sounds good.
Okay, thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. This is Ginny, committee chair. I hope I'm following our agenda appropriately, but it looks like we are at antivirals, influenza agents, and Umang's going to review that category for us.
Hi, Ginny. This is Donna. I just need to sit in here for a minute. I need to make a statement. When I was discussing earlier about the cost of HIV drugs, I misspoke when I said that Biktarvy was $12,000 more a year. It's $600 more a month, so that computes out to $7,200 more per year, but still a significant cost over the preferred option. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Donna. And Umang, are you ready to go on influenza agents?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Alrighty. So we'll pivot over to the antivirals, the influenza agents. Again, we'll just to remind the committee, we'll do a little bit of background guidelines if they're pertinent and recent, any new medications, expansions, and indication formulation as well. So to give a little background, the common illness affecting most people at least once in their lifetime is the flu, influenza. It is uncomplicated illness, typically resolving after 3 to 7 days, self-limiting. There are, as one can imagine, persons at higher risk. As you can see, there's a litany here of the different demographics. In terms of influenza vaccination, it is the primary method for preventing influenza. Inactivated influenza vaccines are available in quadrivalent and trivalent formulations, while recombinant influenza vaccines and live activated influenza vaccines are available in quadrivalent formulation. There is also a high dose inactivated influenza vaccine and adjuvanted inactivated influenza vaccine available as well in a trivalent formulation. For the 2018-2019 season, the ACIP voted to recommend that providers may administer any licensed age-appropriate influenza vaccine, including the live attenuated influenza vaccine, when appropriate. And this was a change from the previous 2 seasons, at which time ACIP recommended that it not be used. Virus strains in the 2019-2020 U.S. trivalent influenza vaccine contain hemagglutinin derived from, I won't even try to break that strain name down, but they call it the Victoria lineage. And the quadrivalent influenza vaccine contains derivations from 3 viruses contained in the trivalent vaccine, plus they call it the Yamagata lineage as well for the strain. On the next slide here, in terms of guidelines, I will not go over the lower half, the 2018 guidelines. That's just there for the committee. But for the 2019, the CDC, they stated there are 3 FDA-approved neuraminidase inhibitors that are recommended by CDC for the 2019-2020 season. That is Tamiflu, oseltamivir, Relenza, which is zanamivir, and Rapivab, which is peramivir. The 4th recommended FDA-approved product is the cap-dependent endonuclease inhibitor, baloxavir or Xofluza. Now, adamantases are not recommended for use in the U.S. due to resistance to these drugs by many influenza A and B viruses. Studies indicate that early antiviral treatment can reduce the risk of complications from influenza, such as pneumonia, respiratory failure, and death. Antiviral treatment is recommended as early as possible for any patient with confirmed or suspected influenza who has severe, complicated, or progressive illness, is hospitalized, or is at high risk for influenza complications. According to the CDC, oseltamivir is the recommended antiviral for patients with severe, complicated, or progressive illness, or who are hospitalized. And there is insufficient data currently for Relenza, Rapivab, or Xofluza in patients with severe influenza here. Now moving on to the next slide, in terms of the 2019-2020 season, the medications, again, that are recommended we have Tamiflu, which is oral, Relenza, inhalation, Rapivab IV, and Xofluza, which is oral. Now the resistance and activity, as you can see, is low level of resistance and activity against influenza A and B. Medications that are not recommended, as I alluded to previously, are imatinib and rimantadine as well. Amantadine and rimantadine, excuse me, I misspoke a second ago. There is a high level of resistance and there's no activity against influenza B. In terms of clinical benefit, it is greatest when antiviral treatment is administered within 48 hours of illness onset. Now, for clinicians, it's broken down into two stratifications. There's treatment and prophylaxis. So for treatment, outpatient with acute uncomplicated influenza, it's 2 doses per day of oral oseltamivir or inhaled zanamivir for 5 days, or 1 dose of IV peramivir for 1 day. For outpatient with severe complicated influenza, oseltamivir is recommended. Inhaled zanamivir is not recommended because of the lack of data for use. And oral oseltamivir is preferred for treatment of pregnant women. Now, in terms of shifting over to prophylaxis, the recommendation for this is 7 days. Antiviral medications are approximately 70 to 90% effective in preventing influenza. It can be considered for prophylaxis in certain situations, and within 48 hours of exposure. Widespread and routine use is not recommended here. Now, on the next and final slide for this class, there is a little bit of updated information for one of the medications in this class, and that being Xofluza. So in October 2019, FDA approved an expanded indication for Xofluza. It is now indicated for treatment of acute uncomplicated influenza in patients 12 years of age or older who have been symptomatic for less than or equal to 2 days and who are otherwise healthy or at high risk of developing influenza-related complications. Everything else kind of remains the same. Again, to give a little bit of pharmacology on this, this medication is a prodrug, which after oral administration is broken down to its active metabolite, baloxavir, and it interferes the RNA transcription and blocks the viral replication. This is active against influenza A and B and may be active against oseltamivir-resistant strains and avian strains as suggested in non-clinical studies. Again, it is pediatric, approved for 12 years of age or older. The clinical trials for this medication did not include patients 65 years of age or older, so there is a little bit of unknown for geriatric population. And in terms of pregnancy, there's no data available to inform of a drug-associated risk to the fetus. However, the CDC does not recommend Xofluza for the treatment of pregnant women or breastfeeding mothers because of said lack of safety and efficacy data in pregnant and post-pregnant population. That is all I have for the antiviral influenza. I'll go ahead and turn it back to the committee.
Thanks, Umang. Any questions, committee members, for Umang? I'm not sure, Lita, if this list is up to date, but I do have Kyle Downey with Genentech listed as a stakeholder.
Yes. Kyle, I'll unmute you now.
Thanks, Lita. Again, Kyle Downey. I'm our Medical Affairs Executive Director for Genentech, and just want to briefly talk to the committee members about Xofluza. In the interest of time, I'll keep my comments brief today as we're running over time. Umang did a great job of going over the indication overall and just some quick side effects, as I would refer you to the package insert of just diarrhea, bronchitis, nausea, sinusitis, and headache. So certainly safety and efficacy. And the last is just an update on Xofluza among the CDC recommendations for the 2020-21 season. It is recommended as one of the 4 antivirals and is the only endonuclease inhibitor on that list. So it's offering a different treatment option overall. So with that new information, we would respectfully ask that the committee add Xofluza as a preferred agent on the Washington State PDL, and I will open it up to any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee for Kyle? Okay, let's go ahead and light up our cameras and move to a motion.
This is Alex Park. I move that all products in the antivirals influenza agents drug class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated or not clinically appropriate.
Catherine Brown, I second.
Ginny Bucola, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. And we're going to move on to cardiovascular agents, sinus node inhibitors. So back to Umang.
Okay. Sorry, committee members. This is one of those classes that there is no updated information over the last 12 months. So there is nothing to report in this class. Again, I'll turn it right back to the committee.
Okay, great. Thanks, Umang. I should anticipate and not have us pop off and on. Committee members, if you want to come back on your video, we'll just go to review this motion.
This is Diane Schwilke, and I move that all products in the cardiovascular agents, sinus node inhibitors drug class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only 1 product is preferred.
This is Susan Flatabo, I second.
This is Ginny Bucola, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. And we'll go back to Umang for endocrine and metabolic agents.
Perfect. Thank you. So for the next class here, we have the endocrine and metabolic agents, specifically pituitary suppressants. Now for the committee, the TCRs, as you can imagine, for this class are very vast. It covers a lot of different disease states that can be uterine. It can be fibroids to a few others that I'm not thinking off the top of my head right now, such as endometriosis, prostate cancer, central precocious puberty. But I'm only going to cover the specific disease state that is relevant to the updated drug information. For all other information that is in the TCR. So for this class, in terms of uterine fibroids, these are benign tumors that develop in the smooth muscle of the uterus. They are often described according to their location in the uterus. So subserocell is under the uterine serosa. Intramural is within the myometrium. Submucosal is just below the endometrium. The true incidence and prevalence of uterine leiomyomata in the general female population are unknown because the condition is frequently asymptomatic and therefore not identified. The exact cause of these tumors is unknown. However, estrogen and progesterone have been implicated in the promotion of the growth. Now, this is one of the few times I'm going to go over a guideline that is older than the 1-year mark, just because it is specific to this clinical update. So according to ACOG, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists in 2016, most women affected by uterine fibroids are asymptomatic, require no treatment unless rapid growth is observed, or there are other reasons to suspect pelvic malignancy. Myomas can cause symptoms, including menstrual irregularities such as intermenstrual bleeding or menorrhagia, progressive pelvic pressure, pelvic pain, back pain, frequent urination or difficulty urinating, constipation, and distortion of the uterine or abdomen wall. Myomas may affect fertility and may prolapse or degenerate, causing acute onset pelvic pain. The treatment goals are management of symptoms. So treatment selection is based in part on the women's preference and desire for uterine preservation and future fertility. Surgical treatment includes myomectomy, which is the removing of the myomas with reconstruction and preservation of the uterus, hysterectomy, and uterine artery embolization. Medical therapies include oral contraceptives, progestin-release intrauterine devices to help reduce menorrhagia, NSAIDs for pain management, mifepristone, and gonadotropin-releasing hormone agonists to shrink the fibroids. So on the next slide, the medication update in this class is for Orion, and this is in May 2020, FDA approved a combination of Elgolix, which is a gonadotropin-releasing hormone antagonist, with the estradiol norethindrone, which is a combination of, again, estrogen and progestin. And so all of these combine to create a combination medication named Orion. It is indicated for the management of heavy menstrual bleeding associated with uterine fibroids in premenopausal women. There are some warning and precautions here. So Orion is contraindicated in women with high risk of arterial, venous, thrombotic, or thromboembolic disorders, current or history of breast cancers or other hormonally sensitive malignancies, known liver impairment or disease, and undiagnosed abnormal uterine bleeding. And it is contraindicated with any degree of hepatic impairment. The dosage, as you can see, is 1 capsule of the Elgolix and estradiol norethindrone acetate capsule in the morning, and 1 Elgolix capsule in the evening for up to 24 months. And they should be taken approximately at the same time each day, with or without regard to food. In terms of availability, as I mentioned, it is an oral capsule. The morning is a combination, whereas the evening is just the Elgolix, excuse me. As I mentioned earlier, in terms of the pharmacology behind this, Elgolix is a gonadotropin-releasing hormone, which inhibits your endogenous gonadotropin-releasing hormone signal by binding competitively. And so this will result in a dose-dependent suppression of luteinizing hormone, follicle-stimulating hormone, and it leads to decreased blood concentration of the ovarian sex hormone of estradiol and progesterone, and reduces bleeding associated with uterine fibroids. The estradiol in here binds to the nuclear receptors expressed in the estrogen responsive tissues, and this reduces the increase in bone resorption and resultant bone loss that can occur due to decrease in, again, circulating estrogen from the Elgolix. And lastly, for the norethindrone acetate, it binds to the receptors that are expressed in the progesterone responsive tissues, and this helps protect the uterus from potential adverse endometrial effects. That is all I have for this class. If there are no questions, I'll turn it right back to the committee.
Thanks, Umang. This is Ginny. I don't believe, I'm sorry, committee members, any questions for Umang? And I don't believe we have any stakeholders, so we can go to the motion.
Hi, Ginny, this is Lita. I see that Kyle Downey has raised his hand. Let me just check.
Okay.
Kyle, do you want to speak on this class?
I'm sorry, I thought my hand was down on this.
Oh, okay, no problem.
All right, so we're good to go then to consider the motion.
This is Susan Flatovo. I move that all products in the endocrine and metabolic agents, pituitary suppressants drug class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only 1 product is preferred.
This is Jordan Storhaug, I second.
This is Ginny Bucola. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. And we will move to gastrointestinal agents.
Perfect. So the next class will be the GI agents specifically for irritable bowel syndrome and GI motility. Again, to just give a little bit of background here, so for constipation, it is a syndrome that is defined by bowel symptoms specific to the difficult passage of stool, infrequent passage of stool, abnormal hardness of stool, or a feeling of incomplete evacuation after a bowel movement. Though constipation can occur secondary to another disease such as Parkinson's or any kind of spinal cord injury, idiopathic constipation occurs independent of any underlying disorder. Chronic idiopathic constipation, moving forward, I'll refer to it as CIC, is diagnosed if there are less than 3 spontaneous bowel movements per week, with symptoms occurring 6 months or greater, and at least 2 of the previously mentioned bowel symptoms. On the next slide here, in terms of IBS, it is a functional bowel disorder which can be chronic, relapsing, and often lifelong. It is characterized by symptoms of abdominal pain or discomfort associated with abnormal stool frequency, consistency, passage, and or bloating and or abdominal distension, which may or may not be relieved by defecation at least 3 days per month in the last 3 months. It can also present with non-colonic features, and these are examples of it are functional urinary and gynecologic problems, gallbladder and stomach symptoms, back pain, migraine, depression, which can lead to inappropriate patient referrals. So patients with a combination of these symptoms that are typically constipation predominant or IBS-C, diarrhea predominant, IBS-D, or an alternating between the two, or referred to as mixed, IBS-M. Causes have not been fully identified, but could potentially include gut hypersensitivity, disturbed colonic motility, post-infective bowel dysfunction, or a defective anti-nociceptive system. There may also be contributing factors such as stress, food intolerance, abnormal intestinal flora, which can hinder the effectiveness of the treatment if it's left unresolved. On the next slide here, in terms of treatment guidelines, I won't review the 2009-2012 as they're much greater than a year old, but in terms of the American Gastroenterological Association in 2019, they recommend the use of traditional laxatives as first-line agents. However, in patients with laxative refractory OIC, and that is opioid-induced constipation, it is recommended that peripherally acting mu receptor antagonists, such as nalbendazole or naloxone, are utilized over no treatment. Relistor is suggested over no treatment, but this was given a conditional recommendation due to the low quality of evidence. Additionally, the guidelines make no recommendations for intestinal secretagogues such as Amicia or 5-HT agonists such as motility due to limited consistent evidence to support their use. So on the final slide here for this class, we have a new medication called Ibsrela, in September 2019, the FDA approved this for the treatment of IBS-C, so IBS with constipation in adults. It's pretty straightforward. The medication is, there are some limitations. Again, if the patient may experience severe diarrhea, if it does occur, suspend and rehydrate. There is a black box warning. It is contraindicated in patients less than 6 years of age. In juvenile rats, tenapanor caused death presumed to be due to dehydration. Therefore, avoid use in patients 6 years to less than 12 years of age. And the safety and efficacy has not been established, again, in patients less than 18 years of age, as can be deduced by the indication. Dosing and formulation are tablets. In terms of the pharma behind this, it is a long-acting inhibitor of we have the sodium hydrogen exchange, and it is in the small intestines and the colon, primarily responsible for the absorption of dietary sodium. By inhibiting this, it reduces absorption of sodium from the small intestines and the colon, resulting in an increase in water secretion from the intestinal lumens, which accelerates the transit in the intestine. In terms of renal and hepatic impairment, there are no specific recommendations available here. If there are no questions, I will give it right back to the committee here. And I do also want to inform the committee that the next class also has no significant clinical information as well, so if they want to keep their camera on.
Okay, great. Thank you, Umang. That you read my mind. That was what I was going to ask. And I don't believe we have stakeholders for irritable bowel syndrome or for the phosphate binder agents. No. Okay, so let's look at these motions.
This is Nancy. I move that all products in the gastrointestinal agents, irritable bowel syndrome, IBS agents, GA motility drug class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
Catherine Brown, I second.
This is Ginny Bucola. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. And we'll move to the phosphate binder agent motion.
This is Diane Schwilke, and I move that all products in the gastrointestinal agents, phosphate binder agents drug class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Constance Quinn. I second.
This is Ginny Bucola. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? The motion carries. And we'll move on to GU agents, overactive bladder.
Perfect. Alrighty. So moving right along to genitourinary agents, specifically overactive bladders. Again, overactive bladder, OAB, is a chronic and debilitating syndrome that is characterized by urinary urgency with or without urge incontinence, usually in combination with urinary frequency, which is defined as 8 or more voiding episodes per 24 hours, and nocturia, which is awakening 1 or more times per night to void. It is prevalent in roughly 16% of men and 17% of women, and 20% of those in those older than 60 years of age. The American Urological Association made some revisions last year in 2019. They recommended for first-line therapy, behavioral therapy such as bladder training, bladder control strategies, pelvic floor muscle training, and fluid management. In terms of pharmacological therapy, it may be combined with behavioral therapy as a first-line treatment as well. In terms of second-line therapy, oral muscarinics or beta-3 adrenergic receptor agonists should be offered as a second-line therapy. There may be consideration of combination antimuscarinic and beta-3 adrenergic receptor agonists in patients refractory to monotherapy with either mechanism. Surgery is reserved for patients with severe refractory OAB symptoms or those who are not candidates for oral therapy. Moving on to our first medication. In January 2020, FDA approved the first generic for Myrbetriq, I apologize for my pronunciation, by Sawai Pharmaceuticals, Mirabegron ER. It has 2 different indications here. 1, treatment for overactive bladder with symptoms of urge, urinary incontinence, urgency, and urinary frequency, and the same 3 treatment indications in combination with solifenacin. Now, in regards to precautions and contraindications, while it's not contraindicated, it should be used cautiously in patients with uncontrolled narrow angle glaucoma or gastric and or urinary retention. As you can see, the dosage here is stratified by which indication you choose, and the formulations are 2 different doses of tablets. In terms of the mechanism of action here, it is a beta-3 receptor agonist. It relaxes the detrusor smooth muscles during the storage phase of the urinary bladder fill void cycle, and thereby it increases the capacity for the bladder. As one can imagine, it's not, the safety and efficacy has not been established for pediatric patients, so this is only in adults. It is a category C as in Charlie for pregnancy. And in terms of renal and hepatic impairment. For renal, there is a dose adjustment for the GFR is 15 to 30 milliliters per minute, and it is not recommended in end-stage renal disease, which is a GFR of less than 15. For hepatic impairment, for moderate, there is a dose adjustment, which is classified as Child-Pugh class of Bs and Beta, and it is not recommended for use of severe hepatic impairment, which is Child-Pugh class C, as in Charlie. The final on this slide, we have Detrol LA, where in October 2019, there was a discontinuation by Pfizer, where they announced they will discontinue to manufacture Detrol LA 2 milligrams and 4 milligram blister packs, but the bottles of the 30, 90, and 500 count still remain. On the final slide here, we have solifenacin succinate, or Vesicare LS. So in May 2020, FDA approved Vesicare LS for the treatment of neurogenic detrusor overactivity in pediatric patients 2 years of age or older. Now, there are some precautions and contraindications, first being QT prolongation. It should be used in caution in patients who have a known history of QT prolongation or patients taking any medications that can cause QT prolongation. In terms of angioedema and anaphylactic reactions, it is recommended to promptly discontinue Vesicare LS and provide appropriate therapy. And in terms of GI disorder, Vesicare LS is not recommended for use in patients with decreased GI motility. As you can see, the dosing and the formulations are there. For formulations, it is an oral suspension. One can imagine it's for pediatric patients to the age of 2, so oral suspension. And for this, the mechanism of this is it's a competitive muscarinic receptor antagonist. And so it essentially plays a role in several major cholinergic mediated functions. And it helps with the contraction of the urinary bladder smooth muscle. This is category C as in Charlie as well in terms of pediatrics. Pregnancy is category C for pregnancy. And in terms of dose adjustment, it is required for moderate hepatic impairment and severe renal impairment, and it is not recommended for severe hepatic impairment. The last thing on this slide here we have is Enablex. So in June 2020, a few months back, Allergan announced there will be a discontinuation due to a business decision to permanently discontinue all strengths of Enablex. The generic versions are available. I will go ahead and pass to the committee if there are any questions, and I would like to inform you that the next 2 classes do not have any significant clinical updates, so if you'd like to keep your cameras on.
Thanks, Umang. This is Ginny. Any questions, committee, for Umang? Okay, so we're going to take the motions in order. Overactive bladder agents, hereditary angioedema agents. Oh, my apologies. We will have one stakeholder, David Cram, speaking on hereditary angioedema agents. If he's ready, we can go ahead and hear from him.
First, let's do the overactive bladder motion.
Okay, getting ahead of myself.
This is Catherine Brown. All products in the genitourinary agents, overactive bladder agents drug class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Leah Marquette. I second.
This is Ginny Bucola. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? And the motion carries. So we'll move next. Now we'll go to the stakeholder, David Cram with Takeda Pharmaceuticals, and then we will return for the motion on hereditary angioedema agents.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me on the call here. My name is David Cram. I'm a pharmacist and an account medical lead with Takeda. I'm here to talk to you about Takhzyro. Takhzyro is a fully human monoclonal antibody, and a plasma kallikrein inhibitor indicated for prophylaxis to prevent attacks of hereditary angioedema in patients 12 years and older. It comes as a subcutaneous injection with a ready-to-use single-dose vial of 2 mL intended for self-administration or administration by a caregiver after training by a healthcare professional. In clinical studies, the majority of patients self-administered Takhzyro over 10 to 60 seconds. The greatest efficacy was observed when Takhzyro was administered 300 every 2 weeks, which is the recommended starting dose, although a dosing interval of 300 milligrams every 4 weeks is also effective and may be considered if patients are well controlled, basically attack-free for more than 6 months. In the clinical trial, which was the HELP trial, was a phase 3 trial, there was administered 300 milligrams every 2 weeks compared with placebo, and there was an 87% reduction in mean monthly attack rate, an 87% reduction in attacks requiring acute treatment, and an 83% reduction in moderate to severe attacks. Pre-specified endpoints, exploratory endpoint in particular, was 44% reduction. 44% of patients treated with Takhzyro had a attack-free over 26-week treatment period. And a post-hoc analysis showed that 77% of Takhzyro-treated patients with the highest dose group were attack-free during the last 16 weeks of the study. Hypersensitivity reactions have been observed. Most common adverse events are injection site reactions, specifically pain, redness, bruising. Other adverse reactions observed in greater than 10% of patients treated with Takhzyro were upper respiratory tract infection, headache, rash, myalgias, dizziness, and diarrhea. I know that you've all heard this information before, but I just want to re-emphasize it again, as we do have some more information. There was a HELP extension study that was done where patients who were either rolled over from the HELP study were enrolled in this particular trial. About 86% of those patients went into the open label extension. And then we had additional non-rollover patients who did not participate in the HELP study that were included in the study. The primary endpoint was long-term safety. The study was completed in November of 2019. We're still evaluating the final results, but I want to give you some preliminary results. At the time of the interim analysis, patients who had completed 24 months of basically a 2.5-year study showed that Takhzyro was generally well tolerated, and safety data were consistent with those obtained from double-blind HELP study, and treatment response was similar to HELP study and sustained in long-term treatment. I'd be happy to share the final 2.5-year analysis once it's published. We're asking the committee to consider Takhzyro at parity with other agents on formulary for this rare disease. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Okay, we'll move to consider the motion on hereditary angioedema agents.
This is Leah Marcotte. I move that all products in the hematological agents, hereditary angioedema agents drug class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only when product is preferred.
This is Alex Park. I second.
This is Ginny Bucola. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? And the motion carries. And I believe that we are able to move right to the motion for potassium removing agents. There are no stakeholders that I see.
This is Jordan Starhaug. I move that all products in the miscellaneous therapeutics classes, potassium removing agents drug class, are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of the HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Alex Park, I second.
This is Ginny Bucola. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? And the motion carries. And we'll go back to Umang for multiple sclerosis agents. And I do see that there was a stakeholder that was added to the list.
Okay. Moving along to MS. So MS is multiple sclerosis, is a complex human autoimmune type inflammatory disease of the central nervous system. More than 2.3 million people worldwide have MS. 1 million are in the US. It does occur most commonly in Caucasians, with rare cases in African Americans and Asian Americans. Although the etiology is predominantly unknown, it is characterized pathologically by demyelination and subsequent axonal degeneration. The nerve degeneration associated with MS can result in a wide variety of symptoms, including sensory disturbances, so things like numbness, paresthesia, burning, pain in the limbs, optic nerve dysfunction, ataxia, fatigue, bladder, bowel, and sexual dysfunction. Severe cases may result in partial or even complete paralysis. And while cognitive impairment occurs in approximately 50% of people with MS, only 10% experience serious intellectual deterioration. It can be characterized as either relapsing remitting, which is observed in 85 to 90% of patients, or primary progressive MS, which is observed in 10%. Relapses or attacks typically present subacutely, with symptoms developing over hours to several days, persisting for several days or weeks, and then gradually dissipating. On the next slide here, the clinical courses of MS fall into one of the following categories with the potential to progress from less severe to more serious types. So of these, there's relapsing remitting, which is clearly defined. It's self-limited attacks of neurological dysfunction. It's followed by periods of remission without disease progression. And most patients experience a recovery of function that is often, but not always, complete. There's primary progressive, which is nearly continuous worsening of disease, not interrupted by distinct relapses. And some of these individuals have occasional plateaus and temporary minor improvements. Secondary progressive MS, which is relapsing remitting disease course at onset, followed by progression with or without occasional relapses, minor remissions, and plateaus. Most patients eventually convert to progressive MS. Progressive relapsing, which is progressive disease from onset without clear acute relapses that may or may not resolve with full recovery. And unlike relapsing remitting, the periods between the relapses are characterized by continuing disease progression. And finally, clinically isolated syndrome, and the first episode of neurological symptoms due to inflammation or demyelination lasting at least 1 day. Patients with MRI-detected brain lesions consistent with MS are at high risk of developing MS. On the next slide here, going on to the guidelines, the American Academy of Neurology last year issued guidelines regarding vaccinations for patients with MS. They recommended clinicians discuss immunization options with patients to develop an optimal strategy for each patient, taking into account all vaccine standards and local recommendations, patient risk and benefits, contraindications, and patient preferences. Notably, they recommend that prescribers should assess and address vaccination status at least 4 to 6 weeks prior to initiating immune-suppressing MS therapy, as advised by each agent's prescribing information, and further state that clinicians should address vaccination status as soon as possible following diagnosis, regardless of initial therapeutic plan, to prevent future treatment delay. They also recommend that patients receive an annual influenza vaccine unless contraindicated. They recommend against the use of live attenuated vaccines in patients receiving immune-suppressing MS therapy or in those who have recently discontinued one of those agents. However, the use of these vaccines may be recommended if the risk infection is high and alternatives are unavailable. And lastly, prescribers should also screen for select infections, including hepatitis, tuberculosis, and varicella zoster, as described in product labeling of individual products, or regardless of the recommendation in endemic or high-risk areas. Treating discovered latent infections prior to initiating therapy. And lastly, vaccination should be delayed in patients experiencing a relapse until clinical resolution or no longer active. Moving on to our first medication here, we have fingolimod. In December 2019, FDA approved fingolimod 0.5 milligram capsules as first-time generics for Gilenya. Launch is not expected due to litigation. The manufacturers have agreed not to launch their generic capsules until patent office or court decisions, and the HEC's launch is currently blocked due to injunction. On the next slide here, we have medication Zeposia. It is a new medication to market. In March 2020, FDA approved this medication for the treatment of relapsing forms of multiple sclerosis to include clinically isolated syndrome, relapsing remitting, and active secondary progressive disease in adults. Now, in terms of the new medication, I'll cover, give a blanket description of everything here. In terms of limitations, there are limitations with infections. It may increase the risk of infection. It is recommended to obtain a CBC before initiation of treatment, to monitor for infection during treatment, and for 3 months after discontinuing, and to not start patients with active infection. Liver injury. Discontinue if significant liver injury is confirmed. Obtain a LFT before initiating treatment. Fetal risk. In women of childbearing potential, they should use effective contraception during treatment and for 3 months after stopping treatment. And lastly, increased blood pressure, where it is recommended to monitor the blood pressure during treatment. As you can see, there are assessments required. Titration is required for treatment initiation. The recommended maintenance dose is 0.92 milligrams orally once daily. And if a dose is missed within the first 2 weeks of treatment, to reinitiate the titration regimen. The availability is in capsules. And to give a little bit of pharma background here, this medication is essentially S1P receptor modulator, and it binds to S1P receptors 1 and 5. This medication blocks the capacity of lymphocytes from the lymph nodes, so it reduces the number of lymphocytes in the peripheral blood. And so therefore, the specific way it exerts therapeutic effects is unknown in MS, but it may involve the reduction of the lymphocyte migration that I mentioned. Moving on to the next slide here, we have Biferitum. In April 2020, FDA approved a new medication for the treatment of relapsing form of MS to include clinically isolated syndrome, relapsing remitting syndrome, and active secondary progressive disease in adults. In terms of limitations, it is contraindicated if it is co-administered with dimethyl fumarate or diroximel fumarate. If anaphylaxis or angioedema does occur, discontinue and do not restart. If a patient does go through progressive multifocal leukoencephalopathy, it is recommended to withhold treatment at the first sign or symptom of it. In terms of herpes zoster and other serious OIs, healthcare practitioners should consider withholding treatment in cases of serious infections until it's resolved. And lastly, lymphopenia has occurred, so it is recommended to obtain a CBC count, a CBC, including lymphocyte count, before initiating treatment, after 6 months, and every 6 to 12 months thereafter, and consider interruption of treatment if lymphocyte is less than 0.35 times 10 to the 9th, and it persists for more than 6 months. Again, blood tests are recommended prior to initiation. The starting dose is 95 twice a day, and the maintenance dose after that is increased up to 190 milligrams twice a day. The mechanism of action for this is specifically on MS is unknown, but essentially it is known to activate the nuclear factor pathway in vitro and in animals, and this is involved in the cellular response to oxidative stress. So we believe this has to do with decreasing the oxidative stress in the body that could lead to MS exacerbation. If patients are pregnant, instruct patients that if they are pregnant or plan to become pregnant, they should inform their healthcare providers. And there are no studies conducted in patients who are with hepatic or renal impairment. So there's no dose adjustment recommendations at this time. On the next slide, we have dimethyl fumarate. So in August 2020, the first generic dimethyl fumarate was approved for Biogen's Tecfidera by Mylan. It is indicated for the treatment of relapsing form of MS to include clinically isolated syndrome, relapsing remitting disease, and active secondary progressive disease in adults. A lot of these limitations are similar to the medications I've previously discussed in this class, so I'm not going to go over them in detail again, but I will mention them. Anaphylaxis and angioedema, progressive multifocal leukoencephalopathy, herpes zoster and other OIs, and lymphopenia as well. Again, starting dose 120 mg twice daily. Maintenance dose increases up to 240 after a week, and it is available in delayed release capsules. The mechanism of action here is similar to the I mentioned earlier with Zeposia. No, I'm sorry. With Bafiratam. So I'm not going to go into that one again. In terms of pregnancy, based on animal data, it may cause fetal harm, so be careful there. And there are no studies for hepatic and renal impairment, so there's no dosage adjustment recommendations. On the next and final slide for MS, we have a medication, Kesimpta, where in August 2020, FDA approved a new indication for this medication, a new brand name to correspond with the new use being Kesimpta. And so it goes with the ofatumumab. It is indicated for the treatment of relapsing forms of MS to include clinically isolated syndrome, relapsing remitting disease, and active secondary progressive disease in adults. Again, very similar limitations. We have infections. A newer one we haven't seen so far yet is injection-related reactions. So management of these depend on the type and severity. Reduction in immunoglobulin. So it is important to monitor the level of immunoglobulins at the beginning, duration, and after discontinuation. Consider discontinuing if the patient develops serious OIs or recurrent infections if immunoglobulin levels indicate immune compromise. And again, fetal risk. So if a female is pregnant or plans to become pregnant, they advise that there is a potential risk to the fetus and to use an effective method of contraception during treatment and 6 months after stopping treatment. This is a sub-Q injection, and so the initial dosing is at week 0, 1, and 2, and the subsequent dosing is monthly starting week 4. In terms of this medication, the pharma behind this is, it is again unknown with MS and a lot of these medications and mechanism of actions. It's unknown, but it's hypothesized that it involves binding the CD20, which is a cell surface antigen for B lymphocytes, and this will result in antibody-dependent cellular cytolysis and complement-mediated lysis. So again, it decreases that autoimmune pathway that we see in MS. There are no studies for hepatic and renal impairment dose adjustment for this medication as well. That is all I had for MS. Unless there are any questions, I'll give it back to the committee.
Thank you, Umang. Any questions, committee members? Okay, I believe we have a stakeholder, but I want to confirm with Lita. I thought I saw the name Kyle Downey.
Yeah, first we have Eugene May, and
Okay.
then, yeah, I saw Kyle's raising his hand as well. So Eugene, I've unmuted.
Hello, it's Eugene May. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, Eugene. You'll have 3 minutes for your comments.
Great, thank you. I'm a neurologist at the Swedish Medical Center Multiple Sclerosis Center, but I'm actually here speaking on behalf of the National MS Society today and for people living with multiple sclerosis who rely on the Washington State Formulary. The Greater Northwest chapter of the MS Society submitted a statement to the committee earlier this week, but I just want to briefly recapitulate some of the more important points in that statement. As the OHSU summary that you have indicates, and as we just heard from Mr. Patel, MS is a very complex inflammatory and degenerative condition of the nervous system with unpredictable active and quiescent phases and unpredictable responses to treatment on a patient-to-patient basis and over the course of the disease. One of the few things that we know with absolute certainty, however, is that aggressive suppression of neuroinflammation early in the course of MS leads to significant reduction in long-term disability. In addition, only a few of the MS disease-modifying therapies have been shown to slow down the degenerative phase of the disease. It's for these reasons that the entire range of MS disease-modifying therapies needs to be available to MS neurologists over the entire course of a patient's MS so that the appropriate treatments can be provided at the appropriate times. Also, the variable toxicities of the different medications may necessitate treatment changes over the course of a person's illness. We at the MS Society and neurologists in Washington State appreciate the work of the P&T Committee in the past, which has allowed access to the full range of MS treatments, and hope that this approach to treatment access will continue. One of our main concerns, however, is the cost burden of increased copays on non-preferred medications, and we hope that the Healthcare Authority will monitor the effect of these copay burdens closely in individuals who are medically switched from a preferred to non-preferred medication through no fault of their own. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. May. Any questions from the committee? Okay, we'll move to Kyle Downey.
Thank you, committee members. And in light of the DUR report this morning, again, Kyle Downey, Medical Affairs Executive Director here at Genentech. Just the last comment on Ocrevus. Again, it's the only agent approved for both PPMS and RMS. And our request, based upon the data presented this morning around adherence and persistency, is the addition of Ocrevus for both PPMS and RMS be preferred on the Washington State PDL without any step edits and have open access. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any questions, committee? Okay, we'll go ahead and get ready to go to the motion for multiple sclerosis agents.
This is Susan Flattable. I move that all products in the multiple sclerosis agents drug class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Constance Wynn. I second.
This is Ginny Bucola. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? And the motion carries. And we're going to move back to Umang to cover LHRH analogs, injectables.
Okay. So the next class here, we have our LHRH analogs, injectables. As similar to the previous class that we had regarding, I can't seem to find it. But this essentially for Magellan, the TCR, as you'll see in for the committee, it is under the pituitary suppressive agents as well. So if you notice, some of these may look a little similar. And I'm going to go, just like I did with that class, I'm going to go over the pertinent background as well. So there are a lot more diseases that are covered in this class, but this will be only the ones related to the updated clinical information I'll present. So the first being central precocious puberty, or CPP. So precocious puberty refers to the appearance of hormonal and physical characteristics of pubertal development at an earlier age than is considered normal, before age of 8 for girls and 9 for boys. CPP, or true precocious puberty, which is gonadotropin dependent, is the premature activation of the hypothalamic pituitary gonadal axis. This occurs in 1 out of 5,000 to 10,000 children and it is much more common in girls than boys. About 80 to 90% is idiopathic in females compared to 50% in males. And other causes in this could be due to changes in the brain, genetic problems, or certain tumor-releasing hormones. In terms of, again, since this is specific to this disease state, I'll quickly gloss over the guidelines, even though they are over a year old. And, for the American Academy of Pediatrics in 2015, they published a clinical report evaluating regarding the evaluation of children with signs of early puberty. They recommend a GnRH analog injection or hysterelin implant. The goals do not include preservation of linear growth potential, but simply involve suppression of menses. As for some girls with significant developmental disabilities, treatment with medroxyprogesterone depot administered IM every 3 months could be considered. Therapy is typically continued until pubertal suppression is no longer providing benefit to the child. And in 2009, the Lawson-Wilkins Pediatric Endocrine Society and the European Society for Pediatric Endocrinology concluded that all available GnRH agonists are effective despite their different routes of administration, dosing, duration of action. The products include in the group statement are nafarelin, buserelin nasal spray, and sub-Q leuprolide, deslorelin, hysterelin, and triptorelin. Buserelin and deslorelin are not approved in the U.S. It does favor the depot products due to improved compliance. The 3-month formulations of leuprolide is comparable with the once-monthly formulation, and they conclude that the choice of agent depends on patient and physician preference and on local marketing approval. And I do want to highlight that, keep in mind that these guidelines are 5 and almost over 11 years old now as well. On the next slide here, we have according to I apologize. This slide here seems to have been in here by mistake, so please disregard this. We'll go right to the next slide. So in terms of the injectables, so according to Apple Health, the LHRH analog injectables are comprised of medications like Zoladex, Vantis, Eligard, Trelstar, leuprolide acetate, Lupron, and Fensolvi. Now, and any other medication that kind of falls, any other new medication that would fall under this. Fensolvi is highlighted or bolded because this is the only medication with new significant clinical information. So on the next slide here, we'll see in May 2020, FDA approved Fensolvi, which is a gonadotropin-releasing hormone agonist indicated for the treatment of pediatric patients 2 years of age or older with central precocious puberty. It is indicated for the treatment of pediatric patients, again, 2 years of age or older with CPP. For the limitations, their initial rise of gonadotropins and sex steroid levels can occur. During the early phases of therapy, the gonadotropin and sex steroids rise above baseline because of the initial stimulatory effect of the drug. Therefore, an increase in clinical signs and symptoms of puberty include vaginal bleeding that can be observed in the first week of therapy or subsequent doses. Instruct patients and caregivers to notify the physician if these symptoms continue beyond the second month after administration. There can be psychiatric events. There have been reports in patients taking GnRH agonists of having psych events. These include emotional lability, such as crying, irritability, impatience, anger, and aggression. It is recommended to monitor for development or worsening of psychiatric symptoms. And lastly, convulsions. These have been reported and observed in patients with or without a history of seizure, epilepsy, CV disorders, central nervous system anomalies, or tumors, and in patients on concomitant medications that have been associated with convulsions. The dosage for this medication is 45 milligrams sub-Q injection every 6 months. And they also recommend to measure the height every 3 to 6 months and monitor bone age periodically. Again, the availability is an injection suspension. In terms of the pharmacology behind it, leuprolide is a gonadotropin-releasing hormone agonist, so it acts like a potent inhibitor of the gonadotropin secretion. So that's the luteinizing hormone and follicle-stimulating hormone. Following an initial stimulation of the gonadotropin-releasing hormone receptors, this results in a downregulation of the receptors reduction in the release of luteinizing hormone, follicle stimulating hormone, and consequent suppression of ovarian and testicular production of estradiol and testosterone respectively. And this inhibitory effect is reversible upon discontinuing the drug treatment. There have been no studies for hepatic or renal impairment, and therefore no dosage adjustment is necessary. And I do want to point out one thing regarding Lupron Depot. In March 2020, indications for this medication were clarified for use of leuprolide acetate as monotherapy or in combination with norethindrone acetate for endometriosis. The language for use of uterine leiomyota also revised for clarification, including limitation of use. Essentially, they cleaned up the writing in the PI. This is the final slide of this class. If there are no questions, I'll give it back to the committee.
Thank you, Umang. Any questions? Okay, let's go ahead and move to the motion for LHRH analogs.
This is Constance Nguyen. So I move that all products of the oncology agents LHRH analogs injectable drug class are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in this class may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Alex Park, I second.
This is Jenny Bucola. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And the motion carries. Any opposed? Let me ask that before it carries. No. All right, yes, the motion carries. My apologies, I got distracted making sure that I hadn't missed a stakeholder there. Let's go ahead and move to substance use disorder to talk about agents for opioid withdrawal.
Alrighty, thank you. So for my next and final class here for review, we'll discuss agents for opioid withdrawal. So a little bit of background: prescription and illicit opioid abuse and misuse has reached national interest and was declared a national public health emergency by the DHHS acting secretary in 2017. The 2018 National Survey on Drug Use and Health reported there is an estimated almost 32 million Americans aged 12 years and older who were current, so in the past month, illicit drug users, There were approximately 10.3 million 12 years or older in the US who misused opioids in the last year, and approximately 20 million 12 years of age or older in 2018 were considered to have a substance use disorder in the past year, including almost 15 million people with alcohol use disorder, 8 million with an illicit drug use disorder, and 2 million had an opioid use disorder. In 2020, the U.S. Preventative Services Task Force issued a final recommendation statement on screening for unhealthy drug use. For adults, they recommend screening implemented when services for accurate diagnosis, effective treatment, and appropriate care can be offered or referred. On the next slide here, we have new recommendations from ASAM, American Society of Addictive Medicine. There's a lot on the slide. I apologize. I did my best to kind of highlight what was pertinent for the committee, but it is very overarching, and so I'm going to go through it. The new guidelines that came out this year state that the choice of medication, so buprenorphine, methadone, naltrexone, should be a shared decision between the clinician and patient, and should consider patient preferences, treatment history, medical conditions, and treatment setting. Additionally, all FDA-approved medications should be available options to all patients with individual needs taken into consideration for deciding between buprenorphine, methadone, naltrexone, in conjunction with psychosocial treatment services, although they do provide some additional context for treatment selection. And this is where I'm trying to break it down as best as possible. There is no recommendation on time limit for pharmacological treatment of opioid use disorder. Methadone is recommended for patients who may benefit from additional supervision in an OTP or opioid treatment program. Buprenorphine may be dispensed in the OTP or an office-based opioid treatment, while naltrexone may be prescribed in any setting. Oral naltrexone requires special attention to medication adherence and may require observed administration for some patients. The combined use of benzos and sedative hypnotics increase the risk of serious adverse effects when administered with methadone and buprenorphine. However, the harm of untreated opioid use disorder may outweigh that risk. Buprenorphine and methadone are the standard treatment options for managing the acute withdrawal from opioids. And when buprenorphine is selected for managing opioid withdrawal, buprenorphine should not be initiated until there are objective signs of opioid withdrawal and at a dose to suppress the withdrawal symptoms. The American Society of Addiction Medicine notes that methadone and buprenorphine are more effective in decreasing symptoms and aiding in the completion in withdrawal. Additionally, the group states that alpha-2 adrenergic agonists such as clonidine, which is not approved for this use, and lofexidine are safe and effective to manage opioid withdrawal. The focused update also includes recommendations for special populations. These are populations such as pregnant women who are suffering from pain, adolescents, patients with co-occurring psychiatric conditions, patients within the criminal justice system, because this may impact the drug selection, psychosocial services offered, and overall care planning. Lastly, these guidelines recommend that naloxone for the reversal of opioid overdose and training for patients and significant others should be provided to patients being treated for or with a history of opioid use disorders. Continuing on, in 2019, last year, the FDA announced changes to the transmucosal immediate release fentanyl REMS program. The changes included requiring prescribers to document a patient's opioid tolerance concurrently with each prescription of a TIRF medicine for outpatient use. It required inpatient pharmacies to develop internal policies and procedures to verify opioid tolerance in hospitalized patients requiring TIRF medications. And these meds for outpatient use must have evidence or other documentation of safe use conditions, including concurrent documentation of opioid tolerance, and requiring the development of new patient registry to monitor for serious adverse events, including overdose, both fatal and non-fatal. And lastly, last year, the CDC clarified that their guidelines on opioid prescribing are not intended to deny opioid therapy for pain management for any patients with chronic pain, particularly in patients with sickle cell disease, undergoing cancer treatment, and cancer survivors with chronic pain. It aims to ensure that clinicians and patients consider all safe and effective treatment options. On the next and final slide for these guidelines and updates, this year, the FDA released a drug safety communication and a med watch for opioid pain relievers and opioid use disorder agents. These require manufacturers for all opioid pain relievers and all OUD treatments, again, buprenorphine, methadone, and naltrexone, to add recommendations on naloxone to the product labeling for healthcare practitioners to consider and discuss prescribing naloxone. They recommend practitioners discuss and consider naloxone use with all patients at the time of prescribing. They recommend, again, prescribers consider prescribing naloxone when a patient has a household member, such as children or close contacts, who may be at risk of accidental ingestion or overdose. And in addition, for patients that are not receiving a prescription for an opioid or OUD treatment, consideration should be given to prescribing naloxone for them if they are at a higher risk of opioid overdose. For example, current or prior diagnosis of OUD or prior opioid overdose. When these meds are prescribed or renewed, the FDA is recommending the potential need for a naloxone prescription to be evaluated. Moving on to the next slide. Now, Healthcare Authority has, in terms of for opioid withdrawal, there are 3 subclasses within opioid withdrawal. The first being opioid antagonist, the second being opioid antagonist sub-Q, and the last being opioid antagonist transmucosal. As you can see, for opioid antagonists, we have Lucemra, Evzio, naloxone, naltrexone, Narcan, and Vivitrol. And as I mentioned earlier, bold indicates updates. So for this class, we will have updates for Narcan and Vivitrol. For the next class, the opioid antagonist sub-Q, there are no updates. And lastly, for opioid antagonist transmucosal, this includes Bunevel, Suboxone, buprenorphine monotherapy and hydrochloride, Zubsolv, and Suboxone generic. And for this, Bunevel and Suboxone, there are updates here. So moving on to the next slide here, we have the first one being Vivitrol. And for Vivitrol, we can see that in September 2019, their package insert updated to emphasize that Vivitrol must be prepared and administered by a healthcare practitioner. In October 2019, there was an FDA recall. Alkermes issued a voluntary recall of 2 lots of Vivitrol 380 milligram injection kit due to an incorrect needle size being included in the package. It included a 1-inch needle rather than the intended 1.5-inch needle. In terms of Narcan, the naloxone nasal spray, in August 2020, there was a manufacturer communication where the manufacturer Emergent has announced the FDA approval of an extension to the shelf life of their naloxone nasal spray, Narcan. Previously, it was two years, 24 months, and the shelf life has now been extended to 36 months or 3 years. So these first 2 medications fall under that first subclass I mentioned, the opioid antagonist. Moving next to the opioid antagonist transmucosal, we have Bunevel, and this is a buprenorphine naloxone combination. In August 2020, the FDA lists Bunevel's marketing status as discontinued. And then going on to the next and final slide, we have an update regarding Suboxone. And this is the final update for the opioid antagonist transmucosal. So Suboxone, which is buprenorphine naloxone sublingual film, in November 2019, the indication was expanded to include induction therapy. So the indication here is for treatment of opioid dependence, induction, and maintenance, and it should be used as part of a complete treatment plan to include counseling and psychosocial support. There are limitations. I won't go through them very specifically, but addiction, abuse, misuse can happen. We are discussing opioid withdrawal here, and respiratory depression. Again, life-threatening respiratory depression and death have occurred in association with buprenorphine use. Warn patients of the potential danger of self-administration of benzos or other CNS depressants while they're under treatment. In terms of the dosage, induction of opioid dependence treatment, it is stratified here by day, and for maintenance treatment as well. Again, these are sublingual films, and they come in, since this is a combination of 2, it comes in 2 and 0.5 milligrams, 4 and 1, 8 and 2, and 12 and 3 sublingual films. Now, in terms of the pharma behind this, it is a partial agonist of the mu receptor and an antagonist of the kappa receptor. And so essentially this provides opioid withdrawal signs and symptoms in individuals physically dependent on full opioid agonists when administered parenterally. In terms of pediatrics, safety and efficacy has not been established. If healthcare practitioners are treating geriatric patients, it's recommended to monitor for sedation and respiratory depression. And lastly, in terms of if a patient has moderate and severe hepatic impairment, these products are not recommended in patients with severe hepatic impairment and may not be appropriate in moderate. That is all I have for opioid withdrawal. If there are no questions, I will give it back to the committee.
Thank you, Umang. Any questions from the committee members? We have one stakeholder. Looks like Paul Thompson is scheduled to speak.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead. You'll have 3 minutes, Paul. And if you could state your affiliation. I'm sorry, I didn't state that.
Oh, great. Thank you. Well, hello, my name is Paul Thompson. I'm a psychiatric pharmacist and senior medical science liaison at Alkermes. Thanks for the time today to be able to provide some information regarding Vivitrol. Vivitrol contains naltrexone, an opioid antagonist, and it's actually indicated for the prevention of relapsed opioid dependence. not so much used for opioid withdrawal as discussed today. And the treatment with Vivitrol should be part of a comprehensive management program, including psychosocial support. So Vivitrol is a long-acting injectable intramuscular, 380 milligrams, and is administered every 4 weeks by a healthcare professional using the provided carton components. The study I was going to bring up today was a comparative effectiveness analysis of extended-release naltrexone, which is Vivitrol, versus buprenorphine naloxone for opioid relapse prevention. This was a 24-week multi-center open-label randomized comparative effectiveness trial of 570 participants with opioid use disorder. Patients that had been using non-prescribed opioids in the past 30 days began treatment of one of the two groups, starting an inpatient, followed up as outpatient. The results of this study show that extended-release naltrexone was as effective as buprenorphine naloxone treatment in maintaining patients relapse-free once patients began the study medication. Among the participants successfully inducted, 24-week relapse rates were similar across both study groups. The self-reported opioid cravings was also initially less with the extended-release naltrexone group than it was with buprenorphine naloxone, but this converged by week 24. With the exception of mild to moderate Vivitrol injection site reactions, the treatment emergent adverse events were similar between the treatment groups. There were 5 total overdose fatalities in the study, where 3 participants treated with the buprenorphine group had died, and 2 participants in the Vivitrol group. The most common adverse events with Vivitrol for opioid dependence include hepatic enzyme abnormalities, injection site pain, nasopharyngitis, insomnia, and toothache. Clinically significant AEs that are associated with Vivitrol include accidental opioid overdose, injection site reactions precipitated opioid withdrawal, hepatotoxicity, depression, and suicidality, eosinophilic pneumonia, and hypersensitivity reactions. So to go over some safety info really quick in closing, following Vivitrol treatment, opioid tolerance is reduced from pre-treatment baselines, and patients are vulnerable to potentially fatal overdoses at the end of the dosing interval, after missing a dose, or even after discontinuing Vivitrol. As well as attempting to overcome the opioid blockade effect, this may lead to a fatal overdose. And as you may mention, Vivitrol must be prepared and administered by a healthcare professional. In some cases, injection site reactions are severe and may require surgical intervention. And patients should be opioid-free before starting Vivitrol. A minimum of 7 to 10 days is recommended. Cases of hepatitis and clinically significant liver dysfunction were observed during clinical development program as well as post-marketing period. And in closing, in emergency situations and patients receiving Vivitrol that need analgesia, suggestions for that are regional analgesia or use of non-opioid analgesics. For more safety information and additional info, I'd refer you to the package insert. And we at Alkermes do appreciate being included in the PDL in Washington State for patients that have opioid use disorder. Any questions?
Thank you, Paul. Any questions, committee members, for Paul? Okay, so committee, we're ready to move to the motion on agents for opioid withdrawal.
This is Susan Flattabo. I move that all products in the drug classes listed on slide 28 are considered safe and efficacious for their medically accepted indications and are eligible for preferred status and grandfathering at the discretion of HCA. Products in these classes may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Constance Wynn. Can I have a point of reference?
Go ahead, Connie.
Is slide 28 the correct slide?
This is Lita. No, I'm assuming slide 29. Marissa, are you on?
Yes, Lita, that's correct. It's slide 29.
Okay.
29. Yeah, I'll make that correction. Thanks.
Then this is Connie. I second based off of the revision.
This is Jenny Bucola. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. I want to check in with Lita, who's guiding the ship, about should we go to a short break, or do you want us to move on through the rest of the agenda?
Well, we are going to skip the archived Apple Health drug class since we have run out of time. I would say it's up to the committee if you want to take a 5-10 minute break or push through.
I can go with either a short break or pushing through. Is there any other feedback from people?
I'd prefer a break.
Yes, let's go ahead at 10 minutes. Does that sound okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah.
2:40.
My bladder thanks you, Karen.
Hi, Jenny. This is Lita. Are you back? This is Lita. I just got a note from Jenny. She will be right here in a minute.
Hi, this is Ginny. My apologies for running late. I got caught on a phone call, but I don't want us to run behind. So we are moving to discuss Apple Health policy, buprenorphine, and we'll be hearing from Luke with HCA.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. Good afternoon. This is an updated Apple Health policy regarding transmucosal buprenorphine containing products in the setting of opioid use disorder. The primary purpose of this policy update was to increase the visibility as to the preferred products versus the non-preferred products. So Marissa, if you could scroll down a little bit. As you can see there, the generic buprenorphine naloxone sublingual tablet, along with the brand Suboxone sublingual film are the preferred products. And this update also clarifies right up front that the preferred buprenorphine naloxone combination products do not require a prior authorization, while the monotherapy buprenorphine does. And Marissa, if you could scroll down to the clinical criteria, which describes, it characterizes when buprenorphine monotherapy can be used instead of the buprenorphine naloxone combination product. Largely, the monotherapy version is reserved for patients who are pregnant, are breastfeeding, or have experienced serious adverse reactions to buprenorphine naloxone. The major update here is criteria 1I, which provides an EA code that allows a 28-day supply for up to 12 months in the setting of pregnancy. Previously, this EA code allowed for only a 7-day supply while the PA was being processed. Otherwise, this policy is basically unchanged, and the following sections Marissa, you could scroll down here. They serve as a guideline for buprenorphine initiation, follow-up, and monitoring. We have several categories here if we keep scrolling down. And this is not new to the committee. And keep scrolling down here. Prescription follow-up. We can point out that for the first 1 month of treatment, a maximum of 7 days supply can be dispensed. For the second month, it increases to 14 days. And for months 3 and beyond, it increases to a maximum of 30-day supply. Keep scrolling down. And this additional information just points out that as long as they are stable, they are able to continue on buprenorphine therapy. I did note in Umang's presentation that the Unival is no longer on the market. Last time I checked, I thought I saw that, so that is something that I will have to take back. And then we can go to the authorization form. Which the committee can feel free to review. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
This is Ginny Bucola. Thanks, Luke. I see that we don't have any stakeholders for buprenorphine or for Sublocade. I don't know if it would make sense for you to review both of those, and then we would go to do both of those motions back to back. Is there any concern about that from the committee or from Lita?
This is Lita. I don't have any concern, and I do not see anyone raising their hand.
Okay. Are you okay with that? I should ask you first, Luke. Are you okay with that?
Oh yes, I'm definitely okay with
that. Okay.
Hi, Jenny, this is Marissa. So you want me to move on to the Sublocade?
That would be great. Thanks, Marissa.
No problem. Let me go ahead and bring that up. And whenever you're ready, Luke.
All right, thank you. So this is a new Apple Health policy regarding the buprenorphine extended release injection or Sublocade. It is indicated for the maintenance treatment of moderate to severe opioid use disorder. Sublocade is an alternative to the transmucosal buprenorphine containing products. It has some situational advantages over the oral products, which could include improved adherence with once monthly administration, steady buprenorphine blood concentrations, and the reduced chance for misuse or diversion. Nevertheless, Sublocade is restricted to a risk evaluation and mitigation strategy, REMS, as IV administration has the potential to cause serious harm or death. The REMS program limits access to certain facilities and requires administration subcutaneously by a healthcare professional. A phase 3 clinical trial demonstrated that a much greater percentage of participants achieved abstinence from illicit opioids at 24 weeks compared to placebo, as one would expect. We could scroll down to the clinical criteria here, which is based off of the product labeling and includes the REMS requirements. It basically opens up the availability of Sublocade as an option for patients who may not be good candidates for the oral buprenorphine containing products. And so I'll provide just a very high level summary of the clinical criteria here. They include appropriate diagnosis and age. The patient has to be stabilized on at least 8 milligrams daily of an oral buprenorphine containing product for at least 7 days prior to initiation. It, of course, must be used in compliance with the REMS program, which includes being administered by a healthcare professional. Documentation why continued use of the oral product is clinically appropriate, which could include ongoing concerns of non-adherence or suspicion of misuse, for example. And then finally, the patient doesn't have any contraindications and is engaged in a some sort of treatment program as well. And then the reauthorization would be allowed if the patient was stable, experiencing a positive clinical response. And if we scroll down here, we have the dose and quantity limits, a very brief summary of the evidence review, and the DSM-5 criteria for opioid use disorder right there, just for everybody's reference. And then we can head on over to the form for the committee's review. And I'd be happy to take any questions once again.
This is Ginny. Thanks, Luke. Committee members, do you have any questions for Luke about the buprenorphine or Sublocade?
Yeah, this is Susan Flattabo. My question is the REMS program for the Sublocade, is that just because of the administration, because it's sub-Q and it's fatal for IV? Is that why?
That is the main reason for the REMS program on this medication, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So committee members, let's go ahead then and consider the two motions for buprenorphine and Sublocade.
This is Alex Park. I just have a question about the REMS criteria. I know that the FDA is relaxing a little bit on the follow-up requirements because of the pandemic and some of the access issues or safety issues with coming in for lab work, et cetera. Is HCA also considering that?
Are you talking about the Sublocade?
Yeah.
That's a good point. I haven't considered that in reference to Sublocade. It's a pretty hard recommendation from REMS and is ultimately for the patient's safety, as harm can be done if they inject it inappropriately. So I would recommend they still seek professional administration with this medication.
Understandable.
This is Ginny. Are there any other questions from the committee before we move to the motion? Well, this is Ginny Bucola, and I'll go ahead and move that the Apple Health Medicaid program implement the clinical criteria listed on policy 65.20.00.10-3 as recommended.
This is Nancy.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Sorry, I can hear I'm getting a lot of echo. My apologies. But I want to just to acknowledge we're moving over to the motion for Sublocade.
Hi, Ginny. Yeah, that's correct. This is Marissa.
This is Constance Wynn. I move that the Apple Health Medicaid program implement the clinical criteria listed on policy 65.20.00.E5-1 as recommended.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
This is Nancy. Was there a second? Sorry.
Oh, thank you. That's important.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Nancy. Now is everybody ready to vote? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 And any opposed? Okay, thank you. That motion carries. All right, going next to the Apple Health policy for the PCSK9 medications with Ryan Takatomo.
It's Ryan Takatomo. There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be going over the updated PCSK9 inhibitor policy. So I'll be highlighting some of the major changes under this first part with the medical necessity. We updated the indications to reflect the updated labeling. We also added preferred and non-preferred statuses to better highlight which products were preferred and non-preferred. Okay, for our first clinical criteria, some of the changes were the addition of the requirement that a client trial and failure both a statin and ezetimibe for at least 6 consecutive weeks. And if you could scroll down a little bit. And we also added item 6 to specify for non-preferred products that the client trial and failure at least 1 preferred product. Okay, could go to the next indication. Okay, so for this indication, previously in the previous version, there were 2 indications. These were primary hypercholesterolemia with atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease and reducing the risk of myocardial infarction, stroke, and coronary revascularization in adults with established cardiovascular disease. With the discontinuation of Amro, and the updated labeling changes, there was no need to keep 2 separate sections. Thus, we consolidated these 2 indications into 1 indication, which is now called secondary prophylaxis in adults with established cardiovascular disease. And similar to the previous indication, there is an added requirement that the highest tolerated stent and ezetimibe be used for at least 6 consecutive weeks. And as with the previous indication, we also added a new criteria number 6, specifying that for non-preferred products that there is a trial and failure of at least 1 preferred product. Okay, we can move on to the last indication. So for homozygous familial hypercholesterolemia, again, we split up number 1A to make it easier to understand. It's more consistent with it. Before, it used to be a combination. So by splitting it out, we helped to clarify what was needed to meet criteria number 1. For criteria number 2, we again added the requirement that a stent be used with ezetimibe for at least 6 consecutive weeks. And then if we can scroll down a little bit more. And with criteria 5, we removed the kin-amro combination because it's no longer in the market. Okay, with that, can move over to the form, I guess. And the form is again to help facilitate the prior authorization process. Okay, before I move over to discussion or questions, I did want to go back to the secondary prophylaxis indication on the policy. Thanks. Oh, sorry, a little bit more. Here, yeah, one more up. Okay, yeah, thanks. Here. So for this one, with the 2018 ACC, American College of Cardiology guidelines, they did add a specific population called very high risk, which again adds another differentiation with LDL cutoffs. This cutoff reduces it to less than 70 for a specific population. The less than 70 is for the LDL cholesterol level. With that, I did want to ask the committee to see if there was interest in adding criteria to reflect the very high risk population.
Hi, Ryan, this is Nancy. So just to clarify, are you asking to put in that very high risk population within the secondary prophylaxis, like maybe put in like another subpoint in here? Is that what you're suggesting? Sorry, I just needed. Okay.
Yes, yeah, and to clarify, so it would add another, it'd probably push bullet point 2C to 2D, and it would add a bullet 2C with something around the lines of inability to achieve LDL cholesterol less than 70 for very high risk clients. And we would add maybe a table or a description to define who qualifies for very high risk based off the ACC guidelines.
I would be okay with that.
Me too.
Okay, thanks. And Marissa will make a note, and this will be something we will add during our post-DUR process. With that, are there any other questions or topics for discussion?
This is Ginny. Thanks, Ryan. We have a stakeholder Carrie Johnson with Amgen.
This is Lita. I am not seeing Carrie.
Okay.
Yeah, she must have left.
Okay. So committee members will go ahead and move to the motion.
This is Jordan Starhaug. I move that the Apple Health Medicaid program implement the clinical criteria listed on policy 39.35.00-2 as recommended.
Catherine Brown, a second.
This is Jenny Bucola. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? And the motion carries. And we'll move to our last policy review for IBS GI motility.
Okay, hello everybody. This is Marissa. Show my webcam. From the Healthcare Authority. So I will be presenting the chronic GI motility agents policy today. So the policy today that I'll be presenting to you is pretty much just an annual update of our current chronic GI motility agent policy that we have. That policy was implemented in July of 2018, so it does need, it has not been reviewed since. So it's just an annual update. The biggest changes so far or that were made to this policy are kind of making it more specific to the indications that are listed on the package inserts of the particular products, and then also adding Zelnorm and Motegrity to the policy as well. Those products were Zelnorm was introduced or reintroduced, I'm sorry, in April of 2019 after it was voluntarily withdrawn in 2007. And then Motegrity was FDA approved in December of 2018, so it was already after the policy had been implemented. So as you can see here, all the products are listed here in the policy for the medical necessity, along with their package insert or FDA approved indications. And you can see the addition of Motegrity and Zelnorm to the policy. And so for the clinical criteria, as you can see, we did split it up a little bit more to be specific for IBS-C, so irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, chronic idiopathic constipation. And then we also added some drug-specific criteria if it's indicated for that particular indication to the clinical criteria as well. So I'll kind of just go through it one by one. So for irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, what was added mostly was for the lubiprostone only was that the patient must be biologically female. In the package insert for this particular indication, it is only used in females that are 18 years and older. And then for the Zelnorm, there was some contraindications, as you can see, that are listed here. So just making that included in the clinical criteria for that product. And then for chronic idiopathic constipation, nothing much has really changed as far as the criteria for this. It was mostly just split out compared to the old criteria. We had, it was like the IBS-C and CIC, I believe, mixed in together. So we split it out. So it's a little bit more indication specific. So this was just splitting it out here for CIC. And then for opioid-induced constipation, this was a drug-specific or an indication-specific split on this policy. So now we have opioid-induced constipation, OIC, with chronic non-cancer pain, including patients with chronic pain related to prior cancer or its treatment who do not require frequent opioid dose escalation, and this is spelled wrong. I apologize. So this we have included now in the policy. And so you can see the criteria here for those products. And then moving down to irritable bowel syndrome with diarrhea. This was actually split up. We had this this indication and the two products that it's indicated for put together, but I thought it was best to kind of split it out since the indications are a little bit different. So for IBS-D, these are the criteria specific for that product and that indication here. And we also included some drug-specific contraindications to be in the clinical criteria as well. And then we split that up from the severe diarrhea prominent irritable bowel syndrome. So this was different. The package insert or the labeling is different. So we thought it would be best to separate those and then added the contraindications for allozatron into the criteria since it is indicated for that indication. So that is included here in the criteria. And then we also have opioid-induced constipation in patients with advanced illness or pain caused by active cancer requiring opioid dosage escalation for palliative care. So this is now its own criteria, and it's specifically mostly for methyl naltrexone or Relistor, and that criteria is listed here as well. And then for the reauthorization criteria, this has changed a little bit more to be more specific about what a positive clinical response is. Currently, our reauthorization criteria is documentation of a positive clinical response, but thought that was a little bit vague, so made it a little bit more defined in what it means or what the reauth criteria would be for those products. So I kind of lumped them together depending on if it's for IBS-C, CIC, OIC are lumped together, and then IBS-D and severe diarrhea prominent irritable bowel syndrome are together. So you can see here for IBS-C, the reauth criteria would be greater than or equal to a 30% reduction in average daily abdominal pain score compared to baseline, a documentation of greater than or at least 3 or more spontaneous bowel movements per week, and an increase of 1 or more spontaneous bowel movements per week compared to baseline. And then that criteria is for 2 and 3, it's pretty much the same for the chronic idiopathic constipation and opioid-induced constipation. And then for diagnosis of irritable bowel syndrome, so IBS-D and the severe diarrhea prominent irritable bowel syndrome, that reauthorization criteria is greater than or equal to a 30% reduction in average daily abdominal pain score compared to baseline, and then greater than or equal to 50% reduction in number of days per week with at least 1 stool that has a type 6 or 7 consistency according to the Bristol Stool Form Scale compared to baseline. And then in here, here's the dosage and the quantity limits. This has been updated to include if there's any adjustments that need to be made for ESRD, for kidney impairment, hepatic impairment, that is included now in the dosing and the adjustments. And then if there's use of any CYP3A4 inhibitors, that's included as well for particular products. And then I also added an appendix here for the methyl naltrexone, the Relistor, because there's an oral and a subcutaneous, so this is just the dosing for it if it's for moderate and severe hepatic or renal impairment. So if any providers have any questions on the dosing, that is available here on the policy as well for their reference. And then moving on to the authorization form. This is the authorization form that the providers would be filling out for this policy to get these products. And I'd be happy to answer any questions from the board.
This is Ginny. Thanks, Marissa. And Any questions for Marissa? And I don't believe we have any stakeholders. So the committee, let's go ahead and go to our final motion of the day.
This is Constance Nguyen. I move that the Apple Health Medicaid program implement the clinical criteria listed on policy 52.55.00-2 as recommended.
This is Diane Schwilke. I second.
This is Ginny Bucola. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Are any opposed? And that motion carries. So that brings us to the end of our agenda for the DUR Review Board. So we'll adjourn.
Actually,
Jenny.
Sorry.
Yes. Uh-oh.
Sorry, this is Brian Cisteresi from HCA. We actually had an oversight with the multiple sclerosis motion that we had at the very beginning of the day, and we wanted to bring it back because we did forget to include the pipeline drugs that were approved earlier this year in the motion. So we are bringing that back up and letting you review that one more time.
And then this is Nancy. I had a question before we also adjourn about the antiretrovirals for December, and asking like what the HCA, what your thoughts were, what you were thinking on in terms of like looking at more evidence. I was kind of thinking of looking at long-term or, you know, between TAF and TDF in some of those renal and bone questions, but other areas as well. I was just kind of curious if you had an idea of what you were going to be looking for.
And hi, Nancy, I'll answer that real quick. I think we're just going to look at if we can get any comparative efficacy between multi-dose regimens and single tablet regimens. And then if there is any long-term data on the TAF and TDF, we can take a look at that. I haven't seen any. I know the clinical trial information was, you know, it was statistically significant difference, but it wasn't necessarily a clinically significant difference is what I've seen in the publications. But that's what we want to try to bring back and summarize those points.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so these two drugs, ozanimod and monomethyl fumarate, were not in the list of therapies that were reviewed. They were listed as pipeline drugs. And so at the end, though, there was a note that they were approved in March and April of 2020. So they did need to be added to the motion. So I've added the two in here and then highlighted them here to see if you guys want to add them into the motion.
This is Alex Park. I feel the review was adequate from this morning to add those two new agents.
This is Susan. I agree.
So Lita, can we make it a motion in terms of like, so I move to accept the already previously accepted passed motion with the addition of monomethyl fumarate and ozanimod. Would that be sufficient? Do we have to go through that all again?
Hi, this is Donna. I know you asked Lita, but yes, you can do that.
Okay.
And I don't need to add that to the motion, do I, Donna?
I think we should just make a motion to amend the previously stated motion to include monomethyl fumarate and ozanimod, and just make it official.
Okay, so I'm going to restate that. This is Connie Nguyen. So I move that we amend the previously passed motion to include also monomethyl fumarate and ozanimod to the list of preferred medications.
They're not preferred, they're eligible to be preferred.
Okay, so I will revise that
To the list of medications in the drug class?
Yes.
Okay.
As stated by Donna.
This is Leah Marcotte. I second that motion.
What did you say? Approved medications or?
Eligible.
Eligible, thank you.
Eligible drugs in the drug class.
And who seconded that?
Leah Marcotte.
Thank you.
And this is Ginny. Can we get a vote for all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And are there any opposed? Okay. While Lita's finishing that, we had a section that we had skipped over because we were running so behind. That was to be at 1:45, the archived Apple Health drug classes. And so we're going to go ahead actually and move that, sneak that back in to review that with Marisa.
Okay, hang on just a second. I'm going to give Marisa control again.
Hi, this is Marissa. I'm just going to pull up the presentation real quick, so just bear with me. I apologize.
That's okay, Marissa. We didn't give you a heads up that we were going to do that.
No worries. Let me go ahead and present. Okay. Can you see the presentation? I'm hoping you can.
I can see it. Ginny, I can see it.
Perfect. Okay. So today I'll be presenting the archive drug classes for the Apple Health PDL. So just to give you a little bit of background, now that the AHPDL is fully implemented, we have pretty much about over 439 drug classes that are on the AHPDL. So to help make the DUR board's meetings more efficient, we've gone through each of the drug classes and made decisions on which ones we want to archive, and that decision was based off of some of these classes are largely generic products with not very much change. So an example would be ACEs and ARBs. Actually, let me show my camera. There we go. I apologize to show my camera. So like ACEs and ARBs, those are largely generic products, antibiotics, for example. So that kind of went into the decision of whether or not we wanted to archive that particular drug class on the AHPDL. So when we went through and archived or made the decision to archive some of the classes, we identified about 291 drug classes that we want to present to you for make eligible for archiving. And the plan is once we present them to the board, we would just bring them back annually pretty quickly. They wouldn't be really thorough drug class reviews unless, of course, there's like maybe some new products or some changes to the class. So today, in the interest of time, I'm just going to go through them fairly quickly. We have about 56 classes that I'm going to be presenting to you today. And so with these archive classes, the 291 that we identified, just going to present them in phases at each meeting until we get through all of them. And then, of course, it'll be re-reviewed again next year. So I'll go ahead and mention them. So you'll see on some of the slides that there's some that are designated no updates. So if it says that there's no updates to the class, it's because there's probably no products, no generic products that have come out. Nothing has changed with any of the products in the class. If there have been any changes or additions to the class, I will go ahead and make note of them and kind of give a high-level overview of them. And of course, if there are updates to them, It's been products that maybe have been added to the class in the past 2 years. Now that the AHPDL is fully implemented, I don't think some of these classes have been reviewed since like 2018 when we started implementing them, so there might have been some changes. And some products in the class may have expanded indications, or maybe the class as a whole had a whole FDA update, so I'll go ahead and mention those as well. And this is the first time that we are presenting the archive drug classes, like I've said. So if there's, feel free to stop me anytime if you have any questions. And if there's anything that you want to see more of in these archive drug classes presentations, definitely let me know and I can make some adjustments for the next meeting. So I'll go through these pretty quickly. For the first set of classes, we have the allergy classes. So we have the anaphylaxis, the antihistamines, miscellaneous, nasal anticholinergics, nasal antihistamines, nasal steroids, and nasal steroid implant. There's no updates to any of those classes. So moving on to the next slide. We have the analgesics. So these are the anti-rheumatic agents, some miscellaneous topical analgesics, the non-narcotics, the NSAIDs, the opioid agonists, short-acting, the opioid partial agonists, the anorectal agents, so rectal anesthetic and steroid combinations, and then the anorectal agents, the rectal steroids. There are no updates to those classes. And for this next class, I'm going to go ahead and make these a little bit bigger. So we have the anorectal agents, vasodilating agents. There's no updates to that class. For the anti-anxiety agents, benzodiazepines, there was now the FDA is requiring an update to box warning, to add a box warning to all benzodiazepines to include risks of abuse, misuse, addiction, physical dependence, and withdrawal reactions. So that is an update to benzodiazepines as a whole. The anti-anxiety agents, miscellaneous, there's no updates there. And for these antibiotics, the aminoglycosides oral, the aminopenicillins injectable, aminopenicillins oral, the anti-infective agents, miscellaneous oral, there's no updates there. There was one update to the antimycobacterial agents oral. So Serturo bedaquiline now has an expanded indication for use as a part of a combination therapy in the treatment of adult and pediatric patients 5 years and older and weighing at least 15 kilograms. So previously it was only indicated for patients that are 12 to 18 years of age and weighing at least 30 kilograms. And also now there was a new product that was added to this class. So Pratomanid was approved by the FDA in August of 2019, and that has been added to the class. It's only used for a limited population, and it's used in a combination regimen with bedaquiline and linezolid for treatment of patients with pulmonary extensively drug-resistant SDR, treatment intolerant or non-responsive multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. So there's update there. For the next slide, these antibiotics, mostly these cephalosporins that are oral and injectable for the first, second, third, and fourth generation, there's no updates there. There was a new class that we actually created for this new product that came out in November 2019, Fetroja. I apologize if I am pronouncing that incorrectly. It is a cephalosporin, but doesn't fall within any of these 1 through 4 generations, so that's why it's kind of in its own class. It's considered other injectable, and like I said, it was approved in November of 2019. It is indicated for patients 18 years of age or older for treatment of complicated urinary tract infection, including pyelonephritis, hospital-acquired bacterial pneumonia, and ventilator-associated bacterial pneumonia. And for the next slides, the antibiotics fluoroquinolones oral, there was an expanded indication to Baxdela or delafloxacin. So now it has an expanded indication for community-acquired bacterial pneumonia. Previously, it was only for acute bacterial skin and skin structure infections. And then for these glycopeptides, leprostatics, lincosamide, macrolides, natural penicillins, both injectable and oral, there's no updates there. But for the axazolidinones, I apologize for the pronunciation, There is now an expanded indication for Silvextro or tedazolide phosphate that now has an expanded indication for use in patients 12 years of age and older for the acute bacterial skin and skin structure infections. Previously, it was only for use in adults, so that was 18 years or older. And for the next slide, these antibiotic classes, the penicillin combinations, injectable, oral, penicillinase-resistant penicillins, the sulfonamides, both the injectable and oral formulations, tetracyclines, injectable and oral formulations, and the antibiotics topical. There's no updates to that class. And for the last slide, a presentation for the classes, archive drug classes. For the antibiotics vaginal, there's no updates. The coumarin anticoagulants, no updates. Heparins and heparinoid-like agents, there's no updates. Like I had mentioned before about the benzodiazepines, there is now, the FDA is requiring an update for benzodiazepines to have the box warning of abuse, misuse, addiction, physical dependence, and withdrawal reactions. So that applies to these anticonvulsants benzodiazepine products as well. For the anticonvulsants carbamates, Xcopri was a new product that was approved in November of 2019, so that is added to the class. It was pending a controlled substance scheduling, and as of March of 2020, it did get a Schedule 5 designation, so now that's added to the class. And then for the GABA modulators, the hydantoins and valproic acid anticonvulsants, there are no updates to those classes either. So any questions from the board?
This is Ginny. Thanks, Marissa, for running through those. I don't hear any questions. Are there any motions or formal things that we need to do with these archive drug classes?
Yeah, so this is Marissa. I went ahead and create a motion slide for these, and then if you want to go over, the board wants to go over them, and then there's a motion slide here as well.
Okay, thanks. Okay, are board members ready to review this?
I apologize, sorry, I had my screen paused. Let me go ahead and bring up the slide. I apologize, this is Marissa. You should be able to see it now. Let me know if you cannot.
Yeah, I think we can see it.
Okay.
What we can see is archive drug classes recommendation.
Okay, I think it's just lagging a little bit. I do have it on the motion.
Okay. There it goes. I can see it. There's, okay.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, this is Diane Schwilke, and I move that all drug classes listed on slides 2 through 8 are eligible for archiving at the discretion of HCA. Products in these drug classes may require prior authorization to determine medical necessity. All non-preferred products require a trial of 2 preferred products with the same indication before a non-preferred drug will be authorized unless contraindicated, not clinically appropriate, or only one product is preferred.
This is Constance Nguyen. I second motion.
This is Jenny Bucola. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And the motion carries. And Marissa, was that the only chunk of archived drugs that we were going to do today?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
There'll probably be more maybe at the next meeting if time permits.
Okay.
So hi, this is Donna Sullivan. So thank you for indulging us. We are still getting done early, it looks like. So Thanks for the long meeting today.
This is Jenny. I just want to add the same. Thanks to everybody. I think it was really, it was a, I don't know if intense is right, but it was a busy meeting. So thanks everyone. Have a
Well
good
done,
couple.
Jenny.
Always
Thank
see you.
you.
Thank you for your leadership.
Here.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, bye.